What's up guys? Back with another story which is on What If Bella Joined the Denalis. Before starting, I've added some interesting product links in the comments section, do check out them too. So let's move on to story. Next up, ladies and gents, is Edward and the Hellraisers, cried the announcer, hidden somewhere behind the stage. With a roar, the audience lit up the stadium. Quickly, they were brought back into a hushed silence as the sound of a piano suddenly gave way to a sorrow-filled, melodic voice. Together, the two sounds wove a haunted tune into the night air. I did everything I could to get to you, without telling you why. All I needed was your heart. Here, tonight. Breaking the soft cadence, an eerie sound exploded through the speakers as the lyrical voice took on a frantic tempo in an effort to keep time as other instruments joined in. You asked for eternity, that I'd never leave your side. Now and forever, you wanted a form of guarantee. I should have walked away. But I long to get inside. It's become a burning obsession. To know your every thought, your every desire. I need to know, to ask a question. Will you be my singer, will you be my muse? When the blackest night calls me home, where the moonbeams kiss the meadow, alone, will you wait for me? You asked for eternity, that I'd never leave your side. Now and forever, you wanted a form of guarantee. I wish I could hold you, safe in my arms. I wish I could promise to protect you from the demon inside, but when I let go and release my cares, will you be sad when the nightmares don't end? When the nightmares don't end, I can't promise I will heal you with my eternal touch, but give me your heart, I can stop all time. Just close your eyes, let me make you mine. Let me make you mine. As the last word disappeared into the night, silence permeated the air before the crowd of sweaty bodies erupted into fanatical cheers and applause. Emboldened by the reaction, the pianist rose from the wooden bench. With a faint kiss to his fingertips, Edward tossed his hand into the air at his fans. Internally delighted as a chorus of sighs slipped through the screams of longing, the pianist turned to the other members of his band whilst a smirk tugged at a full set of lips. Ignoring the eye rolls he received, Edward sauntered across the stage as the curtains closed to allow the next group time to assemble. Approaching the entrance, Edward's smirk faded into a soft smile as green eyes recognized the girl waiting at the curtain's edge. She was not much to look at in his opinion. Her average height and build contained indistinguishable features, especially with her heart-shaped face and long, auburn locks, which cascaded between her shoulder blades. As a result, she easily blended in with the next fan. Instead, Edward's attraction rested on the simple fact that the girl would do anything for him, without a single thought of hesitation, and had so far shown that she would follow him throughout time. This assumption was reinforced by the unconditional adoration that poured from chocolate orbs as he was pulled towards her once more. Catching the girl in his arms once he was close enough, Edward pulled Bella against his lanky and muscular form. With a quick shift of his arms, the pianist slipped one extremity about her lower back whilst tilting her head up with his free hand. Dipping just faintly to compromise for their near 8-inch height difference, he kissed her roughly while ignoring the catcalls from the other bands behind the stage. Hey, babe, enjoy the performance? A husky tone inquired as their lips parted. Left breathless, Bella nodded as she ignored the blush that encompassed her face. Yes, you were fantastic, she reassured. Yeah, I know, Edward replied in a smug tone as lanky, muscular fingers slipped habitually through short, auburn tresses, causing the messy locks to stand on end even more. Come on, let's find the others. Repositioning his arm to drape about Bella's shoulders, the pianist steered the girl through the maze of bodies. He was fantastic. Don't you mean we were fantastic, Bella Bear? A voice pouted as they approached the group, who were putting away their equipment. Turning about to reply to the voice behind her, the girl in question let out a yelp as she was suddenly pulled away from her boyfriend only to be swallowed by a set of massive arms. Effortlessly caught in a tight embrace by a man the size of a large grizzly, Bella's response came out as a squeal when the hug turned into her being twirled about as if she weighed no more than a wet feather. Clutching onto a pair of broad shoulders, Bella refused to let go until her feet touched the ground once more. Even then, she continued to cling to the immense form as she was overcome by a fit of giggles. Don't worry, love, you were amazing, an angelic voice answered in place of Bella's when it was evident that the girl was incapable of responding at the moment. Glancing up in appreciation, Bella detached herself while nodding in agreement. Averting her eyes as the owner of the voice took her spot, Chocolate Hughes discreetly watched as the blonde woman leaned in and kissed the perpetrator's cheek. Towering over Bella's modest 5 feet 6 inches height, at nearly 5 feet 11 inches, Bella noted that, despite the heels the model wore, Rosalie still came up short to the drummer's towering 6 feet 5 inches build. Despite the height difference, the pair complemented each other well. With his boyish face topped with short cropped, dark curly hair, Emmett's hulky frame provided the right amount of protection for his runway model of a girlfriend, who appeared to be composed of nothing but electric blue eyes and soft, creamy legs that went on for miles. Breaking her attention from the couple, Bella moved back towards her own significant other. However, her return to Edward's protective embrace was interrupted as the brunette felt another arm drape over her shoulders. "Do I get a kiss, too, for a job well done?" Before she could reply, Bella felt herself ripped from the grasp and pulled into Edward's side. "Not from her, James. Go find one of your groupies to make out with," the pianist growled. Green eyes narrowing at the group's guitarist. "Oh, come now, Eddie boy. Sharing is caring," James teased, undisturbed by the response he had received. Winking an onyx eye at the blushing brunette, the man made his way past the group to put up his guitar. Keeping an eye on the retreating form, Bella watched as the man with light brown hair stopped to converse with the group's bass player. Standing at 5 feet 9 with glossy black hair, Laurent stood almost on par to James's faint height difference. Even so, their bodies contrasted considerably. Where Laurent had a slight olive tone to his medium build, James sported a tanned, muscular build acquired from his time spent outdoors hunting. "Yes, but Edward only shares with me," another voice chimed in, returning the brunette's attendee. On to the conversation taking place around her while effectively stealing her from Edward. Growling in frustration, Edward pivoted about only to quickly become amused as Bella was enveloped in Alice's embrace. Whereas Bella was of an average height, his younger sister barely topped 5 feet. Mixed with her energetic and consistent bouncing, ball of sunshine persona, Edward hardly denied the green-eyed fashionista. "Somehow I think everything I own is eventually claimed by you, Pixie," Edward teased, pulling both girls into his arms. Huffing at the nickname, Alice stuck out her tongue while returning the hug. "Of course everything is. I'm too adorable to not share with. Besides, Bella's my best friend, you have to share," she stated in a matter-of-fact tone, nodding as if to further vitalize her point. In the end, the jerky motion merely caused her black, short, spiky hair to bob in the air rather than provide any substantiates to her declaration. About to cut in that she was not owned, nor did she have to be shared. Bella's protest fell silent as the announcer introduced the next band of the night, Wolfesbane. Excited, Bella excused herself from the argument between brother as the sound of a guitar cued the beginning of the performance. Aside from Alice, the lead singer, Jake, was her best friend. Having grown up together, Bella was ecstatic to see that the group had made it to the competition. By the time the brunette found her way onto the stage's sidelines, the song was already in full swing. Unable to process all of the words due to the erratic battle between guitarist and drummer, Bella sang along with the chorus as the lyrics escaped Jake's harsh vocals. "Come Lil, lady, don't be afraid. This big, bad, wolf just wants to play. So grab your toys and grab your gun. We've gotta go, I'm on the run." Distracted by the performance, Bella failed to register the footfalls coming up from behind until a pair of arms captured her waist. As a set of cold lips simultaneously pressed against the side of her neck, Bella let out a small scream. Thankful that she only received a couple of odd glances, Bella visibly relaxed as she realized Edward was her captor. Quickly returning the kiss with a peck to the man's cheek, Bella turned back round, believing that he had come to watch with her. A slight frown formed as Edward's hands began to wander and his breath took on a lust-filled tone. Clearly he had other thoughts in mind. "Come on, babe, let's slip out back while everyone's distracted," he purred into the shell of Bella's ear, causing the girl to turn bright red. "Edward, we can't. Besides, I really want to see Jake perform." Growling at the sound of the boy's name, Edward tightened his embrace before turning the girl about. Seeing her hurt expression, Edward bit back. his derogatory remarks about the reservation boys. Instead, he softened his touch as he lifted a hand to gently cup one cheek while his thumb brushed lightly against the girl's full lips. "You've seen him perform numerous times at his practices, Bella. I just wanted a chance to celebrate with you. You know, just the two of us," Edward explained, offering a crooked smile known to cause the brunette to swoon and cave whenever he wanted something. About to protest, for she wanted to watch her friends perform on stage, Bella grunted instead as Alice appeared out of nowhere to tackle the quarreling lovers. "Come on, guys, this is the last group and we need to get into position. They're going to make the grand announcements soon." Although she was disgruntled at being denied the opportunity to watch her friend's performance, Bella reluctantly conceded to Edward's plea and Alice's reasoning. She had, as Edward pointed out, seen them perform numerous times in practice. Likewise, Bella knew she would have more chances in the upcoming months since the Battle of the Bands had changed up their style this year. Rather than a one-night event, the groups would compete against one another over the next month until one group remained. Surely missing one performance would not be the end of the world. With that thought to ease her conscience, and the fact that should still listen, if not see, Bella followed Alice and Edward to their seats. Settling down with the bubbly pixie, Bella waited as the rest of the Hellraisers made their way over. Along with Edward, the pianist and leader of the group, came James the guitarist, Laurent on bass, and the drummer, Emmett, with his girlfriend, Rosalie. Glancing around, Chocolate Orbs looked around for the blonde of the group. "Alice, where's Jasper?" Bella whispered, leaning in close to the girl. "Looking for me, darling?" a voice inquired, his amused tone laced in a thick southern drawl. Tilting her head back to look up at the 6'3", lanky blonde, Bella smiled at Rosalie's brother and Alice's boyfriend. "Hi, Jasper," Bella greeted as the lead singer and backup guitarist settled into Alice's suddenly vacant seat before pulling his girlfriend into his lap. "Hello, Bella," Jasper greeted. "Did you need something?" "Oh, no, I was just wondering where you were." "Ah, I was fetching this," Jasper explained, pulling out a tube filled with cotton candy decorated in a flower design. Passing the sugary substance to Alice, who squealed in delight, Jasper chuckled as he was rewarded with a quick kiss. Shifting his hold, the Texan settled into the chair as Alice turned about. Snuggling into his broad form, Alice prepared herself for the sugar coma to come. Chuckling at her friend's obvious excitement, Bella shifted in her chair to lean happily against Edward as the announcer made his final appearance. "All right, ladies and gents, let's give a big round of applause to each of our contestants out here tonight. A job well done indeed," the baritone voice called into the mic as he reintroduced each group. The man's enthusiasm paralleled Alice's as he encouraged the crowd to cheer for their favorite group of the night while reminding them that the results would be based off the crowd's response and the unknown judges' opinions. As each name was called, the groups slowly shuffled into the winning order until the top 5 bands, who would move on to the next round, were tallied. "Alrighty, we now have our top 5 contestants. Let me remind you, each of these groups will move to the next round and have a chance to show us what they're made of. In the end, the top group will not only be selected to go on tour with the delectable Denalis, but they will also be offered a record contract with the world-renowned Vulturi record company. So without further ado, coming in 5th place we have the Yorkie Newts." Surprised, Bella cheered for the group. Old high school friends, Bella was happy that Mike, Eric, Ben, and Tyler had made it to the top. What surprised her even more next was the following group. Coming in 4th place, the Diva Princesses. There were only 2 girls crazy enough to claim such a title. Sure enough, Bella caught sight of Lauren's platinum blonde hair and Jessica's brown as the girls blew kisses at their admirers. Bella was even more surprised to see them there. She had been pretty diligent about watching each group and could have sworn she would have remembered a performance such as theirs based on how they were dressed. In either case, Bella resigned herself to congratulate them later. Coming in 3rd place, Victoria Knight. Curious, Bella looked over to see the soloist performer leaning against the fence, arms crossed over her chest. Guessing from the distance, Bella concluded the woman was about her height, but was graced with long, curly, brilliant orange hair that shone like fire even in the lamplight. The woman's pose held that of a seductive, feline grace, which reminded Bella of the woman's performance. The high soprano had contracted with her fierce appearance, but her lethal dance style exposed her agility and poise. And in second place we have Wolfesbane. Tugged out of her thoughts by the next announcement, Bella let out a loud whistle. Chuckling, she watched as the pack of men began to jump in their seats a little ways off before Jake was tackled by a couple of his friends. The obstreperous cheers slowly dissipated as the announcer cleared his throat. And in first place, we have the final group that will be moving forward, Edward and the Hellraisers. The man concluded, causing loud cheers to erupt around Bella as her friends shouted in delight. Elated, Bella joined the commotion until she was pulled into a rough kiss by Edward. Bella clung to his form until quickly remembering where she was. Collecting herself, Bella broke the kiss and pulled away even as the exhilaration of the announcements continued to pump through her veins. The sudden distance went unnoticed by Edward, much to her relief, as he turned to share his glee with those around them. Happy for the distraction, Bella turned to go congratulate her friends. Spotting Angela over in the distance with her boyfriend, Eric, Bella tried to squeeze between Emmett, lifting Jasper into the air, arms crushed to the man's sides. Before she could make more than a step in the girl's waving direction, Bella was spun back around. "Come on, babe, we're going to celebrate," Edward exclaimed, unmindful of his girlfriend's intentions. Catching her hand with his, Bella was half-dragged. Hal F. led out of the stadium with the rest of the band. Sighing, Bella decided she could congratulate everyone in the morning, or perhaps afternoon. Something told her she was going to have a long night, and she still had class to look forward to in the morning. After the concert ended, Bella joined Edward and the gang at a party thrown by the Denalis in celebration of the top 5 bands and company. In all retrospect, Bella should have known that more than just the invited groups would make an appearance. The brunette really did not care, for it was not her party and she had no interest in going to begin with. She had simply tagged along as Edward's date to put a halt to his insistent pleading. In complete honesty, Bella was hoping that the large mass of people would give her an early out. It was now almost 3 in the morning and she was still at the party. Bella realized that tonight was one of celebration, but unlike most of the others in their group, Bella did have responsibilities to attend to in the morning. The brunette had no problem commemorating Edward's success, she simply hoped an extended celebration could have waited until another day. How wrong she had been. She had been a bit of an idealist in thinking that she could nap in a spare bedroom or curl up and cuddle with Edward on a couch as the night grew long. Hours into the party, Edward had disappeared. Figuring that they were bypassing each other by searching for one another, Bella eventually parked herself in a corner in the hopes that he would find her. As the minutes rolled into another hour, Brown passed the time by watching those who had turned the living room into a dance floor. She would have liked to dance with Edward, especially to the slower songs. He did not seem to mind that she had 3 left feet during those times. As her legs grew tired of restlessly shifting to maintain blood flow, Bella concluded that the prospect of dancing was out and that Edward was having no luck finding her. Taking the task upon herself, and secretly wanting a quieter place to hide until time to leave, Bella excused herself from the drunk frat boy attempting to flirt with her. Deciding to work her way from inside the house to the lawn, Bella squeezed her way past the throng of bodies and headed up the stairs. Having explored the house already in her prior search for Edward, Bella was still impressed and overwhelmed by the sheer size of the facility. After walking in on multiple individuals in various stages of undress, despite her attempt to be polite and knock first, Bella concluded Edward was not upstairs. She had not seen him in any of the open rooms and heard no response from him in those that were locked. With no desire to imagine herself and Edward having sex in such an open event, and desiring even less to play witness to the multiple couplings and group activities taking place around her inside the house, Bella concluded she would be safer looking for Edward outside. That thought had been short-lived as well. With no sign of her boyfriend and the unabashed loitering outside, Bella found herself wandering down to the lake in the search of sanctuary. Sighing heavily, the brunette settled on the damp grass out by the lake. She was happy to finally be away from the mass of intoxicated individuals. Of those who were not acting out in a ridiculous fashion of sorts, Bella Ted that they were passed out either inside the mansion or sprawled out on the lawn. Both terrains were dangerous territories for the weary. Anyone found asleep now sported graphic artistry construct. D in permanent Sharpie and were often missing articles of clothing. Sitting by the water's edge, Bella finally felt herself relax as the distance between her and the house dampened the noise rolling across the lawn into a dull thrum. Pulling her knees up to her chest, Bella wrapped her arms around her limbs in a frugal attempt to fight back the chills that crept along her extremities. Growing lost in her thoughts as she watched the moonlight glisten on the water's surface while the wind created ripples at times, Bella began to hum. Her voice soft and tranquil danced on the night air, carrying the words across the glassy surface. The sound of the oceans, like a siren's song, the beat of the waves, just strumming along. She's calling me, whispering, softly, come on, darlin', dive right in, don't be afraid, it's a midnight swim, she's tantalizing, tempting so, gotta say, no, 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 for, the sound of the oceans, like a siren's song, the beat of the waves, just strumming along, she's calling me, whispering, softly, with a final sigh to accompany the last note. Bella nestled the side of her head against the rough denim covering her knees. Although she knew it was not her house, nor her property. The brunette wished she took the time to snag one of the blankets lounging around. The night chill contradicted the fact that it was still late summer and Bella longed for the warmth. As if someone had read her thoughts, Bella was suddenly enveloped in a heated embrace. Startled, Bella jerked her head up, disrupting the item that had been dumped about her shoulders. Bella noticed that the source of contact was actually a large and preheated jacket. Brown eyes glancing to the side, they slowly trailed up a pair of long legs. If Bella had to guess, the woman would probab stand a few inches shorter than her if she was to remove her heels. Rather than smile in gratitude as her eyes rose to the woman's face, Bella could only continue to stare. She was stunned by the woman's beauty, especially with how her straight, pale blonde hair, which cut off at her chin, almost appeared silver in moonlight. You looked cold, the woman explained, her voice heavily accented. His simple remark helped break Bella out of her stare. Oh, thank you, but I can't take your coat, Bella reluctantly replied. Sliding the warmth from her shoulders, she offered the article back to the woman hovering over her. Here, Bella offered. As the jacket lingered in her outstretched hand, Bella's brow furrowed. You should take it back, you'll get cold. Laughing quietly, the woman simply shook her head. No, Malaku, it is for you. I enjoy the cold. Do not worry about me. The woman's chuckle was more than worth her being cold, Bella concluded as she muttered a quiet thank you. Tugging the offering of warmth back around her shoulders, Bella pulled the jacket closer around her while discreetly inhaling the calming scent that seeped from the leather. You are most welcome. May I? The woman inquired, waving at the patch of grass beside Bella. Nodding her head, Bella scooted to the side as if to make room, much to the blonde's amusement. Settling down on the grass beside the brunette, the woman stretched her legs out in front of her, allowing her ankles to cross as her arms rested behind her to support a majority of her weight. I do not mean to be forward or let on that I was listening in. But you have a lovely voice, the woman remarked as the silence stretched on. Feeling her heart stop, Bella was uncertain whether her death would be quicker for the ground to swallow her whole or for her to jump in the lake and try to drown. The woman did not have a horrible voice, quite the opposite actually. However, she could not contain her embarrassment at the prospect that someone had overheard her. Beyond the secure walls of her shower, the woman never sang around others, not since messing up during her grade school concert. Moving from Phoenix, Arizona to Forks, Washington, in high school helped ensure that no one ever found out. This extended into her college years as she took precautions to ensure she had a liable excuse when placed in a predicament where she had to sing. Bella decided that hiding her face in her knees in the hopes of suffocating was the quickest option of death. Seeing the girl's obvious discomfort, the woman hid a smile and changed tactics. May I ask you a question? Nodding, Bella remained silent. She did not want to open her mouth again. Why are you out here all alone? Are you not enjoying the party? The woman inquired, surprised by the change of topics. Bella took a moment before lifting her head with a slight shrug. Should she admit that she was not, that she actually wanted to go home and sleep? Was it okay to confess to a street ranger that she had been abandoned by her boyfriend and was trapped for the foreseeable future? Deciding that those options were of poor etiquette but feeling she should offer some sort of response the consideration the woman had shown her, Bella settled on a half-truth. I wanted some fresh air. I see, the woman replied. Studying the brunette, blue eyes smiled softly as the woman began to squirm beneath her gaze. Redirecting her stare to the faint dusting of stars gracing the sky above, the woman broke the silence once more. It is a beautiful night for stargazing, but surely a lovely girl like you would not be enjoying the sight all alone. Well, no, Bella admitted as she guessed what the blonde woman was implying. My boyfriend's off with the others at the party, so yeah, Bella trailed off. Having turned her attention to the stars as well, Bella missed the frown that graced the woman's features. By the time she turned her focus back to her companion, Bella was met with the same pleasant smile. Boyfriend, a part of one of the bands then. Certainly, I would have remembered a voice like yours on stage tonight. Blushing again at the praise, Bella nodded her head bashfully before clearing her throat. Yes, he's part of Edward and the Hellraisers. Ah, yes, I remember them. Came in first, yes. Yep, Bella smiled. The woman returned the smile while raising a hand to gently tuck a strand of auburn hair behind Bella's hair. The action caused Bella's blush to deepen even further. Then that means you will be coming to the other competitions, the blonde stated more than asked. Even so, Bella nodded, not trusting her voice just yet. Wonderful. Before Bella could question why the woman was so enthused by her answer, the blonde tilted her head as if listening to something. I must be on my way. I will see you soon, Malaku, the woman whispered quietly while pressing a pair of cold lips against Bella's cheek. With that, the woman disappeared into the night, leaving the brunette sitting alone beneath the moonlight. Confused, Bella touched her cheek with her fingertips. Contemplating on following the woman, Bella suddenly jumped as she heard a noise coming up from behind her in the opposite direction. Turning her head, Bella watched as a drunk Edward made his way over to her. Informing her that it was time to go, Bella bit back a sigh of frustration. She almost longed to stay for a bit longer, if nothing else than to find the woman. However, taking in Edward's current state, Bella resigned herself to get them both home. She had class in less than 3 hours and Edward needed to sleep. Listening to the professor drone on, Bella propped her elbow on the desk to rest her tired head in the open palm. It was only midday and she still had one more class after this. Glancing at her watch, Bella bit back a groan as she stretched out on her desk, ignoring the curious gazes from her peers. By the time Bella had dropped Edward off at home, got him inside and safely into bed, it left her with just enough time to run home for a quick shower before her first class. Since then she had been on autopilot and sleep sounded more and more enticing with each tick of the second hand. About to doze off during the lecture, Bella jerked upright as she was poked in her exposed ribcage. Turning her head she glared sleepily at the person beside her. It took her a moment to register the concerned brown eyes that gazed at her behind a pair of thick frames. With a sigh, Bella laid her head back down on the desk, ignoring the Amazon Asian beside her. She loved Angela, but she could just about murder the girl at the moment for denying her the much-needed slumber. However, even nature appeared to be against the idea of her getting to sleep. No sooner had she closed her eyes to rest them than the professor dismissed the class for the day. With a groan, Bella buried her head beneath both arms, wishing that the chatter would stop. Poor Bella, you look like you've been hit by a train. Didn't get any sleep, her desk mate inquired while rubbing the girl's back. Murmuring something under her breath, Bella visibly relaxed beneath the gentle ministration. Please don't stop, Bella nearly begged. I can fall asleep if only you don't stop. Laughing quietly, Angela tugged lightly on an auburn lock before gathering her stuff. Come on. Apparently you need a coffee and pronto. Come to the cafe with me during break. My treat, Angela urged while nudging the girl with her hand. Begrudgingly, Bella gathered her belongings and shuffled behind Angela like a robotic zombie. It wasn't until she was sitting beneath the AC unit with a cup of mocha clutched tightly in her grasp that she finally took in her surroundings. The 6-foot Asian was sitting across from her, purposely claiming the side in the sun, knowing that the heat would simply lull the tired brunette into a nap. Glaring half-heartedly at her friend, Bella turned her attention to the cup in front of her and took a much-needed sip of the caffeinated beverage. It was heaven. Heaven in a cup. Losing herself in the intoxicating fumes, Bella closed her eyes and simply allowed her lips to linger on the rim of the styrofoam. She wasn't really drinking the liquid, just simply inhaling the tantalizing odor. You know, if you're not careful, you're going to end up with a cup in place of your nose, Angela teased, her brown orbs dancing in amusement at her friend's antics. Hush, you're just jealous about my nose job to be. Admit it, totally. You really must give me the number to your strive-ohm surgeon. Rolling her eyes, Bella conceded to the verbal banter. Her brain was hardly functioning in class. She knew she wouldn't win against Angela with its current functioning state. Instead, she finally relented and lowered her cup so they could hold an actual conversation. Nursing the dark liquid in a proper fashion, the pair discussed the concert from the night before. By time they had covered what groups they liked to which performers were the cutest to who had the best chance of winning, Bella was on to her third cup of the morning. Returning to the table after her name was called, Bella sighed happily as she slouched into the cushioned seat. Shifting, she convinced Angela to move over in her seat by forcing her legs into the Asian's lap. With a giggle, Bella allowed her legs to be relocated to the bench beside Angela's thigh before picking back up on their conversation. I still think that, based off what we know of the Denalis style, that they'll want some fresh material to add to their set. Bella argued. They're always shaking things up by changing their style, yet still capturing that ring. It's their special touch. The pair had been debating on the pros and cons of each group, discussing why one would be picked above another. While Bella hoped it would be Edward's group, she knew Angela was silently rooting for her boyfriend in turn. However, in the end, both conceded that although the winner would probably be selected based off of skill, popular demand, it would also be based off the Denalis' desire in the latest twist. As the pair lapsed into a comfortable silence, Bella glanced over to spot a sly expression adjourning Angela's features. Hesitant at the change in her friend, Bella felt herself unconsciously sink into the cushions. She knew she shouldn't ask, but her curiosity got the best of her. What? Oh, nothing, Angela says sweetly. Too sweetly. Staring at the girl questioningly for a moment, Bella finally allowed for a hesitant nod to escape. As she lifted her drink to her lips, she nearly choked on the sweet liquor as her friend spoke. Coughing, Bella wiped her chin as she glanced up at her companion. What? I said, you and Edward disappeared pretty quickly last night after the concert, Angela repeated while wiggling her eyebrows. Laughing at the fierce blush that overtook her friend's face, Angela patted Lee's shins in a comforting fashion as the brunette began to sputter protests to Angela's implications. I'm just teasing. But, you two did disappear rather quickly. What happened? Before laughing as a fierce blush overtook Bella's face. Sighing, Bella sank further into her cushioned seat. Leave it to Angela to bring it up. Swirling her cup between her hands, Bella debated about what to share. Angela already knew of Bella's more prudish views in regards to her relationship with the rock star-to-be. Simply put, Bella refused to become too intimate with Edward until later on. However, on that same note, Bella had shared in secrecy how persistent her boyfriend could be, especially when around others. It wasn't as if she was ashamed of her beliefs on specific topics, such as what she would and would not do during specific stages of a relationship. It was just that the teasing sometimes hit home, despite Angela being nice about it. She realized her friend had her best interests at heart, and support the fact that she had never dated or kissed an individual prior to Edward, but even so, being dubbed old-fashioned sometimes got under her skin. But, if she was so old-fashioned, why then did she allow the mysterious girl to kiss her last night? Granted it was only on the cheek, but still. I don't even know her name, Bella mused. Distracted with her memory, Bella jumped when she felt Angela touch her leg. And just what has you grinning? Angela inquired, a grin forming of her own. Grinning. She was grinning. Raising her fingers to her cheek, Bella realized that she was indeed sporting a smile. Feeling the tips of her ears turn red, Bella ducked her head, allowing her long hair to hide her face as she mumbled an answer under her breath. "It's improper to mumble, young lady," Angela scolded, causing Bella to giggle as the Asian botched the British accent. Sighing, Bella lifted her head to stare at the ceiling instead. Should she? If not Angela, then who? "I was kissed last night." "Go on." "I was kissed on the cheek by an unknown girl," Bella mumbled out in a continuous string of syllables before finally taking a breath, refusing to look at Angela. However, as the silence stretched on, Bella shifted nervously in her seat and finally looked at the girl sitting across from her. The wide-eyed expression was expected. What wasn't expected was the high-pitched girly SQ. Yule followed by an onslaught of questions where Angela pushed for more details. By the end, Angela was left giggling and swooning in her seat, despite the minimal amount of details Bella was able to drudge up for her friend. "You mean to tell me that the old-fashioned prude was flirting with someone besides her boyfriend, a girl on top of that?" "I wasn't flirting," Bella huffed, crossing her arms. Waving her off, Angela danced in childish delight in her seat. "Sure you weren't. So, when's the next date? You are going to see her again, aren't you?" "It wasn't a date and there will be no future prospective dates, Angela. I'm dating Edward, so it'd be wrong. Plus, they're a girl." Angela waved Bella's comment off once again, this time walking away from the table to throw their collective trash away. "Come now, Bella. You've never gotten this worked up over being kissed by Edward and he's done more than simply kissed you on the cheek," Angela pointed out as she held the door open for Bella. As a clear sign it was time for them to leave. Sighing, Bella slid out of the bench seat and followed the girl back into the bright outdoors. "Hey now, it's no big deal, really," Angela encouraged as she draped an arm over the shorter girl's shoulders. "Who knows, maybe the girl was drunk or simply overly friendly and it meant nothing," the Asian offered up, afraid she had really offended her friend. Remaining silent, Bella simply nodded and made her way to her next class. Despite her silence, her brain, heart, and stomach appeared to be in an internal struggle as Bella was left uncertain at which theory she liked better. Did she want the girl to be legitimately interested or was she simply being friendly? Sighing, Bella decided she didn't have to worry about it. The chances were she wouldn't see her again, despite the girl's obvious excitement about the next battle of the bands. "I'm telling you, dude, they're fake," Emmett huffed. "Certainly not. If they were, then they would be defying gravity," Jasper retorted. "You could always go do an inspection, you know," James mumbled around the pick in his mouth, paying only half a mind to the conversation between the two men as he made last-minute adjustments to his guitar. "What do you think, Bella? Do you think the lead singer of Denalis' breasts are fake?" Edward inquired, his eyes dancing even as his face remained stoic. Clearing her throat, Bella shrugged as she mumbled out a reply. "I don't know the difference between fake and real boobs, Edward. Besides, isn't it rude to say such things about the hostess?" "I'd be happy to show you the difference, Bella," James offered up, his attention now completely on the brunette, his guitar forgotten in his lap. "Just take off your shirt and I." "Shut it, James," Edward growled. "We're not being rude, Bella. We're simply discussing an individual's positive assets." Instead of replying and making matters worse by continuing the conversation, Bella opted to remain silent as shish. He allowed Edward to pull her closer into his side by tightening his grip on her shoulders. As Edward began to verbally reprimand his bandmate for his previous comment, Bella bit back a sigh and ignored the argument taking place by allowing her mind to wander to the conversation she had earlier that day with Angela. It wasn't until a voice called out, reminding the bands to finish getting ready, as she returned her attention to the conversation. Regretting her decision, she wished she had stayed oblivious instead of jumping part way into a conversation led by Emmett. "Heard about the nun getting pregnant?" "Yeah, dude, she was dressed up like an altar boy when they found her in." Although she was grateful that her pseudo-brother had changed the topic, the change wasn't much better. Preferring to not listen to Emmett's latest bit of perverted gossip, Bella excused herself. She wished Alice or Rose had made it to the concert, for then she would have someone to monitor the band's mouth, but they were both at work. They did, however, promise to meet the group after the first half and then go with the band for drinks. Unfortunately, until then, Bella was left to deal with the guys herself, much to her chagrin. Instead of lingering around to listen to the raunchy remarks that were starting to fly between the 5 males, Bella decided to explore and check out the other bands. Her first stop, she found the Wolfsbane and visited with Jake until he had to finish getting ready. Wishing her friend good luck, she gave him a quick hug before disappearing to find Angela. Her friend had come, like her, to support her boyfriend and his group. Figuring that the Yorkie Newts were getting prepped for their gig, she hoped that Angela wouldn't mind some company. It would be a much better alt-R native than going back to hang with the Hellraisers. Distracted by looking for the tall Asian, Bella didn't see the person in front of her until it was too late. Colliding into a solid form, Bella ended up landing on the ground with a loud thud which was echoed by a second body hitting the ground. Apologizing profusely, Bella scrambled to her feet to help the victim out. "I'm so sorry. Ryu," Bella rambled until feeling her breath hitch as she finally took in the waves of blonde hair. "Okay." Feeling her thoughts retreat to the night of the party, Bella felt the back of her neck burn as the last part of her question slipped free as a forgotten whisper. It wasn't until she scrutinized the face that she realized that the person on the ground was not her blonde. Although there were similar appearances and facial structures, there was an obvious difference. The familiar pale blonde hair was much longer, draped haphazardly over the girl's shoulders from the fall, while blue eyes danced with a mischievous glint. Despite the blonde being knocked to the floor. Oh, yes, she was still on the floor. Blushing, Bella offered the woman her hand. As their flesh clasped together, Bella felt an odd tingle dance along her arm. Ignoring the sensation, she pulled the woman up off the ground, and realized the third difference between the two blondes. Whereas her blonde was short, this one stood on par to the brunette's average height and would have effectively caused them to stand at eye level if it wasn't for the light heel difference. "See something you like? It wasn't you." Until perfectly shaped eyebrows wiggled that Bella realized she had reverted back to staring and analyzing the woman. Jerking back, Bella tripped over her feet in an effort to put space between the two bodies. Feeling rather uncomfortable by their close proximity. As if on cue, her uncoordinated body decided to make its presence known to the world once again as Bella felt gravity stake its claim to her body. Instead of a hard ground, however, Bella felt herself land in a pair of soft, but strong arms. Chocolate orbs blinking in confusion, Bella remained where she was. As she stared into the electric blue hues above her, she allowed her frantic brain time to struggle and to catch up to the events taking place. Tensing in the secure grasp a few seconds later, Bella was about to freak out for a second time as she realized her current predicament. Before she could react, however, she felt herself lifted back upright and onto her feet. Instead of resisting, Bella forced her body to relax before she made matters worse. Once stable, Bella pulled away with a bit more grace and began to intermix gratification and apologizes into run-on sentences, much to the blonde's amusement. It wasn't until she felt a pair of fingers press against her lips that the brunette stopped talking. "You're about as awkward as a cow on crutches." Flustered, Bella felt herself blush as she muttered another apology while the blonde laughed. Her mouth moving automatically before her brain could formulate an actual response to the blonde's statement, Bella faintly noted how cold the girl's fingers were since they were still pressed against her lips. Deciding it would be rude to remark about the frozen digits, the brunette simply stepped backwards to break the contact. When she did, she was rewarded with sight of the woman's skimpily clad form. Hardly covered by clothing, Bella was graced with the sight of endless legs that ended in a pair of scuffed-up combat boots. Raising her eyes back up to the blonde's face, Bella eyed first short plaid skirt then a partially buttoned top before finally meeting an amused expression. "I'll take that as a yes." Confused for a second, Bella recalled the woman's first words. Blushing again, she averted her eyes as the blonde laughed quietly. "It's okay. It's flattering, actually, to have a beautiful girl checking me out," the blonde teased, causing the blush to increase. Much to the woman's delight. Taking pity on the stunned girl, the blonde held out her hand. "I'm Kate. Isabella. I mean, Bella," Bella stuttered, hardly registering the greeting as her brain fixated on the words prior to it. A beautiful name, for a beautiful girl. "Well, Isabella the first mean Bella, it's a pleasure running into you," Kate remarked with a smirk. Still holding her hand out for the brunette to shake it. The blonde wiggled her fingers suggestively. Choking back her laugh as Bella finally placed her hand within her own, Kate raised the hand to her lips to kiss the girl's knuckles. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, people, a voice called out, alerting the bands and providing an escape for Bella. Trying to pull her hand from the cold embrace, she felt the blonde's grip tighten. You'll have to excuse me. For the first gig's about to begin. But, I'll be seeing you around, dear. With that, Kate kissed Bella's hand once more, this time allowing her lips to linger, before the blonde sauntered off. Watching as Kate disappeared into the crowd of bodies surrounding them, Bella simply stood there, still imagining the perfectly shaped backside. As she cradled her hand against her chest, her knuckles thrumming from the slight tingling sensation, Bella remained unaware to the people around her. It wasn't until she was tackled from behind that Bella snapped back into reality. Her mind ripped from the fantasy taking place. Was that her? Angela cried out in excitement after catching the shorter girl from doing a face plant. Tell me that was her. That was the same girl from the party, right? Bella blushed and shook her head, causing Angela to quirk an eyebrow. No, that was Kate. Kate, yes, Kate, and the other girl, party girl, so, telling me that you now have 2 blondes after you. Magnet much, Angela teased. About to respond, both girls turned their attention to the stage as Edward's group was announced. Allowing the conversation to drop until later, Angela hooked her arm with Bella's and dragged the shorter girl to the entrance. She knew how much the brunette would want to watch her boyfriend perform. Distracted by her efforts, she missed the slight hesitance in her friend's steps as they moved closer to the stage. Bella had been unable to make the remainder of Edward's concerts over the previous month. Her was having her 3rd child with Phil and demanded Bella come home to watch her half-brother and sister during the weekends. Despite Bella protesting that she had classes, she finally conceded. Because of this, Bella had to rearrange her study sessions and work to allow her to have time to fly to Florida every Thursday night after class only to return to Washington late Monday evening. By the time she landed and drove home, she was exhausted and only wanted to get to sleep, especially with having class early in the morning. The hectic schedule left hardly any time to spend with her friends and Edward. But plenty of time to think about 2 particular blondes. After the second concert, Bella had opted to grab a drink with the band, but not go to the after-party hosted once again by the Denalis for the top groups. She was too nervous about what her brain and body might convince her to do if she saw either one again. Between Kate's behavior and her reaction to both women's advancements, Bella had pleaded out of going, saying she had a test to cram for the next day. Because of her decision, and then with life taking over, she was unable to attend any future parties thereafter. She was too exhausted from her travels, work, studies, or already out of town, to make them. Tonight, however, was different. The baby was born and Bella had put her foot down that she was not able to continue flying out of state each weekend to be Renee's personal nanny. As a personal celebration to herself, she had decided to stay in and enjoy a long hot bath and retire to bed early. The band had different opinions on how she would spend her first night free, however. After guilt-filled pleading from Edward, it was Emmett who finally convinced the Bella to open the door and be whisked away for a night of fun. The big bear had promised she could relax at the concert, just sit back and watch them perform. She wanted to resist, but after reminded that she had missed most of their concerts, she finally agreed. At least she wasn't chasing kids around or doing her mother's bidding every 30 seconds. Leaning back in the chair, Bella was finally able to relax, even amidst the loud screams filling the air. Well, she would have, if her mind would shut down enough for her to focus on the concert at hand. Just like the past few weeks, her brain decided to highlight specific tidbits about a pair of strangers. At this point, she highly doubted what was factual and what was fictional floating around between her ears anymore. Forcing her mind to behave, Bella concentrated on the performers. As the least she could do after missing so many rounds. As expected, Edward and the Hellraisers had performed admirably during the final concert, bringing them into first place once again and winners of the competition. Instead of being excited by the group's achievements, Bella found herself oddly nervous. Despite scolding herself to focus only on the band's playing, she had subconsciously glancing around and jumping at any sight of blonde hair the entire night. To no avail though, she never saw either blonde. Her chances of actually seeing them again were slim, if any, however, especially considering she had missed most of the performances and tonight had purposely not budged from her seat, surrounded by sweaty, jumping bodies. As the concert ended, Bella finally worked up the nerve to congratulate the groups and head home for a long-desired bath. As she was passed around from arm to arm, hugging each member, Bella tried to excuse herself, saying she was heading home. Unfortunately, as the words left her mouth, the idea was shut down almost immediately. Once again, the band guilted the brunette into joining them for a celebration. Too exhausted to argue, Bella agreed and simply tagged along, not bothering to ask where they were going. It wasn't until a familiar gate appeared in front of the high beams, glinting of a lake in the distance that the brunette realized where she was. XXX. Sighing, Bella swirled her drink about in her hand, watching as the ice clanked in the water. She was going to be the designated driver tonight, so she couldn't drink. It wasn't as if she actually did drink, but still. It was the principle of the matter. She finally had her first night free and instead of babysitting overactive kids, she was stuck babysitting drunk adults. Once again, he was ditched as the party got underway. Emmett, Rose, Alice, and Jasper were playing drinking games out back with other guests. James had disappeared upstairs with the red-headed soloist from the first concert. And she had seen Laurent in the other room talking to a short blonde woman. At first she got jealous, but when she realized it wasn't one of her two blondes as she caught a glimpse of strawberry highlights, she relaxed. Ignoring her reaction, Bella walked away, continuing to look for the one individual she actually cared about. Sent to get drinks for a couple people, Bella had returned, with her hands full in an empty chair where Edward had been. Since then, she hadn't seen hide nor hair of her boyfriend. She had checked outside and downstairs, repeatedly through the night. The one area she hadn't checked was upstairs. With a resigned sigh, Bella finally convinced herself to take the first step and then the next. Maybe he just passed out in one of the beds, Bella prayed. Her prayers went unanswered as the third door opened to reveal the sight of three people making out in one of the spare rooms. There before her stood Edward with the redhead in her arms, lip locked, as James ran his hands over the woman's exposed torso from behind. Feeling her breath hitch, Bella quickly backtracked and ran down the stairs, not even bothering to close the door as she went undetected. Ignoring the swarm of grinding bodies, Bella pushed her way through the mass of people, her feet blindly guiding her across the dark lawn. It wasn't until she heard the soft splash of waves against the ground that Bella collapsed to the damp soil in tears. She knew she had been a bad girlfriend over the past month, but she had done her best trying to juggle all her responsibilities. Edward had said he understood every time she apologized, but apparently he didn't. Lost in her sorrow, Bella was startled as she was lifted off the wet grass and pulled into a warm lap. Hiccuping as her tears were interrupted, Bella glanced at the person through bleary eyes. Noticing the strawberry locks that framed the woman's gentle face, Bella figured it was the blonde from earlier. About to protest, Bella was enveloped in a pair of strong arms, and as the woman began to whisper soft nonsense into the shell of her ear to get her to calm down, Bella felt the gates open once more. Instead of removing herself from the woman's embrace, she clung to the sturdy form. Even as the last tear fell, Bella remained snuggled in the woman's lap. She felt too safe and comfortable to pull out of the secure hold. Exhausted from the crying and the previous month, Bella remained where she was, dozing off as the woman began to sing softly in her ear while rubbing her back. XXX. Sitting up suddenly, Bella registered the trapped sensation was caused by the restrictive confines of the warm comforter tangled about her limbs. Groaning, the brunette pressed her palms into her eyes to stop the painful throbbing. Flailing around hadn't helped the apparent headache. Nor did the room. The room was too bright and she just wanted to return to sleep. Laying back down, she pulled the comforter over her head and closed her eyes, sighing in bliss as the fabric successfully blocked out the light. The bed was so comfortable and enticing, she just wanted to sleep the day away. However, true to form, her body protested. Once awake, her body refused to let her go back to sleep, demanding that it was time to tend to other necessities. Sliding out of bed, Bella shivered as her bare feet touched the cold ground before guiding her in the direction of the bathroom as she opted to keep her eyes shut. It wasn't until she smacked her knee into the corner of a piece of furniture that her eyes snapped open as pain laced up her leg. Cursing whoever thought it'd be a smart idea to rearrange her room, Bella stopped in mid-thought as she realized a wall hovered mere inches in front of her nose. Ignoring the sensation, Bella hesitated to glance behind her, realizing she wasn't in her room at all. Blinking, chocolate hues, now alert and focused on her surroundings, took in the sight of a rumpled king-size bed. The dark sat in covers strewn about after a night of use. Beside the bed resided a pair of matching dark cherry wooden tables, sporting archaic lamps embedded into the wall higher up above them. Branching away from the bed was a rustic cherry armoire adjourned with two smaller, matching dressers on either side. Finally, Bella glanced down at what she ran into, noting that it was a desk of sorts that appeared in a similar style of the other furniture. She allowed her eyes to scan the room, only to find that the door she was aiming for was on the final wall. Ignoring the burning sensation in her knee, Bella opted to sit on the edge of the bed as she tried to rack her brain as to what happened last night. She hadn't drank anything and she purposely found a new glass from the cupboards and filled it with tap water from the sink. Certainly the ice didn't have anything in it. Running through various scenarios, Bella recounted last night before her mind froze on one particular event. Edward, she had seen her boyfriend making out with another woman, and clearly about to engage in something more by the state of dress James had been in. Sighing, Bella pinched the bridge of her nose, fighting back tears that she knew wouldn't fall. She was too dehydrated from crying last night. Explains the headache at least, but not the room. Keeping her eyes shut, Bella fell backwards into the welcoming mattress. The comfort of it almost lulled her tired brain back to sleep. Sleep. Now she remembered, she had ran down to the lake to escape and ended up crying. From there she had ended up in some lady's embrace. Blushing, Bella recalled how she had fallen asleep, curled up in her arms like a child, but the woman had been so kind to her to simply hold her. On top of that, Bella recalled being carried into the house and placed upon the empty bed. The separation from the warm body had caused her to wake up, but as she felt a pair of nails run gently through her hair and the same soothing tones from earlier, Bella allowed herself to relax. Racking her brain a bit more, Bella opened her eyes as she finally recalled the woman ignoring Bella's protests of having to drive others home. Instead, Bella was silenced yet again by a pair of fingertips pressing against her lips as she woman explained that Bella could drive after she had rested. Glancing out the window above the desk, Bella noted the sun cresting the treetops in the distance. She had more than napped by the looks of things and slept through a good portion of the day. Wondering if she could get away with sleeping the night through, too, Bella was discouraged as her stomach made its presence known. Huffing, Bella rolled out of the comfortable bed and made her way to the door. Opening it slowly to avoid making any noises, the brunette peeked out into the hall. Seeing that the coast was clear, she carefully made her way to where she remembered seeing a bathroom the first night she had been at the house. 2 doors later, she finally made it into the correct room. Much to her bladder's relief, it wasn't until she had finished up that she realized her error of sneaking about. Flushing the toilet would probably alert everyone in the general facility, if she hadn't already. That she was awake. With a resigned sigh, Bella flinched as the noise echoed in the bathroom before making her way to the sink. As she caught sight of her hair, she groaned. Now she was thankful of her ninja approach to the bathroom. While last night she had straight, tidy hair, this morning her hair stood up at all angles and was tangled in a multitude of snarls. Raiding the drawers, Bella helped herself to the brush she found. She had already used their bed, she guessed it wouldn't matter if she used their brush as well. After careful ministrations, Bella was finally satisfied with her unruly locks. Cleaning the brush of any evidence, she slipped it back into the drawer before moving to the door. It was time to face the music. Making her way slowly down the stairs, Bella was surprised at how quiet the house was. She realized it was late afternoon and that naturally everyone had probably left by early morning, but her brain still wasn't willing to process the facts. Instead, She was more so fixated on how clean the place was. She knew, logically at least, that by the sheer amount of people that had taken over the facility that unless a super squad came in, the place shouldn't look as if it was newly refurbished and cleaned. Continuing to roam about downstairs, Bella finally caught a faint noise slipping out of one of the back rooms. Curiosity, overriding her embarrassment from earlier, Bella made her way slowly to the open doorway. Peeking in, she was startled to see not one, but three blondes lounging in lazy attire on the couch watching cartoons and eating cereal. Not what she was expecting. Even more so, she wasn't expecting to recognize the three blondes. It was her blondes, each and every one. As one of the women cleared their throat, Bella felt herself blush as she realized she had been caught staring with her mouth open. Rubbing the back of her neck to remove the burning sensation creeping up to her hairline, she raised her other hand to wave slightly as she took in matching amused expressions. "Morning," Bella mumbled. "Good evening to you, too," replied one of the blondes. Bella remembered that Slovakian accent as if she had heard it just yesterday. With a quick glance, the brunette noted that the response came from the first one she had met. "Did you sleep well?" the strawberry blonde inquired with a similar accent. Curiously, Bella hadn't noted it from the night before. Nodding her head, Bella shifted her stance, causing the skirt she was wearing to ride up to expose her knee. About to verbally respond, Bella was startled as all three women launched themselves up off the couch and came to surround her. Before she knew what was occurring, Bella found herself sitting on the couch with her skirt hiked up to mid-thigh as three pairs of blue eyes studied her with concerned expressions. "What happened?" Kate demanded, trying hard to not poke the dried blood that coated the girl's knee and trailed down the inside of her calf. Still processing the fact that she had been relocated so quickly and efficiently, Bella finally processed the third blonde's question. Glancing down at her leg, the brunette reckoned how it had happened and smiled sheepishly. Not wanting the women to worry, Bella quickly explained how she had initially gotten out of bed and walked around the room with her eyes shut, which caused her to run into the desk. As the three women continued to stare at her with confused expressions, Bella elaborated that she had originally thought she had been in her room, which spurred her automatic behavior to move about blindly. This brought chuckles and happy smiles from the three women kneeling in front of her. Confused as to why they looked so happy, Bella felt both of her hands capture and lifted off her lap before her mind could contemplate inquiring about their reaction. Blinking instead, Bella stared expectantly at the three women before getting her answer as she was pulled up off the couch with a gentle tug. "Come, Malaku, we should get you cleaned up," explained the first blonde she had met. Blushing profusely, Bella felt her brain jump to conclusions, causing her heels to automatically dig into the lush rug beneath her bare feet. Feeling the sudden resistance, all three women turned to look at the brunette in concern. "Something wrong, Bella?" Kate inquired, her head tilting to the side as she eyed the girl. Shaking her head, Bella stood up straight and relaxed the tension in her arms. "No, I'm okay," she muttered. Clearing her throat, she glanced at each blonde, wondering what was amusing them so much. "Well, then, let's go doctor your knee. We don't want it getting infected," the strawberry blonde explained as if to a child why they needed to take medicine. Nodding her head, Bella followed the three women obediently into the kitchen. As if in synchronization, Bella found herself hoisted onto the countertop by the sink, only to have her legs then manipulated so her right knee was angled beneath the faucet, as the third woman magically appeared with a first aid kit. Chuckling at the brunette's expression, Kate slipped a chaste kiss upon the stunned girl's cheek. "We've had practice," she teased before dancing off to allow the strawberry blonde to take her place. "Hush, Kate," the first blonde scolded. "You're just jealous, Irena," Kate retorted, sticking out her tongue. Jealous? Jealous of what? Bella blinked in confusion, but before she could ask, she felt her leg jerk back as liquid was poured onto her exposed leg. Now she understood why had opted to use the kitchen instead of the bathroom. The sink was larger so the mess simply ran down the drain instead of on the counter. "It's okay, dear. It's saline to help rinse out the cut, strawberry blonde explained while keeping a firm grip on Bella's thigh to keep the girl's leg from lashing out again. Blushing at being doctored, not by one, but by 3 women, Bella remained silent throughout the ordeal. Torn between listening into the teasing coming from the 2 blondes, Bella focused on the woman in front of her. Similar to the first 2 women, she had a similar build and height. Matching more of Bella's actual height than Kate did, but a slight difference in jaw structure. It wasn't until she felt cool air upon her knee that she tore her eyes away from the woman to re. Ali's bubbles were coming out of her knee as the alcohol reacted with the dirt inside. Grateful at the woman's forethought, Bella let slip a soft sigh of gratification. The cool breath countered the stinging sensation, making matters much easier to handle compared to when she doctored herself. "You're welcome, dear," the woman smiled, causing Bella's breath to hitch as the woman tilted her head to glance up at the girl. The way the sun filtered through the window above the sink caused blue eyes to dance merrily in the light, mesmerizing the chocolate orbs that stared back. "Are you done yet, Tanya?" Irena inquired, causing both women to jump slightly. Blushing at her inability to keep her eyes to herself, Bella felt a small laugh slip as Tanya simply huffed and placed a band-aid on the girl's open cut. "Yes, Irena, she's all better," Tanya stated after leaning in and quickly pressing a gentle kiss to the brunette's knee. Standing back up, Tanya moved to clean up the supplies while Kate and Irena helped the brunette off the counter. "Now, Bella, if you would like, you are welcome to shower and use some of our clothes." Being in the same clothing for so long can be rather irritable, Irena offered. Growing self-conscious, Bella idly wondered if she smelt bad. Resisting the urge to sniff herself, she was about to reply before a thought crossed her mind. "Do I smell bad, Irena?" Bella teased. Although she was startled by being so bold, she was unable to help herself after listening to the 2 women go back and forth the entire time she was having her knee patched up. Watching he grin that appeared on the woman's face, Bella internally sighed in relief before visibly tensing as the blonde leaned in and took her time trailing her nose along the length of the brunette's neck. Squirming uncomfortably beneath the gesture, Bella was grateful, yet almost sad, when Irena pulled away. "No, Malaku, you smell absolutely delightful," the blonde sighed. "I simply noticed that your clothing was covered in dirt and figured you would prefer to wash up. And you got onto me," Kate muttered, crossing her arms in front of her chest. Her pouting lasted only a second as a grin of her own formed. Slipping between Irena and Bella, the blonde quickly grabbed the girl's hand, and with an impish grin in place, began leading her out of the kitchen. "Come, Bella, we can shower together. This way, won't feel so awkward bathing alone in a stranger's house." Startled, Bella dug her bare feet once more into the ground. Despite being of similar size, the younger of the 2 felt herself drive agged across the tile floor as if she was floating along behind instead. Wait, Kate," Bella stuttered, trying to stop the girl even as a little part of her brain wanted to entice the notion. It wasn't until Bella felt a cold, yet firm grip on her other arm and noticed a similar hand grab hold of Kate's, causing the blonde to stop, that Bella finally stopped resisting. "Now, Kate, why don't you let Bella shower alone? This way she can relax and then afterwards, if you ask nicely, she might join us for something to eat and perhaps a movie," Tanya suggested instead. Huffing, Kate relented. Instead of letting go of her hand, however, Bella felt the girl lace their fingers together as Bella tried pulling away. "Fine, you're right, but I get to show Bella the bathroom and get the clothes." That decided, and before anyone could protest, Bella felt herself dragged off once again, this time without any saving intervention. Realizing she was held captive at this point, Bella obediently followed Kate into the bathroom like she had done with the kitchen. From what she could tell, there was no getting out of an event if Kate set her mind to something, so why struggle, especially when it was something Bella actually wanted. To her surprise, Kate stuck to her word. Instead of lingering in the bathroom, Kate simply showed her where the necessary items were before disappearing with the promise of clean clothes on its way. Waiting for a moment to see if Kate would sneak back in or do something else of similar mind, Bella finally shook her head. She was being silly. She was a guest and so far all 3 of the Denalis had treated her with nothing but kindness and respect. Disrobing, Bella quickly got into the shower and instead of lingering around like usual, she washed up with a bit more haste than she preferred. She just couldn't get over showering in someone else's place. She had never showered at Edward's and hardly showered at his sister's, Rose's or even Angela's. Once she had washed and rinsed off, Bella slipped out of the open stall a bit reluctantly. The bathroom was much nicer than she had anticipated, but, after seeing the rest of the house, she wasn't surprised. Shish. Had been too preoccupied with the idea of showering with another person, another woman, to process much beyond the hand holding hers. It wasn't until she was alone and beneath the water that she acted. Ally paused to take in her surroundings. In a shower big enough to easily fit four, with 3 adjustable shower heads, Bella was almost envious of the blonde women. The dark slate warmed up quickly under her feet, and although the texture was smooth, she didn't slip once. Similarly, she had enjoyed the concept of the built-in stone bench in one corner and the little cubbies adjoining the wall to hold all the shower supplies. The one thing that caught her attention, and caused her to be self-conscious about the whole ordeal once more, was the glass walls that surrounded 2 sides of the shower. If it hadn't been for the rise of steam, she would have thought to drape towels over them for privacy. Wrapping a towel around her, Bella took in the rest of the bathroom as she found another towel for her hair. Next to the shower was a large jacuzzi tub that had been sunk into the ground. Void of water, Bella could see the couple of steps that led into the base of the tub and the jets lining the walls. She was almost tempted to draw herself a bath, despite having just showered. Ignoring the idea of asking the women if she could return simply to take a bath one day, Bella scanned the rest of the bathroom. The room was on par with her bedroom back home and hosted on one wall what looked like cubbies based off the cabinets and a wall-to-floor length mirror in between. On the wall opposite, the bathroom main door was another door which she discovered housed the toilet, and beside the door was a counter that ran the length of the wall with twin sinks. It was here that Bella noticed a pile of clothes laid out for her. Blushing at the realization that Kate had probably snuck back in while she was showering to leave the clothes there, Bella tried to push aside the thoughts of the blonde. Sneaking a peek of her through the fogged walls and settled instead for getting dressed. Grabbing the top off the sink, Bella felt her stomach drop a bit. It was a small, white, wife-beater that left little to the imagination. Normally, the brunette wouldn't mind. However, because of the outfit she had worn the night before, she didn't have a bra. Perhaps I can just steal a blanket, or they will give me something else. Bella considered while slipping the tank on. She would have put her other top on, but her clothes had disappeared in place of the clean ones. Grabbing the bottoms that were laying on the counter, Bella held them up to study them. There wasn't anything out of the ordinary at first glance, just a pair of green plaid pajama bottoms. It was upon closer inspection that Bella noted the image of Donald Duck's head etched into a pocket that caused the brunette to quirk an eyebrow. These had to be Kate's clothes. Surely Irena and Tanya wouldn't wear something of the sort. Slipping the pants on, sans underwear. Since those had disappeared as well, Bella made quick work of hand-drying her hair when she was unable to find a blow dryer. Leaving her hair wrapped up in the towel to keep the shirt dry, Bella found a brush to get the snarls out. Once done, she twisted the long, dark locks into a makeshift bun in hopes of keeping the wet locks from soaking the already thin top. H1 final inspect to make sure she had cleaned up the bathroom and put everything back where she had found it. Bella went to find the Denalis and a blanket. Wandering back down the hall, Bella continuously fiddles with her arms, swapping their position, altering from clasping one forearm with her other hand to crossing both extremities in front of her chest to wrapping one about her ribs as her free hand rubs at the back of her neck. Bella tries to figure out why she's nervous about going back into the room. It wasn't as if she was indecently dressed or unaccustomed to wearing such an outfit. She just felt exposed for some reason. Don't be silly, Bella. Kate, Irena, and Tanya were all dressed similarly. Maybe they just wanted you to feel comfortable as well. Sighing heavily, Bella fell to her shoulders slouch as she came up to the doorway. Inhaling, Bella took a deep breath before releasing the air. Straightening her shoulders, Bella moved towards the entrance. At the last minute crossed her arms back over her chest to provide coverage as she finally rounded the corner and shuffled her way back into what appeared to be the entertainment room. Scuffing her foot into the lush rug, Bella allowed her bare toes to curl into the fabric as she shifted awkwardly. The 3 blondes were cuddled up beneath a single blanket, watching a movie when she had walked in. However, when He had entered the room, all three sets of eyes relocated to look at her. Standing there, she could feel their eyes roaming, causing Bella to shift uncomfortably beneath their watchful gaze. Whether fro the cold or from the expression in their darkened blue hues, she wasn't positive. However, her movement appeared to do the trick as their attention snapped back to focus and all three moved as one. Watching as Kate shifted to sit up on the couch, Bella idly watched as Tanya and Irena approached her. "Why don't you come sit with us? You look cold and the blanket's big enough for us all," Tanya offered, smiling softly. Returning the smile, Bella nodded and gratefully settled herself on the couch beneath the blanket. Not wanting to hog the entire blanket or couch, Bella shifted uncomfortably as she sat on the edge. Smiling at the sight, Irena shook her head and sat next to Bella. "Come, you will not be comfortable sitting stiff back during the movie," Irena advised as she slid her arm about Bella's waist. With a firm pull, Bella felt herself topple backwards and into the blonde's side. Blushing, Bella tried to sit up, but the squirming simply settled the brunette further into Irena's grasp. "Would you like something to eat?" Tanya inquired, following Bella to the couch. Before Bella could verbally respond, her stomach answered the strawberry blonde's question. Ducking her head, Bella simply nodded, unable to speak after the embarrassing slip, especially as all three women chuckled. "What would you like?" Tanya inquired again, forcing Bella to speak this time. "Oh, anything's good, anything." Kate perked up. Clearing her throat quickly, Bella glanced around as she tried to think of an actual food item to consume. Recalling that they had eaten cereal earlier, Bella brightened at the idea. "Could I just have the same as you three were eating? That way you don't have to clean or anything." "Oh, it's no problem at all," Tanya assured, but went and fetched the requested food. As the room grew silent, Bella squirmed again on the couch, hoping Irena would get the hint and let her go. Instead of removing her arm, Bella felt the woman tighten her grip instead. Giving up, the brunette settled to wait for the food as she allowed her eyes to take in the layout of the room. As expected, the room had a very expensive and very extensive entertainment set up. Along with the large couch they currently occupied, Bella noted a love seat and a gaming chair off on either side. Similarly, the large screen was suspended in a custom-built shelf that covered the entire wall. Within each cubby housed numerous game cases, hinting at the various gaming systems that were hiding below the screen in the glass case below. Trying to rack her brain, Bella didn't recall this room at either party and decided that the Denalis had probably had the room blocked off. For good reason, too, Bella admitted. Knowing her luck, if she was left alone in the room, she would break half of tea items in there before she made it from one side to the other. She could only imagine what a massive amount of drunk bodies would do to the room. It would also explain why it was so clean in the area. But that still didn't solve why the rest of the house was spotless. Growing curious, she decided to ask. Clearing her throat, Bella shifted once again, causing both blondes to glance curiously at Bella. "I was wondering how you had the house so clean." As both blondes arched a questioning eyebrow, Bella decided she should explain her statement a bit better. "I mean, not that you are messy, but I saw how many people were here last night. But when I got up it looked like no one had been here." We don't like to live like pigs," Kate stated as if it explained everything. "What Kate means is that we stayed up and cleaned the house once escorting everyone out this morning," Irena elaborated. "Oh," Bella mumbled, falling silent for a moment before her eyes went wide at the realization. "You mean you three stayed up and cleaned it by yourselves?" At their nods, Bella felt guilty. Not only had they hosted the party, offered her a comfortable bed to crash in, doctored her cut, allowed her to take a hot shower and borrow their clothes, now Tanya was making her food. "You should have woke me, I would have helped," Bella offered, still ashamed of her poor etiquette. She had been raised to be a better guest and not take advantage of the hospitality offered, but last night and today threw everything she had learned out the window. Her mother would be very disappointed. "It's okay, Bella. You were exhausted after last night and we thought it was best that you rest. We are accustomed to cleaning up after such events," Tanya said as she entered the room again, this time with a tray full of cereal, toast, a side of fruit, and juice sitting on top of it. Recalling the night before, Bella bit her cheek to keep from tearing up at the fresh memory. No, don't cry, not in front of them. Still, it's the least I could have done after everything you three have done for me, Bella protested, hoping that if she ignored Tanya's remark the reason for her crying would be brought to attention. Even as she slipped a thank you in for the food as the tray was placed in her lap. Nonsense, you are our guest. We are happy that you wanted to stay and spend time with us, Irina retorted as the tray was placed in the brunette's. Picking up a slice of toast, she tried to feed the girl as she thanked Tanya for the food. The action effectively silenced Bella's next bout of protest as she became distracted with defending her food and feeding herself as she remained tucked into the blonde's side. There is one thing you can do as payment for using Tanya's bed last night, Kate offered with a smug grin after watching in amusement for a little bit. I suppose, Bella answered with a slight bit of hesitancy in her tone, dropping her guard of her food as she focused on Kate's Cheshire expression while processing the words once more. The brunette had assumed she had been placed in a guest room, not one of theirs. Feeling guilty, she decided to thank the woman properly at a later point for taking such good care of her. As for now, Bella really didn't want to impose any further on the three women as is, but today had been the most relaxing she's had in the past few months. If she had the ability, she would do what Kate had in mind. It was the least she could do. Good, for we can use the comforting embrace of, Kate began before silenced as Tanya flopped down beside the woman, effectively covering the girl's mouth with a single hand. We were going to watch a movie and would love for you to join us, Tanya interrupted, effectively finishing Kate's response. Distracted as Irina continued to try feeding her, Bella ignored Kate's remark, realizing that it would probably be for the best. The girl didn't appear to mean any harm with her comments, she was just extremely playful and a bit flirtatious. Instead, she mulled Tanya's offer over and seeing no harm in the request, agreed. Once Bella finished eating, Tanya set the dishes aside before settling back into the couch, her arm pressing against Bella's. Initially, Bella tensed, but then she realized she was being silly. Irina still had her arm about the brunette's waist, having another arm pressed against hers was a sync. As the movie started, Bella watched out of the corner of her eye as Tanya shifted to lean further into her while shifting to accommodate Kate snuggling into her side. By the time the movie was a decent way in, Bella realized that the four of them had ended up in a similar cuddled mass of bodies that she had originally stumbled in up when first greeting the three blondes. Focusing on the movie once again, it wasn't until the middle of the film that Bella felt her arm grow numb. Subconsciously, the brunette shifted her arm to wrap it around Tanya in a more comfortable position, which allowed the blonde's head to slide from her shoulder to her chest. Self-conscious at first, Bella couldn't help but smile as blonde simply snuggled gratefully into her side. Surprisingly, instead of feeling claustrophobic like she did when wrapped up in Edward's embrace or piled beneath Alice, the brunette felt rather comfortable and safe tucked into Irina's side with Tanya cuddled into her other side. As the screen turned blue, Bella realized that all three women had fallen asleep around her. Realizing that she would probably wake each one if she tried to get up, Bella simply stayed where she was. She was too comfortable and warm to move. Struggling to keep her eyes open, Bella eventually drifted to sleep, using Irina's shoulder as a pillow. Waking up, one would imagine they would be comfortable snuggled against three women. But for Bella, it wasn't. Because of the limited space on the couch, she was forced into a single position for the next few hours. Resisting the desire to stretch just yet, Bella glanced at the other occupants on the couch, realizing they were still sound asleep. The poor women probably worked all morning and day to get the house cleaned, Bella realized. As they waiting for the credits to roll through, Bella had inquired if they always cleaned the house by themselves. When they said yes, Bella was surprised. Mentioning such, she inquired why they didn't imply hire someone to come in and clean the house. Kate replied a bit cryptically that they liked their privacy while Tanya simply assured Bella they enjoyed having some normalcy in their life considering their public careers. It made sense to Bella, who was used to cleaning up her own place. From the cradle she was taught to clean up and be a tidy person. It didn't help that the older she got the more responsibilities of the house her mother gave up for her to take on. Looking back on it, she didn't mind so much anymore. It had taught her to be very self-efficient when going off to college and now that she lived in a townhouse with Alice and Rose. Smiling at how peaceful each woman appeared in her sleep, Bella couldn't help but want to stay where she was. She knew she couldn't though. Shish. Needed to move before more limbs fell asleep. Moving as carefully as possible, considering she was sandwiched between the warm bodies, Bella managed to lift the blanket off of Irina, since she was the closest. Folding it over Tanya, Bella eased herself out from beneath the woman part way. Continuing to support the strawberry blonde, Bella guided the woman to lean against Irina instead. By the tea, she had successfully slipped off the couch and lowered Tanya into her new pillow. Bella's felt exhausted. She knew the woman wasn't heavy, considering there were two bodies she was technically maneuvering. But the suspense of not waking anyone helped tax her muscles even quicker. It was like an extreme game of operation in how cautious she had to be. Leaning back on her heels, Bella sat there for a moment before rising with a muffled groan. She was getting old, barely past 22, and her body was moving like an old woman. Fixing the blanket, she carefully tucked Irina back in before adjusting the covers around Tanya's face so she could breathe. Finally, Bella brushed a few strands of blonde hair out of Kate's face. Tucking the soft locks behind the girl's ear, she smiled as the man visibly relaxed now that her nose was no longer being tickled with each breath. Escaping back down the hall to where the bathroom was by Tanya's room, Bella emptied her bladder with a sigh of relief. Once washing her hands, Bella swiped a bit of the mouthwash that was under the counter. She had been able to brush her teeth earlier thanks to Kate providing her an extra toothbrush, but the mouthwash would hold her over until she got home and could use her own supplies. Turning the lights off, Bella walked as carefully as possible down the dark hall to where Tanya's room was. Slipping inside, Bella quietly latched the door before turning on the lights. She needed to find her keys and phone first, and then go figure out where her laundry was so she could head home. Glancing around, Bella was happy to see her stuff, including her clothes, had been folded neatly and placed upon the side of the bed near one of the tables. Picking up her top, Bella was delighted to see that the clothes had been washed and were clean. She wouldn't have minded wearing the dirty clothes home, for she could change there, but she wouldn't complain to have the fresh linen. Rather reluctantly she removed the pajamas Kate had lent her and folding them, placed them on the bed before redressing in her own items. Finding her phone and keys on the bedside table, Bella grabbed both. Curious as to the actual time, since Tanya appeared to be against the idea of having a clock in her room, Bella unlocked her screen and was surprised at the number of missed calls and texts she had. Noting that it was a bit past 11 p.m., Bella quickly glanced through the numerous messages. Realizing that a majority of the calls came from Edward, she waited to listen to the voicemails as she opted to check the texts first. Sure enough, Edward had spammed her phone with texts as well. The messages ranged from anywhere from apologetic to demanding. Bella wasn't surprised when she thought about the context that the messages held. Consisting of anything from apologetic to demanding. About to delete the entire conversation, Bella's phone came to life in her hand, sporting a picture of her and Edward holding hands at a carnival. He had taken her to when they first started dating. He had been so different back then. Sweet, caring, considerate, a complete gentleman. Lately though, especially since hanging out with James and Laurent, he had taken a 180-degree turn. Debating on ignoring the call, Bella decided her boyfriend at least deserved a chance to explain himself. With a sigh, she slid the bar across the screen to accept the call. Hello, Bella, where are you? Hello, Edward, I'm good, thank you for asking. How are you? Bella replied, completely ignoring Edward's question. I'm sorry, Bella, I was just worried, Ed, about you when I hadn't heard from you all day, Edward explained sweetly. Usually, Bella would have swooned at hearing the concern in the man's voice. But as her memory displayed images of the red-headed woman in Edward's arms, all she could feel was irritation. She just wanted to go home, crawl into her bed, and get some sleep. Although, Tanya's bed appeared rather enticing the longer she sat on it. Wondering if Tanya would mind, Bella shook her head and focused on the conversation. Worried that something had happened, Edward finished saying, "Oops." She had missed everything he had said while thinking about Tanya. Feeling guilty, bit her lip, debating if she wanted to ask Edward to repeat himself. She could try and play along as if she had heard everything, but she had discovered that T approach didn't always work out well for her. Bella. Sighing softly, Bella bit the bullet. Sorry, Edward, the reception's bad where I'm at. Bella lied. Could you repeat that, please? Usually yes. He was quickly called out when she attempted to lie. But she hoped to play off Edward's more conceited side of liking to hear himself talk. Sure enough, it worked. Oh, where are you? Edward asked again, but before waiting for a response he continued talking. I was saying that when I left the party I couldn't find you, so I caught a ride home with one of the guys, since you were supposed to have been my designated driver. When I woke up this morning, you never called like you usually do, so I figured you were simply sleeping and would like a wake-up call. But when I tried calling you, you never answered, dear. As the day wore on and you didn't respond to any of my texts or calls, I got worried so I swung by your house. Rose and Alice said that you had never came home, figuring you had gone home with me. So they didn't think anything of it. That caused me to worry even more, babe. I was worried that something had happened, Edward concluded. Bella was almost positive that Edward had repeated everything to the T that round. Before she could explain what happened and question Edward in turn, her boyfriend was speaking once again. Did something happen? Where have you been, Bella? Why weren't you answering your phone? Why didn't you go home with me or at least back to your place? Did you go home with someone? Edward growled out the last bit, shocked at the accusations she heard lacing Edward's questions. Bella sat in silence for a moment trying to organize her thoughts. How dare he accuse her of cheating when he was the one making out with the other woman? Bella. Yes, Edward, are you not listening to me? I heard you. I'm just tired. Why don't you come over? We can cuddle and talk. I said I'm tired, Edward. How about I come over then? Are you at home? I can come hold you while you sleep. Edward offered. Scoffing, Bella shook her head before realizing that the man couldn't see her response. No, thank you. I want to sleep by myself tonight. Baby, what's wrong? Why are you being so cold? You've hardly talked to me this past month. Don't shut me out, please, Edward nearly whined. Cold? You think I'm cold? Then what do you call last night, Edward? Bella snapped, unable to help herself. What do you mean, babe? Seriously, I caught you, Edward. You were in another woman's arms, kissing her. Bella stated rather calmly. She was surprised at how detached she could become when a situation became too emotional for her to handle. As the silence stretched on, Bella scoffed again. Good night, Edward. I'm going to bed. Bella, wait, please. Edward finally spoke up, his voice frantic. What, Edward? Look, I can explain. Please, come over and let's talk about it. It doesn't feel right arguing over the phone. I know you're tired, but I promise. I won't take up too much of your time and you're welcome to sleep here. I'll even take the couch and you can have the bed. Sighing, Bella closed her eyes as her fingers pinched the bridge of her nose. She knew she shouldn't, but she wanted to know what she had done wrong. Edward appeared to want to talk, so maybe she had just overreacted and blew what she saw out of proportion. Shaking her head at her hope for a silver lining, Bella pushed the false scenarios out of her head. Fine, Bella conceded. She would hear what Edward had to say and then head home. Thank you, Bella. I'll see you soon. With that, the call ended. Sighing, Bella fell backwards onto Tanya's bed. She couldn't argue with the man, and although she knew he was in the wrong, she didn't want to give up simply because of a little hurdle. She had been Mia for the past month with taking care of her mother in Florida, so maybe it was her fault. Glancing once more at her phone, Bella realized she needed to get up and get the conversation over with if she ever wanted to get home and get some decent amount of sleep. Thankfully she had the morning off of both work and school so she could sleep another day away. Rolling out of bed, Bella picked back up her keys and shutting off the light, opened the door. Without giving her eyes time to adjust to the lack of light, Bella walked straight into a solid form. Repeating the night of the concert, Bella landed on her bottom. Allowing her body to topple backwards, Bella sprawled out on the ground and began to giggle uncontrollably. Bella, are you okay, dear? Nya asked as she scrambled to the brunette's side. Concerned as to why the girl was giggling, Tanya cupped the girl's face in her hand, only to realize that she also had tears running down her cheek. Bella, Tanya called again. I'm okay. I'm sorry. Bella sniffled, forcing the laughter to stop, but ending up with the hiccups instead. She hated being emotional. It was easier when she could just detach herself from everything. Oh, Mila, Tanya cooed while pulling the girl into her lap like the night before. Do not apologize. You've done nothing wrong, Tanya assured the brunette while holding her close. Instead of calming her, the warm embrace and the gentle rocking caused the tears to flow once again. She had thought she was over the tears and headaches. She had such a lovely day with the Denalis and now it was ruined. Shish, it's okay, Mila, you don't have to tell me what's wrong, but I'm here if you need someone to listen, Tanya promised, locking her arms in a protective embrace around the emotional girl. It wasn't for almost another 10 minutes before Bella was calm enough to speak without breaking into another sob. Using the back of her hand, she rubbed at her nose before wrying her face into Tanya's soaked shoulder. She knew she would have to sit up soon to speak, but she didn't want a woman to see how bloated her face turned when she cried. She wasn't one of those pretty criers. Usually, Bella didn't care, for she tried her best to never cry in front of people, yet here she was 2 nights in a row crying to the same person over the same topic. It's Edward, Bella finally muttered. What about him, Mila? I caught him making out with someone the other night. Is he your boyfriend? Irina mentioned to Kate and I that you were dating one of the band members. Momentarily curious as to why Irina would have included such details to the other 2 sisters, Bella brushed it off. Maybe they were just interested in learning more about the group that would be touring with them. With that thought in mind, Bella bit her lip. She didn't want to be the cause of drama between Edward and the Hellraisers and the Denalis. Maybe she just stay quiet. Yes, Bella finally admitted, surprised when Tanya sat quietly for an answer and didn't push her like Edward had. Do you know why he did it? No, he didn't say on the phone, but asked if I'd come over so he could explain the situation, Bella admitted, missing the frown that graced the woman's full lips since she had never lifted her head from the crook of the blonde's neck. I think it's my fault, Bella admitted. Why's that? Because I've been a bad girlfriend, Bella explained, praying that the hard tone that took over the woman's voice wasn't because she was upset at Bella being the cause of the drama. How so? Again, the short questions and hard tones caused Bella to squirm. Shifting in Tanya's embrace, she figured she had better sit on the floor instead. However, when she tried to pull away, she met only resistance. Once settling back down, Bella was surprised when she felt a hand rub small circles on her lower back. Why do you think you've been a bad girlfriend? Tanya repeated. I was gone and never there for him. He feels as if I don't love him anymore and don't want to spend time with him, for I'm always placing others in front of his needs, Bella recited, remembering the numerous arguments the pair had had each time Bella was in town and had time to hang out with her boyfriend. I don't think that necessarily makes you a bad girlfriend, Mila. It simply shows that you have a lot on your plate, Tanya advised without actually commenting about the specifics Bella had listed. Sighing, Bella nodded as she sat up. This time when she calmly pulled away, the protective embrace broke away. I do, but it's still no excuse. I should still be there for him. I wasn't there at all during the competitions, not really at least, Bella argued as she stood up. Remaining quiet, Tanya rose as well, waiting for Bella to finish speaking. Just because I'm busy doesn't mean I can ignore what's important around me, Bella stated, running her hand through her tangled locks, realizing that the bun had come undone while she had slept. Sighing once again, Bella dropped her hand as she offered a half-hearted smile to Tanya. I should get going. Maybe it's all a misunderstanding, right? Bella tried to joke, even as her voice cracked at the end of the question. I don't mean to sleep and run, but I should go talk to Edward and get home to get some sleep. Of course, Mila. Come, let me walk you to the door. Are you sure you don't want one of us to drive you? We wouldn't mind, Tanya offered. And we would be more than happy to deliver your car to your house, too, for you. Oh, no, I couldn't do that. You 3 have been so generous as into a complete stranger at that. I couldn't ask you for anything more. Chuckling, Tanya caught Bella by surprise when she was suddenly pulled into a tight embrace as a response. Relaxing into the hold, Bella gripped onto the woman as if she was her own safety raft. "You are no stranger here, Bella," Tanya promised. Pulling back, the strawberry blonde leaned in once again, placing a soft kiss to each of Bella's cheeks, causing the girl to blush. "You area always welcomed here." Smiling, Bella rubbed the back of neck, suddenly shy at the show of affection. Thank you. Here, hand me your phone, please." Curious, Bella did as requested. After a few moments, the phone was returned, open to the contact screen. Scrolling through, Bella realized she had 3 new contacts added with a multitude of information for each woman. Surprised, Chocolate Orbs glanced at the woman in front of her. "Call any one of us if you need anything. Please, Bella." Nodding her head, Bella flung herself at the woman for a quick, awkward hug before pulling away. "Thank you, Tanya." "You're welcome, Mila." Shuffling towards the door, Bella opened it and with a sigh, stepped out onto the front porch. Instead of continuing to the stairs, she quickly turned around, surprised to see Tanya still standing in the doorway, a sad expression in her eyes. "Thank you again, Tanya. I really had a great evening. Tell Kate and Irina I say thank you, as well. Of course. Please drive safe and remember, do call if you need anything or would simply like to come back over and hang out. I'm sure Irina would love to try feeding you again," Tanya teased. Chuckling at the memory, Bella shook her head, thankful for the woman. "I'm okay on opting out on that activity." With a slight wave, Bella made her way to the car and after glancing back at the open door to see Tanya still standing there watching her, headed down the driveway into Edward's house. Resting her forehead against the cool glass, Bella stared out the bus window. It was too early to be up, the sun hadn't even risen. Glancing down at her watch she realized she still had 3 hours until class. It was never too late to change her mind. She could still get off the bus, catch a cab and go. Biting back a sigh, Bella slouched into her seat and closed her eyes. Who was she kidding? It was too late. They had been on the road for over an hour already. Besides, Edward would never let her change her mind now. After parting with Tanya, Bella had gone over to Edward's place and talked with her boyfriend. She was too exhausted at the time to deal with everything and looking back now, she wished she had at least waited until the next morning. Then she wouldn't be on the tour bus with the 2 bands. Opening her eyes, Bella rested her temple against the window and allowed her mind to go over the conversation once again as she stared into the faded light. Pulling up to the large white house, Bella had locked her car before going inside. As she was cresting the last step, the front door had been thrown open to reveal a smiling Edward. On any other circumstance, Bella would have felt butterflies in her stomach about to spew out of her mouth as she returned his charming greeting. Tonight, however, she only felt dread as she looked upon those lips, those same lips that had been upon another person's besides her own. "Bella, dear, come inside before you get cold," Edward sighed as he stepped back to hold the door open. Mentally, Bella noted the change of his behavior. He hadn't opened the door for her like that since they had first started dating. Perhaps her disgruntled appearance mixed with being in the same clothes from the night before warned the boy off from trying his usual greeting of kissing her. Instead of returning the smile, the brunette offered a quiet, "Thank you," as she slipped past. She didn't initiate any contact and quickened her step past the taller M. And to discourage him from assuming that any from his part was okay as well. Waiting in the foyer for Edward to close the door, Bella then followed her boyfriend through the house. Instead of going to the living room like she had expected, they headed up the stairs to his room. Her pause at the stairwell must have alerted the man, for Edward turned around and with a crooked smile explained that everyone was sleeping. That they could talk quietly in his room without disturbing anyone. Seeing the logic in his explanation, Bella followed Edward up the stairs, but instead of sitting on his bed like she normally would, she opted to remain standing. Similarly, she remained silent, her keys slipping through her anxious fingers as waited for Edward to start talking. "Bella," Edward started as the silence stretched on. "Why don't you come have a seat, dear?" "I'm okay, Edward, thank you. I just want to sort things out so I can go home and get some sleep." "You're not staying here?" Edward asked, a frown gracing his handsome features. "I don't think that's a good idea, Edward." "Why not, Bella?" I already promised to behave and that you could have the bed to yourself. I don't think you want me here, not for the right reasons." His frown deepening, Edward took a step closer to the smaller girl. However, when she took a step back in return, he halted his movements and simply held his hands, palms out, to his sides. "Bella, how could you think such a thing? I love you, dear." It was those last 4 words that did her in. She was never good with emotional situations, and this one ate at her insecure side on top of everything. "Then why did you do it, Edward? Tell me why, please." Bella whispered the last bit, her voice cracking after nearly shouting the accusation. "Do what, Bella? Why did you kiss that girl last night, Edward?" Bella choked out. "Am I not good enough for you?" Moving forward to wrap the teary-eyed girl in a hug, Edward stopped once again as Bella shrugged off his arms. Stepping back, he sighed as he glanced around the room as if for a distraction. Feeling chocolate eyes staring at him, Edward sighed again. "I was drunk, Bella," Edward explained, rubbing the back of his head with one hand. Ruffling his already unruly locks, Edward slipped into the pocket of his jeans. "So you think it is okay to go around kissing people because you had a drink?" Bella asked, shifting her stance to cross her arms over her chest as she stared at the man in front of her. "No, Bella, I don't," Edward conceded. Removing his hand from his pocket, he stepped forward again, this time catching hold of Bella's biceps in warm, firm hands. "There is never a good reason to go kissing someone who isn't you," Edward continued, his green hues trying to hold chocolate ones. "I had a moment of weakness, that's all. I was lonely and you kept acting like you hated me. I was just sad, but after she kissed me I realized it wasn't what I wanted. It wasn't what I needed. I wanted you, Bella. I needed you." "I stopped her and left right after," Edward confessed, allowing their gaze to break as he looked at the floor, shame contorting his handsome features. "I couldn't find you after that. I searched the entire house and outside, but you seemed to have disappeared. I thought I lost you when you didn't return any of my calls," Edward whispered. Bella knew she shouldn't forgive him so easily, but she felt the tug on her heartstrings as Edward confessed his insecurities that mirrored her own. She knew what it was like to fear being left behind. Without wanting to, she sympathized with the tall brunette. However, she wasn't going to forgive him so easily. "Edward, it's still not okay. You hurt me through your decisions and actions. I don't think I can trust you anymore, and in a week you're going to be on a tour without me around. After last night, how can I trust you won't do the same while you're the one gone this time? I realize I broke your trust, babe. I do. That's why I thought that you could come with me," Edward stated with a smile. "Come with you," Bella repeated, confusion clear in her expression. "Yes, on the tour. I already talked it over with the band and they would love it if their #1 fan tagged along," Edward beamed, clearly impressed with his foresight. "This way you won't have any doubt as to what I'm up to, so I can rebuild your trust in me. And I get to spend time with my girl." "Edward," Bella sighed, "I appreciate your consideration and the gesture, but you're forgetting something." "I am. What's that?" "Edward, I have school," the brunette explained calmly as if talking to a child. "But, you took off all last month to go to Florida. Why can't you do the same for me, Bella? Don't you love me? Don't you want to be with me?" Edward pouted. "It's not that, Edward. I have responsibilities and can't go across the country at a whim. As for Florida, you know it was a family emergency, not because I decided to take a vacation so early into my semester. And I didn't take off. I was able to leave for extended weekends because Phil offered to fly me each trip, and I still attended my classes during the week. I just rearranged my study schedule and figured temporary arrangement out with work. Can't you do the same with me? For us?" Edward begged, catching hold of Bella's hands in his thumb. Rubbing calming circles on across her metacarpals through the soft skin. In the end, despite the next hour of arguing the same points, and new points over, Bella had gave up and agreed. She had just wanted to sleep and for Edward to stop pressuring her. Similarly, she did feel guilty for not being around for him. He was always there for her, Edward had argued, yet she was abandoning their relata on ship when he needed her support the most. Between the exhaustion and guilt, Bella conceded and headed home. Over the next 2 weeks, Bella had talked with her boss and giving a false story as to why she would be gone. Filled out the paperwork needed for the extended leave. Similarly, she had talked with her professors about her campus classes, despite Edward telling her to simply drop the classes and take them again in the spring. Thankfully, she personally knew both professors and was able to strike an agreement after using a similarly fabricated story about having to go back to Florida due to her mother having birthing complications. By the end of the 2 weeks, she had been required to turn in all her assignments for the time she would be gone. In turn, they wouldn't drop her due to her lack of attendance. As for her tests, Bella worked it out to be able to take them online for one class, while the other professor didn't have classroom tests. Instead, she had been required to submit TA paper over each week of content she would be missing. As for her online courses, she had prayed she would simply have internet access wherever they were going. If nothing else, she was sure that he could pop in a cafe shop of sorts and work on her assignments while the band was rehearsing. To say she was tired was an understatement. In order to pull everything off, Bella had hardly slept the entire duration, and practically ignored the outside world besides going to class and work. All she wanted to do was stay home and sleep, but because of her agreement with Edward, she couldn't even do that. Closing her eyes, Bella idly wondered if Rose and Alice were awake and getting ready for the day yet. The sun had crested the horizon a while ago, so they should be. Unfortunately, the other TWO girls were unable to join the tour due to work and other responsibilities. I guess I'm the only lucky one, Bella sarcastically cheered in her head. Sitting up, Bella stretched her arms into the air, amused to be in a vehicle where her wiggling fingers didn't touch the roof. With a quick crack of her neck, Bella rose and moved about the bus to use the bathroom. Upon coming out, she made her way to the front to see who was driving this time while everyone continued to sleep on the deck above. Bella had been surprised to note that, similar to taking care of their own home, the Denalis also liked to take turns driving. They wouldn't require the boys to drive, but if they wanted to, they wouldn't object. When Bella had inquired why they preferred it this way, Kate had explained that it feel more like a road trip for the three to bond than an obligation to get to the town over for their next gig. In the end, Kate also admitted that they did have someone to drive them, too, when the concerts ran late and they had to be performing the next day. They simply had the driver ride with Carmen and Eliezer, their managers. Apparently the pair enjoyed taking their own vehicle to be able to go off on side road trips when the girls didn't need their assistance. Later, Bella discovered that the duo were actually married. By having David, their driver, ride with the pair, it gave them time to take a break as well and not be exhausted by the time they stopped. Pushing the door to the main cabin open, Bella peeked in to see the back of blonde hair styled in a short crop. Smiling, Bella cleared her throat. "Mind if I join you, Irina?" Turning her head, the blonde graced the girl with a smile to rival the sun now shining on the road. "Of course, Malaku, of course. Here, come sit." Irina gestured at the seat beside her. Gratefully, Bella eased into the co-captain's chair, as the women had called it when they had given her a quick tour of the bus. Curling up sideways in the chair, Bella stifled a yawn as she stared sleepily out the window, the silence calming her nerves. "Why are you not sleeping?" Irina inquired, pulling Bella from her happy daze. "Oh, just couldn't." Was the bed not comfortable? Blushing, Bella shook her head. It wasn't that at all. Actually, the bed had looked just as comfortable as the one she had slept on at the Denalis' residence. It was who she would be sharing it with that had caused her to be hesitant to go up the stairs when the others had retired. While there were comfortable couches, a kitchen, and a full-sized bathroom downstairs, the sleeping quarters resided upstairs. On the tour, Bella had noted that it had been divided into 3 rooms. Curious, Bella had discovered that usually Carmen and Eliezer shared one bed, David had his own, while the sisters opted to share the other when they were unable to stop at a hotel. On this tour, however, they had purposely planned everything to be able to stop for a day or 2 per city, so they wouldn't have to figure out a 4th sleeping arrangement for the boys. To accommodate the first leg of the drive, they had simply divided it up to have the Denalis sharing one bed again, since they liked to rotate driving. and gave the other 2 rooms to the other band for them to divide as they saw fit. Initially Edward had pushed to share a room with Bella, but when the other members argued that they weren't fitting 4 bodies on one bed, despite the size, Edward had to concede, much to Bella's relief. Although their relationship had been improving over the past 2 weeks after that fretful night, Bella still wasn't willing to take that next step and sleep with Edward, especially with others around. It was one thing to fall asleep cuddling on the couch or in bed, purposely, knowing that it would only be for a few hours. Bella was able to send Edward on his way to the couch, or she would leave, if she was at his house. But to do so knowing it would be all night. No, even so, she didn't think she could consciously do the same with the Denali women. She had fallen asleep in the bed by herself, or at least she had assumed, and as for the couch, it was a harmless nap like she had taken with Edward or Alice. However, when she had gone upstairs and caught Tanya in the process of changing to join Kate, Bella had quickly opted to stay up and sit on the couch. No, it wasn't that. Then, just too much on my mind. Care to share? Shaking her head, Bella made a nest out of her arms as she curled up sleepily in the chair. It's okay, Bella murmured, already half asleep in the blonde's presence. She had struggled to stay awake this long, but the gentle movements of the bus and the quiet humming coming from the woman beside her lulled the brunette finally into the land of dreams. The last thing Bella was aware of was the feeling of sudden warmth enveloping her. Pulling the fabric closer, Bella clutched onto the leather as the warm, familiar scent pushed her over the edge and into darkness. Come on, James, knock it off and get your head out of your ass, Edward growled at the guitarist fooling around. They had made it to town around mid-morning the day before and had their first gig tonight. Antsy, Edward had pressured the band into practicing the entire time with minimal breaks. What's the point? Why are we killing ourselves when all we get to do is the opening act? James griped. Frustrated, the tall blonde took off his guitar and set it on its perch before he damaged the instrument. I didn't sign up to be someone's shadow, James stated, crossing his arms over his bare chest. We need these opening performances. They're our ticket in with the Volturi. After we show them that we can handle this, they agreed to sign us up as our own group after the tour was over. Edward reminded the guitarist while shoving the discarded instrument back into James's chest as a sign to keep practicing. Already fed up with Edward's attitude, James lunged at the irritating brunette after he set his guitar back down. It had been the last straw. It was one thing to touch him, but the pianist knew not to touch his guitar. Shoving Edward, James smirked as he watched the boy trip over the piano bench behind him. There was a satisfactory thud, but when Edward opened his mouth again with a smart remark, James lunged for his band member a second time. Before he could get his hands around Edward's throat, he felt a pair of burly arms grasp him about his torso, hauling him to the other side of the room. Emmett, release me, James fumed, struggling uselessly in the drummer's grasp. Hold him, Jasper ordered before addressing the fellow blonde. Not until you calm down, James. We might not need Edward to perform tonight, but I don't want to spend he afternoon shopping for new instruments. Snorting at the notion, James finally huffed and went limp in his captive's grasp. Fine, he grumbled, but I'm done with this shit. Emmett, release me, now. Glancing over at Jasper, Emmett waited for a nod before dropping James to his feet. It took only a second longer before James stormed out of the room, the wall shaking from the force of the door slamming from the guitarist's departure. Sighing, Jasper rubbed the back of his head as he took in the room. They had been in there practicing for a majority of the day. It was time for a break and some space between the 5 of them. Usually the group got along fairly well since 3 of the members were relatively laid back. However, get James and Edward in the room for too long without construct. I've progress and it was a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. I think James has a point, Laurent finally spoke up as the silence stretched on. We know the music like the back of our hands. As James so elegantly phrased it, we do not have to kill ourselves practicing. Perhaps a break would be best for us all. Nodding in agreement, Jasper watched as Emmett helped Edward to his feet. I agree. How about we all meet back up tonight in time to get ready for the concert? There's still a few hours until then, so we can take the time to unwind. Shouting in joy, Emmett drops his sticks to the drum before dashing for the door. If that's the case, I'll catch you guys later. I saw the pool when we got breakfast this morning and it needs some tender loving care. With a final wave, Emmett dashed out of the room, leaving the three others in his wake. I think Em has the right idea. I'll catch you two later. With a brisk nod, Laurent disappeared in a similar direction as the large barbarian. Well, what about you, Edward? Jasper inquired while lingering to finish straightening up the room they had turned into their practice studio. I think I'll take Bella out for an early dinner. IHEA wrote of this quaint little Italian place from one of the guests last night. Smiling, the lanky blonde clasped his girlfriend's brother on the shoulder. That sounds wonderful, Edward. Y'all enjoy your evening then. I'm going to go call Alice. She should be out of work by now. XXX. Raping his knuckles lightly against the door frame, Edward peeked his head into the room. Hey, can I come in? Glancing up from her assignment, Bella smiled as she saw her boyfriend standing in the doorway. Yeah, sure, it is a public space, after all, Bella teased while marking the place in her book for later. True. Speaking of which, why are you studying down here and not in your room? Well, you wouldn't be able to come and go if I was in there, Bella answered while evading the real reason. Originally, we and the hotel had been booked in advance for the tours. They weren't expecting to need more than 3 rooms, similar to the bus setup. But, because of the Volturi's last-minute change to the tour with adding an additional band to the cast list, in this case Edward's group, adjustments had to be made. Unfortunately, the hotel they booked had limited vacancies remaining due to another convention taking place at the same time their concert was occurring. Because of it, they were only able to secure 1 extra room. Once again, Edward had pushed to share a room with Bella, stating that they could share a room. Carmen could bunk with the Denalis, while David and Eliezer could figure our arrangements with the other 4 band members in the last 2 rooms. Thankfully, before Bella could come up with a good excuse out of Edward's offer, Tanya intervened, stating that Carmen and Eliezer would take the single bedroom as the only married couple of the group. Still feeling awkward with the circumstance, Bella offered to just sleep on the bus. The idea was quickly shot down by both Irina and Edward. Edward saw he wouldn't feel comfortable with Bella sleeping out there by herself, and while Irina agreed with the boy's statement, she also reassured Bella that it was no trouble at all. As the only female to come along with Edward's group, Tanya explained that it only made sense that she should hang out with them, since Carmen would be busy with Eliezer and work. Reluctantly, Bella had agreed. You could always give me a key, then I could sneak in during the night while everyone's asleep, Edward remarked, while pulling out a chair beside Bella. And that was one of the real reasons she didn't want to study in the room. Edward had a weird habit of showing up at her house uninvited at all times of the day or night. She might not be able to say much since she was dating her roommate's brother and Edward was band members with Rose's boyfriend, but still. The Denalis fell into none of these categories, and she didn't want to make them feel as uncomfortable as she did at times. The other reason she decided she didn't want Edward to have random access to their room was because of last night and this morning. When they had gotten to the hotel, the Denalis helped Bella get settled in before disappearing to talk with their managers about the concert. Not wanting to sit around in the room after the long drive, Bella decided to wander about the hotel while the boys practiced. When she had discovered the pool, Bella went back to her room to change and go for a swim, deciding that physical activity would do her good after being so lethargic on the bus. Apparently she wasn't the only one with that idea. When she had walked into the room, Bella froze in the doorway. Instead of using their large bathroom to change in, or at least pretend they had any form of modesty, all 3 blondes were in various stages of changing into swimsuits. As Bella remained in the doorway, Kate took it upon herself to snap the brunette out of her daze. Sauntering up to Bella, she had traced a fingertip down the girl's jawline before clipping her lightly under her chin. You'll catch flies if you stand there with your mouth open, Kate teased before spinning on her heel, allowing Bella to have an eyeful of the bikini bottom hugging the blonde's firm ass as she walked away. Shaking her head, Bella blushed as she quickly closed the door before anyone could walk by and see the Denalis. Much to the women's amusement, They watched as Bella quickly rifled through her bag and disappeared into the bathroom, shutting and bolting the door behind her. It wasn't until Bella heard knocking on the bathroom door a few minutes later that she finally forced herself to go back into the room. Much to her relief, all three were properly attired instead of roaming around the room half naked. That only lasted until they got to the pool, disrobing as if they had the entire establishment to themselves. The three women quickly swooped in on Bella as she was setting her towel down, and before Bella had time to register the cold skin pressed against her from all sides, she was sinking to the bottom of the pool. Thankfully, Irina and Tanya protected Bella from the majority of Kate's teasing while they were in the water. But, by the time the four of them got back to the room, Bella needed a cold shower. Shaking her head clear of her thoughts before she could think about that morning as well, Bella gave Edward an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, but they only gave one key card to each of us. You could give me yours," Edward suggested with a lopsided smile. "You know my luck, I'd more than likely get locked out of the room. As I have to keep track of the thing. Well, you can always come sleep with me if that happens," Edward offered. Snorting, Bella shook her head. "No, thank you though. I don't want to sleep with a group of men who probably snore in their sleep," Bella teased to remove the bite in her decline. Despite the awkwardness of the morning, Bella was actually rather content sharing a room with the Denali women. They decided to draw straws on who took which bed, ending WITH Kate and Irina in one and Tanya and Bella in the other, much to Bella's relief. She wasn't sure if she could share a bed with Kate after the multitude of innuendos the blonde let slip throughout the night. By morning, however, the straw idea appeared pointless. When Bella woke, she was snuggled between two firm bodies. At first, her sleep-hazed mind enjoyed the sensation and she burrowed deeper into the mattress. It wasn't until she registered the breath on the back of her neck and a pair of arms wrapped around her from either side that Bella realized she wasn't in the bed with just Tanya. Cautiously, Bella lifted her head and after doing a quick count, realized she was snuggled up between Irina and Tanya with Kate holding Irina from behind. Initially, Bella wanted to freak out and bolt out of the bed. She wasn't accustomed to sharing a bed with one person, let alone three people. Before her brain could overreact, Bella forced herself to calm down while reminding herself that it was no different than falling asleep on the couch with the three women. Relaxing, Bella allowed herself to enjoy the morning while it lasted instead of trying to figure out how all four of them ended up in the same bed. Shortly after, however, the alarm went off, and the brunette realized how different than the couch their situation actually was. While they had worn pajama bottoms and tanks that one night, Bella blushed as she noted the different sleep attire each woman preferred. Tanya had thankfully worn a similar setup to the previous night. But Bella had realized once she was actually awake, that the blonde had apparently nixed her bra this round. The realization brought back the conversation from the second battle of the band, and Bella reluctantly admitted that the lead singer had a really nice rack. There was no way they could be fake as the boys had suggested. Pulling her mind away from Tanya, Bella noted the smooth sensation against her feet, shifting them unconsciously up the length of bare calves. That's when she remembered what Irina had opted to wear. The plaid boxer briefs and tank top, while properly covering everything, still left little to a person's imagination, especially easily when they could feel as much skin as they could see. Now, Kate had decided on a long t-shirt that barely covered her rear end and a pair of underwear, if they could be called that. When the blonde had climbed out of bed, Bella realized she had somehow lost her shirt and now wandered topless across the room to the bathroom. If it hadn't been for how out of it Kate appeared, moving sluggishly while rubbing sleep out of her eyes, Bella feared that her heart would have exploded from overactivation. And Edward wanted a key to their room to come and go. Yeah, no, she wouldn't do that to the girls. Eager to get her mind off her recollections of the Denalis and off the topic of Edward having access to her room, Bella decided to change the topic. "Are you done with practice, then?" Bella inquired, spinning the focus of their conversation back onto her boyfriend. Smiling, Edward reached out a hand to tuck an auburn lock behind Bella's ear. "Yes, dear, I was hoping to take you out to dinner. Think you could spare a few minutes away from your studies?" In all honesty, Bella wanted to decline. She wanted to stay and finish since he knew she wouldn't have time tonight with the concert. And, if the past experiences had anything to show, Bella wouldn't have time afterwards, either. However, she did agree to use this tour as a chance to get closer with Edward. Shunning the din, our offer for her books was a bad way of going about it. Reluctantly, Bella agreed. Dinner went smoothly and was rather uneventful compared to the previous 24 hours, much to Bella's appreciation and disappointment. By the time they found the restaurant and sat down to eat, they had to get back to the others so Edward could get ready. Not wanting to get in the way while everyone prepared for the concert, Bella opted to stay on the bus and finish working on her assignments until she was fetched by David. Although Bella usually enjoyed the rush she obtained during concerts while standing with the audience, without her friends to protect her from the mass of bodies jumping about, the brunette was content to watch from the safety of the backstage. She concluded she would have enjoyed herself almost as much if it hadn't been for the groupies and fans that waited with her. All was fine. Bella had found a little niche for herself to watch from away from the squealing girls, and she was able to ignore the crude remarks from the men. It wasn't until Edward showed up after the opening act and continued to try holding her to his side that Bella regretted her luck of being backstage. Usually, she wouldn't mind, but tonight made her feel uncomfortable. While trying to enjoy the concert put on by the Denalis, Edward continued to either distract Bella or showed her off to those about as if she was a possession of sorts. By the time the concert ended, Bella was jostled out of the way by the gushing fans. Happy to escape the hectic scene as Edward became distracted, Bella excused herself as both bands were surrounded. With practiced ease, Bella blended in with the crowd and wandered around backstage until it was time to go. Unsurprisingly, it was David who found her once again and escorted her to the after-party. It had been 3 hours since then. Although she had made it a point to move about and congratulate each member and spend a bit of time talking to them, Bella found herself alone in yet another corner. She was tired and slightly bored. Granted, she had isolated herself a bit by declining on joining in on a lot of the festivities going on, but it was for her own safety. She had discovered the hard way that the typical games that took place weren't for her. The first party she ever went to, Emmett had taken her under his wing to show her how things were done. Unfortunately for Bella, her large protector forgot the fact that she wasn't even a third his size. By the time they finished up with the various events, Bella was plastered and had curled up on a random guy's lap. It wasn't until the next day that a laughing Emmett told a hungover Bella about Edward going primal and sending the guy to the hospital, despite the fact that the lad had fallen asleep too and hadn't done anything. Since then, Bella erred on the side of caution when it came to mixing alcohol at parties with Edward around. She wasn't bothered by drinking, just wasn't a fan of her first experience. Mix that with being a lightweight and Edward's attitude, Bella was okay being a bystander. However, Edward was once again nowhere in sight. It was starting to become a norm and Bella really had no desire to hunt him down. Sighing, Bella closed her eyes as she leaned her head against the wall. "I am starting to think you do not like parties, Malaku." Smiling, Bella opened her eyes to see a smirking blonde standing before her, a drink in hand. "It's not that, Irina." "Then, what is it?" Thinking about it for a second, Bella eventually shrugged. "I'm not sure," Bella answered. Humming, Irina tilted her head while studying the brunette before her. Setting her drink on a table beside them, she slid her hand into Bella's. "Come." Surprised by Irina's actions, Bella allowed her body to be pulled away from the wall before following behind the blonde woman. "Where are we going?" "It's a surprise," Irina replied, turning her head to smile over her shoulder. Curiosity winning out, Bella followed quietly along, allowing her friend to take her to the elevator. Watching as she hit the last floor, Bella glanced at Irina, but the blonde simply smiled, biting back a sigh as her curiosity mounted. Bella waited for the doors to open as she tugged lightly at the hand still trapped within Irina's grasp. Instead of letting go, Irina simply gave the brunette's hand a gentle squeeze. "Come," Irina repeated as the doors opened. Leading Bella through the hotel, Irina showed Bella a set of stairs that eventually led them to the rooftop. Shivering at the sudden change of temperature, Bella wrapped her arms around her as she glanced about. Ignoring the goosebumps that arose, Bella stood in awe as she took in the sight before her. Stretched out in front of her was the entire city lit up in night lights. The view was completely different than what she had ever experienced in her hometown, Forks, or even in Phoenix with her mother. Moving closer to the edge, Bella allowed her hands to rest on the concrete barrier. Beautiful, Bella breathed out, not wanting to disrupt the night with words. Yes, Irina agreed while staring at the younger woman instead of the town below. However, the direction of her remark went unnoticed by the distracted girl. Smiling, Bella leaned out a bit to get a better view of below. It wasn't until she felt a pair of strong arms grab her about her waist that Bella realized just how far she was teetering over the edge. Careful, Malaku, Irina murmured quietly into Bella's ear while pulling her back a bit from the edge. She had discovered firsthand how much of a klutz the brunette could be after catching her trip numerous times over nothing but thin air. Irina had no desire to go down below and inform everyone that Bella had fallen 70 floors to her doom below. Shivering, more from the breath and firm grasp than from the cold, Bella smiled sheepishly. Sorry, Irina, it is okay. I want you to enjoy the sight, not be injured by it. Humming in agreement, Bella shifted slightly in the woman's grasp. Instead of letting go, Irina simply adjusted her hold to allow both of them to stand more comfortably together. Torn between wanting to pull away and remain where she was, Bella couldn't help but notice how nicely their bodies molded together as Irina pressed against her backside. Realizing that she wasn't getting free until the woman released her, Bella settled her arms over the woman's and took the opportunity to lean back into her, effectively keeping the cold air from blowing directly on her. What are you thinking? Irina asked a while later, finally breaking the comfortable silence that had settled between the two. Oh, I was just thinking about the concert. What about how nicely the three of you sing together, Bella admitted. She had heard their work numerous times through the various CDs or on the radio, and similarly, she had overheard each one singing to songs during the drive. However, she had never heard them sing together like they had tonight. Have you been to one of our concerts before? No. The first night of the Battle of the Bands, you didn't perform. I pretty much missed the rest of them. Edward told me about it when he was sharing how each performance went, but it's still different than hearing you all sing through a machine. A good or bad different? Good, really good, Bella smiled, turning her head to look at Irina when she caught the uncertainty in the woman's voice. Good, Irina whispered softly, captivated by the chocolate orb staring back at her. Leaning in slightly, both women jumped at the sound of a door slamming somewhere in the distance. Clearing her throat, Bella quickly turned back around. Her face on fire, she allowed her long tresses to block her blush as she stood stiffly in the woman's grasp. Her mind whirling frantically about what was just interrupted. Was she about to kiss me? No, certainly not. I was the one leaning in. Was I going to kiss her? Before she could freak herself out overthinking the matter, Irina began to talk. You know, the three of us did not always get along so well together. The remark pulled Bella from her inner turmoil. Passing the notion off as just a trick of the lighting, Bella gave into her curiosity as it took lead above her other emotions. How so? Shifting almost restlessly, Irina adjusted her hold back to how the pair were originally standing. This time making an adjustment to allow her chin to rest upon Bella's shoulder so she could talk softly into her ear. We are not sisters by blood. We are all orphans, for one reason or another. I was an only daughter to a farmer. When my father came ill, the country took the land and I was sent to a townhouse filled with other little girls and boys. That is when I met Kate. Her and I did not get along very well. She was so loud and obnoxious, Irina recalled, remembering the numerous pranks the blonde would pull on their governess. Chuckling at the idea of a younger Kate, Bella began to relax, subconsciously leaning back into the embrace as she listened to the Slovakian talk about her childhood. I remember Tanya, as the oldest of all the children, was continuously scolding Kate. Whenever Kate got into trouble, Tanya would as well. For the most part, I remained out of their way, being younger than both and having no authority. However, one day, I found Tanya crying because of a punishment brought about by Kate's actions. Instead of comforting Tanya, I went and found Kate and dragged her kicking and screaming until we found Tanya. It was seeing Tanya in tears, instead of hiding behind her usual smile, that Kate finally realized how her bad decisions were affecting others. Ever since then, Kate behaved and the three of us grew close. As then that potential families came for us. We cried when separated and eventually they figured out what was amiss. That is when Sasha showed up. She was so delighted that the three of us looked alike, that she adopted us all. We were happy. Under Sasha's tutelage, we learned to work as a single unit instead of individually. Her tutelage. Yes, Sasha taught each of us the art of music when she discovered that each of us had a trainable voice. It is how I came to play the bass or rhythm guitar while Kate plays as our lead guitarist. Oh, and what about Tanya? She can play as well, but she actually prefers the piano. That instrument usually does not flow well with our music style. That makes sense, Bella mused. Is that all you three can play? No, Malaku. We actually play a variety of instruments. Tanya can play the guitar and piano, while Kate can play the guitar and violin. Myself, I can play the bass, guitar, and cello. Would you three ever make music to accommodate the different instruments? Bella asked curiously, her mind contemplating something. Perhaps if we had the right songs. Irina answered honestly. But that is for a later discussion. You or F. Reasoning and we should get you inside to warm up. How about we retire and head to our room for some sleep? The others can find us on their own time. Stifling a yawn, Bella happily agreed. They were going to have an early start in the morning now that the concert was over. Finally breaking free of Irina's grasp, Bella realized how cold it actually was on the balcony top without the warm embrace. FALL was in full swing and the two bands had fallen into a comfortable routine since their first concert. The Denalis would perform every other day or so with Edward and the Hellraisers as their opening act. Afterwards, both groups would attend the celebrations afterwards. Irina had taken it upon herself to entertain Bella and get her to socialize with the various guests who were invited. Much to Bella's surprise, she began to enjoy the events. After Irina's observations of Bella, the Denali sisters purposely devised either activities for the brunette to participate in or for specific people to be there. Bella was surprised that the women were so attentive and actually listened as they learned more of Bella's interest, especially her plans for after college. Despite the long nights, there as still plenty of time left for practice, travel, and the occasional tourist activities squeezed in between. While Edward practiced with his group, Bella would spend the time catching up on her studies when she wasn't whisked away by one Denali or another. She had even began to bond with Carmen and Eliezer as they introduced Bella to the paperwork aspect of a band. As for the hotels, Bella had also fallen into a comfortable routine. After the first few nights of sharing with the sisters, Bella had opted for her own room when the option came up. Although she had enjoyed the peace, she quickly realized how much she almost longed for the social interaction. Going from a social mother to an antisocial father, Bella had thought the transition was perfect due to how secluded she could be. However, her time in high school and college changed that as Bella began to spend more and more time with Alice and her extended family, and now her experience with the Slovakian sisters. So, when the three blonde women showed up for a movie marathon after a long session of practicing, Bella didn't object, especially when the four of them fell asleep in her bed. Since then, Bella gave up the opportunity of having her own hotel room. It was simply a waste of money in all retrospect. However, the fun was coming to an end. When she had initially agreed to go with the tour, Edward had convinced her to she would only be gone for a month at max. This would allow her to be back in time to take her midterms. When she discovered from David that the tour would actually take over 4 months, causing LLA to miss both her midterms and finals, Bella was torn about what to do. Talking to Edward didn't help. The lad had told Bella to just drop her classes and she could take them again next fall, since she wouldn't be back in time for the spring session to begin. Irritated with how selfish her boyfriend was, Bella left instead of trying to convince the auburn-haired pianist to have some compassion and understanding. She had held up her end of the bargain struck out of guilt. She had accompanied Edward on the tour and spent more time with him than she had since they first began dating. For as much as she enjoyed it, she also wanted some space from him. Perhaps returning to campus wouldn't be a bad thing. She could see Alice and Rose again. Although she talked to them frequently, there was no substitute for being away from her bubbly pixie and the icy model. Sighing, Bella flopped by the edge of the pool as she contemplated her options. Removing her shoes and socks, the brunette rolled her jeans up to her knees before allowing her legs to dangle in the water. Although it was cold outside, the hotel kept the pool nice and comfortable through its heated system. Mind some company. Jumping. Bella clutched at her heart after refraining from falling into the pool. She wasn't expecting a voice to interrupt her inner musings. Turning her head, Bella relaxed as she noticed who the voice belonged to. "Hi, Tanya." Bella smiled at the blonde woman she had walked past. "Hello, Bella." Why the gloomy face? Shrugging, Bella turned her attention back to the water. No reason, just having an internal debate. Hearing the creak of the lounge chair, Bella was able to remain calm this time as the woman approached and settled beside her. Bella was still surprised at how the three women managed to tan so late in the year. Wearing just a swimsuit, Tanya acted like it was the middle of summer while Bella was bundled up in jeans and a sweater. Despite their best attempts to darken, Bella was highly amused that all three sisters remained rather pale. After teasing Bella that she was no better, Kate had finally explained that it was because of their roots. They usually just burned and then after peeling were at square one. Bella really couldn't gloat, she was no better. She had discovered the hard way that, rather than burning, she more so turned into a lobster before freckling. Thankfully her freckles were rather pale and didn't stand out horribly so. "And who is winning? Am I allowed to pick a side?" Tanya teased, smiling at the younger woman beside her. Smiling in turn, Bella shook her head. "No, nothing like that. I was helping David earlier and he told me how long the tour was." "Did you not know?" "No, Edward had made it out to be just a few weeks, similar to the battle. I had only agreed for it would make up the time I had missed out, but still be able to take my midterms and catch up the second quarter." "Are your grades suffering?" Tanya inquired, her brow furrowing. "Oh, no, they're fine, actually. The couple of online classes require more reading than I expected, but by planning ahead I've been able to turn in some of my assignments early and have taken my tests and quizzes when they're due. Those I'm fine in. It's just that I have midterms next week that I need to return and take for my other two classes. I'm afraid it's time for me to return to reality," Bella admitted rather sadly. "Ah, I see. Why the debate then?" Tanya questioned, her head tilting to the side. Well, I won't be returning afterwards. Edward had told me to just drop my classes and stay here. But I don't want to have those marks against my record, nor do I want to push out my studies by having to wait until next year to retake the courses. Why won't you be able to return?" Blushing, Bella rubbed the back of her neck as she kicked her feet in the water. "I don't really have the extra funds to be flying back and forth to catch back up with the tour. I had set aside enough to fly back in case of an emergency, but the rest I have to save for rent, bills, and the like since I'm not working while on the tour," Bella admitted. "Oh, then I can pick a side," Tanya declared, rather excited. Confused, Bella blinked chocolate hues at the older woman. Bella, would you, given the option, return and continue touring with us?" Sure. Yeah, I would. I enjoy touring with you all." "Then it's settled." Blinking again, Bella simply stared at the woman waiting for an explanation. "We shall cover your fares to get you back to campus. Once you're done with your midterms you may rejoin us. We can fly you into the airport closest to where we'll be at." "Oh, I couldn't ask that of you," Bella exclaimed. She was already getting a free ride, essentially, while touring with the group. She had tried paying for the hotel rooms, especially the one she had stayed in by herself, along with all her necessities, but every time one Denalis sister or the other intervened. She was their guest. They had objected. Bella couldn't bring herself to accept another gift, especially such an expensive one from the women. "We insist, Bella. We have enjoyed your company as well and would love to share our experiences with you. It's too expensive. I couldn't. Besides, I would only have to fly back for my finals as well," Bella objected. "Then we shall fly you back for finals as well," Tanya smirked, her arms crossing against her chest as she countered Bella's arguments. "As for expensive, I'm sure you can work off the debt." "Debt?" Bella squeaked. "Oh, of course," Tanya stated, her smirk growing. "You did not think this was all free, did you?" Swallowing the lump in her throat, Bella blanched at the thought. Chuckling, Tanya patted Bella's cheek. Relax, Mila, your payment is your time. We enjoy your company and realize that with Edward and your studies that you are busy. Because of this, all we ask in return is that you continue to spend time with us. Return and join the tour, Anyo. Huffing. Bella nodded. Yes, she really did want to continue touring with them. Smiling, Tanya leaned in to kiss Bella's cheek. Thank you, Mila. It will make everyone happy to have you remain with us. Besides, we need someone to keep those boys in check, Tanya whispered conspiratorially. Shaking her head, Bella couldn't help the smile that escaped. Rising with a grace Bella still couldn't contemplate. Tanya held her hand out for the brunette. Taking it, Bella felt the strong arms pull her up into a hug. Come, Mila, let us go book you a ticket so we can have you come back to us all the sooner. Tanya whispered into the girl's ear. Lacing her fingers with Bella's, the blonde led the way back to their rooms. Blushing, Bella followed quietly. XXX. After the decision was made, Bella called Alice to inform the girl that she would be home in time for Halloween. Ecstatic was an understatement. Alice had squealed into the phone for over 5 minutes, effectively. Why rupturing Bella's eardrums as the brunette held the phone as far away from her head as possible, much to Tanya's amusement. It actually took the blonde removing the phone from Bella's grasp and talking to Alice to get the pixie to settle down long enough for Tanya to make arrangements. By the time the call had ended, Alice had agreed to both pick Bella up from the airport and ensure that she would be returned to the same destination after midterms were completed. The only exception that Alice had to the agreement was that Bella stayed long enough to join her friends for Halloween. Tanya hesitated before agreeing, much to Bella's confusion. Afterwards, the pair went off to join the others for dinner. There, the news slipped that Bella would be leaving at the next tour stop. Bella was surprised by the mixed range of emotions she received with the news. She expected the huffy boyfriend, but wasn't expecting Kate and Irina to look so forlorn. Tanya explained to Bella that Kate was looking forward to picking out Bella's Halloween costume. At that point, Bella was actually excited to be heading back home. She could only imagine what Kate would force her to wear. However, now that her tests were over and she was standing once again in a corner, Bella actually wished she had pushed to go back in time for the Halloween bash Kate had prepared for the group. She had grown accustomed to actually having activities she could participate in during the parties or people to socialize with. Granted, a majority of her high school and college friends had shown up here. It was just, Bella really didn't want to be with them. She missed the Denalis and Edward. Come on, Bella, you can't hide all night, you know. Alice exclaimed while appearing out of nowhere. Bella counted her blessings that she had opted to not drink tonight. Her costume wouldn't have held up to liquid being dumped on it as the pixie startled her out of her thoughts. Although it technically covered everything, Bella still felt rather revealing in the scantily clad pirate wench attire. Bella would have to remember to never allow Kate and Alice to go shopping for her together. Sure I can, Bella joked as she was pulled away from the wall by the surprisingly strong girl. Despite her size, Alice worked out vigorously to fit into the numerous outfits she designed. As she had explained to Bella one day, if she was going to create something for others to wear, she wanted to make sure she could wear it as well, but better. No you can't, not tonight. I have to return you to your lovers come morning, so I'm going to force you to celebrate with me. All night long. Bella's groan was interrupted as Alice's words processed through her head. Lovers, as in plural. Alice, I'm dating your brother, Edward, not Edwards, Bella corrected. Turning her head to glance over her shoulder at the brunette, green hues took in Bella for a moment before a smirk appeared. Alice remarked before turning back around before she collided with someone. What does that mean? Bella huffed, trying to dig her feet into the ground to stall the pixie. I just think you have more than Edward on that tour group that's anxiously waiting your return. Baffled, Bella tilted her head. Like who? Shaking her dark locks, Alice refrained from elaborating at her friend's obliviousness. Really, Bella, sometimes I wonder about you. Now, come, enough thinking about your lovers and more thinking about moi. With that, Alice tugged Bella onto the dance floor. Through reluctant giggles, Bella conceded and spent the remainder of the evening dancing with the pixie. Much to her feet, and Alice's feet's, complaints. Yawning, Bella rested her head in her open palm as she listened to the spurs of music echoing about the room. Edward had woken Bella up early to drag her off to breakfast and then to watch him and his boys, as he had elegantly phased it, to practice. With her early flight, which landed in time for the next showing, Bella hadn't slept much more than a few hours in between her studies, travel, and social calendar over the previous week and a half. Really, how do normal people do it? Bella mused. She knew of multiple parents in her classes that juggled a social life, school, work, and kids. All Bella really had to configure into her timeline was work and class. Now, her schedule was construed to that of a college partier's. Thankfully, the time on the road and the numerous practices Edward insisted upon allotted Bella plenty of studying and or sleeping opportunities. Well, it would have if she didn't have her debt to pay off. Pissed. Bella, glancing up as she felt something connect with her head, Bella looked around but didn't see a person to match the voice. Lifting her head, Bella unfolded the wadded paper. Spotting writing intermixed with the crumpled parchment, Bella blinked as she read it, then read it again. Behind you. Behind me. What? Turning around, Bella screamed as a face blocked her view from the room behind her. Flailing about, Bella listened as her chair clattered uselessly to the floor as a pair of strong arms captured her, preventing her body from meeting the same demise. The burst of laughter brought Bella's frantic heart to a lower pace as she glared at the blonde holding her. Kate, don't do that, Bella yelled, smacking the blonde lightly on the arm. Careful, Bella, or I'll drop you. Kate grinned as she pretended to let the brunette go. Squeaking, Bella clung to Kate as she felt gravity's tug. Don't you dare, Kate. Laughing, the blonde shifted her stance to lift both of their bodies back into an upright position. You're a lot heavier than you look, Bella, Kate stated as she placed her hands on her lower back. Bending over backwards, the blonde exaggerated her stretch to put her lumbar back into place. Huffing, Bella picked up her chair instead of ogling the blonde's exposed stomach. I'm not, you're just weak. Amused, Kate stole the chair before Bella could sit down. And you're fun to tease. Glaring, Bella crossed her arms as the blonde stole the only remaining chair in the room. Thankfully, after startled from their practice, the boys had returned where they left off. Ignoring the girls' antics in the corner of the room, Bella didn't need them to be witness to their conversation. She already knew she wouldn't hear the end of it from Emmett later. Patting her lap, Kate grinned up at Bella. Come, you can sit, you know. Sticking her tongue out at Kate, Bella perched on the edge of the table instead. I'm fine here, thank you very much. Yes, you are. Kate agreed, her grin widening. Shifting uncomfortably, Bella cleared her throat as Kate's eyes roamed. So, besides scaring me, why are you here? Bella finally inquired. No. That her pulse had tampered down enough for her to hear more than her heart's frantic beat. Oh, right, I came to take you shopping. Kate exclaimed, a smile brightening her face. Blanching, Bella instantly shook her head. She didn't shop. The only person she ever shopped with was Alice, and that's because the girl would literally drag her out of bed and to the store in her pajamas if Bella didn't go willingly. Pouting, Kate clasped her hands together in front of her. See, no, oh, come on, just for a wee little bit. Honest, I don't shop. Well, you do today. Grinning devilishly, Kate pounced on Bella and dragged her off the table and onto her feet. Wait, where are we going? Oh, you'll just have to wait and see since you were so reluctant to agree. With that, Kate hauled the flailing brunette out the door, ignoring Bella's protests that she needed to let Edward know where she was going off to. As the pair headed outside and towards the bus, Bella glanced questioningly at the blonde beside her. Were they really going shopping in the bus? It wasn't until Kate stopped by the side of one of the storage compartments that Bella looked on in curiosity. Kate, shish, patience, my little poppet. Patience. With a grin, Kate pressed a button that opened the hatch, revealing a sunset orange sports car. If only Bella had Rose to tell her what it was. Staring in awe, Bella finally blinked as she stuttered over her words. Wait, when, where, how, why? Bella interrogated the blonde, still flummoxed by the sudden appearance of the sunset orange Celine S7. Giggling, Kate worked the controls to slide the car out of the mini garage beneath the bus before opening the door for the girl. "You don't think we drive the bus around town, do you?" The blonde teased the blushing brunette. "Well, yeah," Bella muttered as she stared when the doors opened vertically rather than horizontally. Climbing in carefully, Bella eased herself into the seat, terrified at ing the expensive vehicle in any fashion. Laughing at the brunette's antics, Kate closed up the bus before scrambling around to the driver's seat. "Silly, Bella, you might want to buckle up." Before Ella could open her mouth or to do as suggested, Kate floored the accelerator, taking the pair out of the parking lot and racing off into the horizon. "Kate, you don't have to speed," Bella complained as she hurried to fasten herself in. She had seen the girl drive the bus. She didn't want to image what the blonde would do with a smaller car that actually had a rumbling power beneath the hood. "Of course I do. Why else would I invest in a beauty like this?" Kate complained while stroking the dashboard as one would a lover. Shaking her head, Bella couldn't fight the quirk of her lips at the woman's antics. "So, where are we going?" My Belinka. I already told you, shopping." Pouting, Bella crossed her arms and closed her eyes, deciding to ignore the flying colors outside the rolled-up window. She'd rather not lose her breakfast in Kate's car. Settling in, the brunette listened as Kate turned on the radio and began to sing to the various songs that came on. She wouldn't admit it to Kate, but she was actually enjoying herself. As the car pulled up to the mall, Bella groaned as she opened her eyes. "Really, Kate?" "Yes, you got out of shopping with me for Halloween, so we can go today." "Why, you already have plenty of outfits." "Who said we were shopping for clothes?" Kate inquired. The mischievous glint in her eyes made Bella shrink into her seat. "Then, come along, my poppet. Less talking and more walking." With that, Kate danced out of the car, eager to begin. Reluctantly, Bella dragged herself out of the car and followed along. Much to her delight, Kate said the multitude of stores that Alice would have dragged her to and led her to first a candy shop and then a toy store. Apparently it was famous across the state for its gag gifts and Kate wanted to stock up while in town. Rolling her eyes, Bella grabbed a hand cart, only to be ordered by Kate to put it back and grab a buggy. "Really, Kate, how much stuff are you planning on getting?" Bella asked incredulously. "As much as we can find. My poppet, as much as we can find." With that, Kate was off, fleeting from one aisle to the next, dragging Bella along simply for a storage unit. Much to Bella's amusement, the cart slowly began to fill to the brim with numerous supplies along with knickknacks of sorts that seemed to amuse Kate. "So, what are you going to do with all of this?" Bella inquired, as she placed 5 cans of silly string on the counter to be rung up. "Oh, nothing," Kate practically sung, the mischievous glint back in her eyes. Arching an eyebrow at Kate, the blonde finally pouted, her lip jutting out. "Fine, I need to get Emmett back for a prank he pulled on me while you were away." "Oh, what happened?" "I'm not telling." Grinning, Bella stopped pulling items out of the cart and moved closer to the blonde. Curiosity getting the best of her, she wrapped her arms around the woman's waist while perching her chin on her shoulder. "Please, it couldn't have been that horrid." Huffing, Kate couldn't help but relax in the brunette's embrace. "Fine, and just so you know, it was. We decided to take a day off and escape from Edward's insistent practicing. The lot of us went to the beach nearby, and when I had gotten up to grab some refreshments, Emmett decided it would be a good time to repay me for the prank the other day when I tampered with his toilet." "Wait," Bella interjected. "What did you do to his toilet?" Grinning sheepishly, Kate shrugged. "Nothing." "Kate, oh, fine. I happened to sneak into the guy's room and used some strong tape to redirect the tub. That refills the back of the toilet container so that it was at the rim of the tank instead of pointing down. From there, I taped the tube so that it pointed outwards towards the toilet bowl. Apparently Emmett was the one it caught. When he flushed the toilet, the water sprayed him instead of Laurent like I was aiming for." Shaking her head, Bella couldn't help but smile. "What are you, 5? "No," Kate huffed, crossing her arms over Bella's. 6. Add 20. Kate stuck out her tongue and pulled out of Bella's arms to finish unloading the cart now that there was more room. "Right, 6. So, what did Emmett do to you?" "Like I said, it was horrid. Couldn't be worse than toilet water," Bella interrupted. When I left, Kate continued, ignoring Bella's input, he decided to dig a hole beneath my towel. Apparently no one thought to warn me as I sat back down. Instead, they allowed poor, little, old me to fall into the crater. Kate finished, sniffling as she wiped away a non-existent tear. Old, indeed, Bella giggled. Were you hurt? Nope, I'm invincible, remember, Kate stated proudly while flexing one arm. So, why are you getting him back then? Oh, because later, Emmett thought it'd be funny to steal my bra as I slept and had me chase him across the beach to get it back, Kate responded nonchalantly while shrugging. Sputtering, Bella tried to control the sudden blush as she imagined Kate running around on the beach. Granted, she had witnessed as much in the bedroom when the woman refused to wear clothes to bed. But in public, her brain couldn't handle it. Pushing her thoughts from her head, Bella focused on loading the cart back up before walking ahead of Kate so the woman wouldn't tease her about the blush. Thankfully, Kate only needed a couple more items from the mall to finish up her prank. From there, the blonde treated Bella to a lunch at a quaint little pub nearby. To say that Kate's prank was a hit was an understatement. The destruction cat pulled caused the group to have to pay for repairs on top of their original tab. It didn't stop there, however. Once Emmett discovered that Bella had a hand in helping Kate, the realization had the burly man in fake tears. To make up for her assisting the enemy, Emmett forced Bella to go on another shopping spree the next day. The war that sprung up between Emmett and Kate had Bella tugged on both sides of the lines until Edward and Tanya intervened. Edward complained that Bella wasn't spending enough time with him, while Tanya scolded Kate for using Bella. Sulking, both children toned down their pranks on each other and teamed up on the rest of the members, much to everyone's horror over the next couple of weeks. Along with the pranks, the two groups kept up their practices and performed admirably during the concerts. Although Bella continued to spend time with both bands, she started to opt out on some of the after parties. The holidays were approaching and soon after were her finals. Your nose is always in a book lately. Glancing up from the said book, Bella smiled apologetically up at Edward. I know, I just need to crack down and ace these tests coming up in the finals. Then I'll have more time to spend with you guys over the winter break. Rolling his eyes, Edward swiped the book from beneath Bella's fingers. Closing it without marking the place, Green Hughes glanced at the title. We the media, why are you reading this? Come on, Bella, why don't we go do something fun instead? Sighing, Bella plucked her book out of Edward's hands, returning it to her lap as she closed her laptop. Allowing it to sleep before Edward critiqued her assignment as well. I'm reading it for class. You don't need this, Bella. Once I become rich and famous you'll never have to work. Edward reminded the brunette with a lopsided smile. Even if that were to be the case, Edward, I would still want to have a hobby or something for myself to do while you're out touring the world. His journalism class will help with me becoming a better author. You won't need hobbies, Bella. You'll tour the world with me. Shaking her head, Bella set her book on the desk. I will still need hobbies, even if I was to tour the world. You wouldn't want to just sit idly by in the shadows of another watching them live their life, would you? Whatever, Bella, you wouldn't be sitting idly by. Eating books all the time is what causes you to miss out on the real world. It does not. It gives me a broader perspective of the world, Edward. Whatever. You're like Belle from that one movie. Beauty and the Beast. Exactly. All I need to do is get you a yellow dress and a talking clock now. Snorting, Bella rolled her eyes. Very funny, Edward. I'd want more than just Cogsworth. I'd also need Lumiere, Mrs. Potts and Chip, to name a few. What are you talking about? Sighing, Bella flopped back in her chair as she crossed one leg over her other one, either hand coming to rest on one knee. Nothing, Edward. Now that you have my undivided attention, was there something you actually wanted? Bella inquired, trying to keep her irritation out of her voice. Lately Edward's clingy interruptions led her nowhere, but left her with a headache. The more she hung out with the Denalis sisters, the more she realized how social she actually preferred to be. With Edward their conversations were minimal at the best, and at the worst. Bella simply nodded and made the appropriate verbal acknowledgement when required during Edward's monologues. Yes, actually, there was. I was hoping to invite "Oh, you to come home with me for Thanksgiving," Edward beamed. His family was always pressuring him into bringing a girl home for the holidays. Since he had started dating Bella, Carlisle and Esme seemed to have upped the level of persistence. Not that Edward minded. He loved the praise that his adopted father gave him of finally finding a good, polite girl, and since Alice always brought Jasper by lately, Edward felt he needed to do the same. He loved his sister, but hated when she got all the attention. "I'm sorry, Edward. I had promised my mother that I would come visit her for the holidays. I want to see how my step-siblings are coming along and she wanted help cooking this year. You know how horrible of a chief she is. I couldn't possibly leave Phil to defend by himself with 3 hungry mouths to feed." Deflating. Edward nodded his head. "Yeah, that's fine. You should spend time with your loved ones," Edward smiled, patting Bella on the hand. "Anyways," Edward continued, "I will take you home over winter break. Apparently we'll have a gap in the tours between Christmas and the New Year's, so we can take an extended mini vacation together." Without waiting for a reply, Edward swooped in and stole a kiss from Bella before prancing off, happy with his quick decision. Sighing, Bella let her head fall back as she slouched further in her chair. She had already made plans with Charlie for the winter break. Along with Angela and Jake. She would worry about it later. Right now, she had an assignment to return to. Sitting back up, Bella opened her laptop back up, and after waking the screen, lost herself for the remainder of the afternoon in a world of fine print. XXX. It was about a week later that Bella was double-checking her bags to make sure she had everything. The boys had already flown back home earlier that morning, each having their own agendas to attend to. Jasper and Emmett were excited to see Alice and Rose, and planned to spend the holiday with the girls. Since everyone seemed to be dating, related, or somehow associated with one another, Esme had insisted that they all gather at their place for a large family dinner. Edward had left sulking that he would be the only one by himself. Ignoring the guilt of going to see her mother instead of spending time with Edward, Bella zipped her bag shut and flopped on the bed beside Kate, who had stayed behind to help her pack. "So, what are you 3 planning on doing while we're away?" "Group orgies and wild raves. You know, the usual activities we find to distract ourselves during your crazy American holidays," Kate remarked while flipping through a magazine. Sitting up, chocolate orbs, widened from shock, stared at the back of the blonde's head. "You're joking." Rolling over to prop herself up on the side, Kate smirked. "And if I wasn't, would you like to stay and join us?" "No," Bella nearly shouted, her face turning beet red at such a notion. Pouting, Kate rolled back over onto her stomach, ignoring the flustered girl beside her. "You're no fun," the blonde murmured with a huff. Shaking her head, Bella slid off the bed. Grabbing a pillow, she bopped the woman on her exposed rear end. "I'm lots of fun." Squeaking, Kate bounced up onto her knees, only to glare at Bella. "Oh, lots of fun, but never the good kind," Kate teased while slowly reaching for her own pillow. "The good kind. Yes, the naughty kind," Kate stated before launching herself off the bed to chase Bella about the room. By the time Irina and Tanya arrived, they found both women in a heap of pillows on the floor, giggling like little schoolgirls. Shaking their heads, Tanya set the food down on the table while Irina moved over to help the 2 women up off the floor. As Kate and Bella grabbed a hold of each of Irina's hands, twin smirks appeared. With a synchronized yank, Irina disappeared into the mound of pillows as laughter echoed about the walls. "Why you?" Irina's words were cut off as she took in a face full of fee. There's when Kate's pillow exploded upon contact. Squeaking, Bella scrambled out of the way as the 2 blondes began to wrestle for dominance. In the end, Kate ended up pinned to the ground, shirt over her head with her arms trapped behind her back. "Apologize." Smothering their giggles, Tanya and Bella sat safely off to the side. "Never. Now, fine. I'm sorry that you're a cranky old. Don't you finish, hag, that." Growling, Irina released one hand from Kate's arms and began to assault the woman's sides in a flurry of quick jabs and tickles, causing the older blonde to squirm about on the floor helplessly. Please," Kate begged in between giggles. "Say it," Irina demanded, not letting up even for a second. Say it. I'm sorry," Kate gasped out through her tears of laughter. Satisfied, Irina let Kate go, but remained sitting on her back as the blonde struggled to catch her breath. "You're so mean," Kate whimpered out, tucking her arms against her sides for protection. Rolling her eyes, Irina got up before helping Kate to her feet. "So horribly mean, I'm the devil himself," Irina retorted. "Yes, a big, stinky devil with." "Kate, are you sure you want to finish that?" Tanya interrupted, blue orbs dancing in amusement. Huffing, Kate plopped herself in Bella's lap, much to the brunette's surprise. "Save me." Giggling, Bella could do nothing else but wrap her arms about the pouting blonde. "You did start it," Bella reminded. Bolting upright, Kate glared playfully at Bella, the tickling session completely forgotten. "Did not." "Did too," Bella retorted. "Not. You were the one who could keep away from my ass, not the other way around." Blushing, Bella stuck her tongue out. "Well, you were the one talking about group orgies. Clearly we missed something, Irina," Tanya murmured, a single strawberry blonde eyebrow disappearing into her hairline. "Clearly. What's this about group orgies, Bella?" Irina grinned as she took the last chair available. "Nuffin', Bella muttered with a huff before distracting herself by pulling the food out of the to-go bag. Chuckling, the three blondes allowed the conversation to drop as they all dug in. It was a few minutes later that the comfortable silence was broken as Tanya placed her fork down to get drinks for the four of them. "So, Bella, what are you planning on doing while in Florida?" Tanya inquired upon returning from the fridge. "Oh, nothing really. Studying probably in between cleaning house and cooking." "Why?" Glancing up from her food, chocolate orbs took in three equal shocked expressions. "What?" Bella asked. "Cleaning and cooking," Irina repeated. "So, let me get this straight. You're going to a southern state, where there will be wind, surf, and summertime in the wrong season, to sit inside all day. Why and babysit 3 children and 2 adults?" Kate asked, baffled by the concept. Yes, this won't do," Tanya stated, shaking her head. "No, it will not," Irina agreed. "Guess we're coming to Florida with you, Bella." Kate cheered. "Wait, what?" Certainly Bella had heard wrong. "Well, Carmen and Eliezer offered to watch the bus while we're away and we wanted a break. When you had mentioned Florida, the 3 of us thought it would be a good idea to go somewhere warm for a mini vacation ourselves. Clearly we're going to have to babysit you if that's all you're planning on doing." Tanya reasoned as the other 2 nodded in agreement. But, unsure of what to say, Bella let her mouth open and shut a few times as her brain tried to catch up. Were the 3 women stalking her to Florida, or were they merely going for, as Kate said, the sun and surf? Furthermore, did they just invite themselves to dinner? Shaking her head, Bella twirled her fork about on her plate before sighing. "If I promise to not stay in the house all day, will you 3 promise to not come to Florida and babysit me?" "Of course," Irina immediately replied. "But, if that's the case, then you'll have plenty of time to come play with us at the beach," Kate shouted with glee, finishing Irina's statement. Groaning, Bella realized that either way she approached the matter, the women were going to Florida and she would be playing hostess. "Well, at least me go call and warn my mother. Welcome, welcome. Come on in, girls," Renee exclaimed in delight as she opened the door to reveal Bella and the 3 Denalis. During the phone call home, Bella only asked if Renee and Phil would mind if they had company for Thanksgiving dinner. By the end of the conversation, Renee had insisted that all 3 women come and stay with them for the 4 days Bella would be there. Their planes arriving before Bella's, the Denali had offered to wait at the airport and drive Bella since they didn't know where they were going. Bella, having been to their house repeatedly a couple months prior, happily gave directions even as she questioned why the women didn't just use the GPS. Tanya, as the driver with Bella riding shotgun, had simply explained that there was no point in having Phil or Renee take time to come and fetch one person at the airport when they would have a rental car at their disposal. It made sense, so Ella let the matter slide as she was pulled into her mother's tight embrace. A clap on the shoulder from Phil and 2 tackles to the floor later, Bella finally made it inside, much to everyone's amusement. "I didn't know you were so good with children," Kate remarked as she pulled Bella's step-brother off one leg while Irina rescued Bella's other. "I've had plenty of practice with you and Bella retorted as she was helped up by Tanya. "Touché," Shaking her head with a smile, Bella rubbed her bruised tailbone as she watched as Irina swung Jane about as Alec clung to Kate's head. Rescuing the women in turn, Bella asked the twins if they wanted to show them where they would be sleeping. Excited, the giggling children grabbed 2 hands apiece and raced for the stairs. Although the house was of decent size, with the new addition to the family, Bella soon discovered that her room had been turned into the guest room. Biting back a groan, Bella set her bags near the fall wall as the 3 blondes stood inside the doorway. Glancing about, "Is this your room?" Irina inquired while following Bella's lead and setting her suitcases beside the girls. Blushing, Bella nodded as her eyes flicked over to where Kate stood raiding her closet while Tanya examined her collection of books. "Into the supernatural much?" Tanya teased as she pulled various books off the shelf. "If I didn't know better, Mila, I would say you had a fascination with death based off all these tales about vampires and werewolves." Feeling her blush increase, Bella quickly shuffled to Tanya's side. Gently plucking the books from the woman's grasp, she replaced them on the shelf. Fetching Kate before she could raid her underwear drawer, she ushered the 3 women back out of the same doorway. "Well, be as it may, it's time for dinner. Since you 3 are to stay with us, I get to put you to work," Bella stated, effectively changing the topic as Kate groaned. "But, Bella, don't. But, me, young lady," Bella retorted, even as she schooled her face to hide the smile trying to escape. XXX. Cooking with the 3 women was interesting, to say in the least. Bella had eaten with them multiple times over, but ever had she actually cooked with her around them, she realized. Not knowing their skills, she divided up the tasks and sent the women on her way. By the end of running around, correcting one error after the other, she had the women performing simply duties, much to her horror and amusement. The 3 blondes were clearly able to cook, but found a twisted joy in causing Bella to freak out as the meal was made. To torture her for being such a slave driver, they purposely asked the most rhetorical questions and begged for help over the simplest tasks. In the end, Bella practically made the entire meal. "This is what you get when you promise not to play maid," Irina lectured. Taking a break on the poor girl, she had ushered the brunette to sit at the counter with her sisters while she finished washing the dishes. The rest of the kitchen spotless, Bella happily slumped into the seat that Tanya held out for her before leaning against the older woman's shoulder. "You guys didn't have to be such jerks about it." "Nonsense. Of course we did. Now you won't try to cook every meal during the rest of our visit," Kate gloated as she stood behind Bella, rubbing her shoulders gently. Closing her eyes, Bella leaned into Tanya more as she felt the tension leave her trapezium, especially as Kate's cold thumbs rubbed up along the back of her neck. "Of course I do. Do you want us to die of food poisoning or starve?" Shaking her head, Tanya reached up to run her nails through the dark locks covering her shoulder. "We won't die, Mila. Phil and Renee are still alive, and the kids are healthy." Huh. Bella still didn't believe the women, no matter what argument they threw at her. She had grown up with Renee to know better and had experienced enough of Phil's cooking the last time she was here. He wasn't as horrible as her mother, but he still had a long ways to go. "Fine, you may cook 1 meal a day, Malaku," Irina conceded as she dried her hands. "But, only 1. Glaring at the woman in front of her, Bella took in the sight of the blonde wearing an apron. It suited her, Bella decided. Smiling, Bella nodded. "Fine." Hearing the relieved sighs, Bella felt her smile grow. But, you 3 must help me cook," Bella declared, grinning as she heard an echo of groans. "Fine, Malaku. But, you must then play a good hostess and take care of our every need," Irina countered with a wicked grin, causing the brunette to audible gulp as she took in the sight of the apron again. "Come on, let's go watch a movie while the lasagna's baking," Kate demanded before Bella could reject the counteroffer. Dragging the women off to the living room, the idea of the movie went on pause as Jane and Alec convinced the women to watch cartoons instead. Pretending to moan and groan, the 4 women cuddled up on the couch with the 2 children in their laps as Renee and Phil were off picking up supplies for Felix. When the timer went off, Bella escaped from the pile of bodies to make up a multitude of plates. Forcing both adults and children to pause the movie, Bella made everyone move to the table to eat. "But, Bella," Jane complained as she sat between Kate and Tanya, "I was enjoying dusk." You can go back to the movie after you eat, Jane. Bella ordered. Huffing, Jane crossed her arms. Come, dear. The faster you eat, the sooner you can return to watching the vampires and the werewolves fight, Tanya offered. Happy at the idea, Jane dug in, racing her brother to finish first. Who would have guessed that Bella was so evil? Irina smirked as she watched the children devour their food. Evil? What? Bella glanced up from her own food. I'm not evil. Oh, yes you are. Kate chimed in. Yes, Mila, you have absolutely corrupted these poor brains to be as obsessed with the supernatural, Tanya elaborated. I have not. Was. Obsessed? Alec asked around a mouthful of food. Obsessed, dear. It's when you continuously think about something or someone, Tanya explained. Oh, like Bella is about the Denalis. She's always listening to them, Jane piped in. 3 sets of blue orbs flickered to Bella as the brunette choked on her food, her face bright red. I do not, Bella declared as she cleared her throat. Oh, we like them, too, Irina purred. Lacing her fingers together, she rested her chin upon the back of her hands as her elbows propped themselves on the tabletop. What songs do you like the most? Tanya inquired, as her and Kate mimicked their sister's appearance, a Cheshire grin gracing each blonde's face. Yes, indeed, more so. Which Denali do you like the best? Kate added. I'm not answering any of those questions, Bella countered. Eat. Pouting as Jane and Alec giggled at the women being ordered around like they each picked back up their forks. However, instead of dropping the conversation, the 3 women traded off pestering Bella with questions regarding themselves, to the twins' amusement and Bella's embarrassment. XXX. By the time dinner ended, Bella was thoroughly embarrassed and had excused herself. However, her hiding lasted only long enough for the twins to wash up while the adults cleaned the kitchen. Finding Bella hiding in her room, she was dragged off the bed by her younger siblings and down the stairs. Come on, Bella, Alec encouraged while tugging on one hand. Yeah, you're going to be late. Jane chimed in, tugging on the other arm. Late? There wasn't anything going on tonight that Bella could recall. Late for what? For the castle. The twins cheered in unison. Confused, Bella allowed Herschel to be hauled through the house and into the den where she saw 3 blonde women tearing apart the room by rearranging the furniture. What are you doing? Bella asked rather calmly, trying not to freak out at the disaster taking place before her eyes. Why, we're building a castle, Tanya stated matter-of-fact-like as she helped Irina turn the couch so they could use the back of it. That's what the twins said, but a castle for? Bella pushed, crossing her arms in front of her. She wasn't looking forward to cleaning up the mess the 5 children were creating for her. Silly, Bella, we have to make a fort for your castle. Jane explained as if she was the older of the 2. My castle. Yes, your castle. Kate said that if we washed up and got ready for bed now we could reenact dusk. Jane cheered as she helped her brother carry the cushions and put them in place before the 2 dashed off to find blankets. Watching the twins go, Bella turned and glared at the women who stood sheepishly in the midst of the mess. Did you now? Yes we did. And you were to act the part of the queen, Irina stated in turn. Bowing low, the youngest blonde produced a bathrobe and a spatula in one hand and one of Phil's ball caps in the other. Your crown and scepter, your highness. Rolling her eyes, Bella couldn't help the smile that escaped. I'm not wearing Renee's bathrobe, Bella aided while accepting the other 2 items. Before she knew it, however, she was perched on her throne, in the robe while wearing the hat, the spatula forgotten in her lap. So, Alec and I get to be the vampire warriors. Jane explained to Bella as if she wasn't the one who introduced the movie to her stepsister. Yeah, we both have powers, Alec cut in. Jane can cripple people with her mind. And I can mess with people's. What was it again? Smiling, Bella helped her step-brother out. Their senses. Yeah, that. I can cut them off like they never existed. Anyways, Jane interrupted, bringing the attention back to herself. Us warriors are out scouting for rebels trying to wipe out your rule. When we find them, we'll bring them back to you, our queen. And who are going to play these rebels? Bella asked, even though there were limited options to choose from. Them. Alec pointed at the 3 blondes who had dressed up as well to play the parts. Eyeing the attire, Bella quirked a An eyebrow as she saw each woman wearing one of Phil's oversized ball shirts. "What are you supposed to be?" Bella asked while trying not to laugh. "Hush, it was their idea. Apparently it helps. Identify us as the rebels," Tanya explained while looking at the shirt with hidden disgust. Holding back her laughter, Bella returned her attention to Jane. Having missed the first part of her sentence, "Shish." He tried to catch up to what her step-sister was going on about. "You will then punish them for their crimes or kill them. Wait, let me get this straight. When you bring them to me I'm supposed to punish or kill them?" Bella recounted as her brain scrambled over the plot of the actual movie. "Isn't that a bit extreme?" "No, you're the evil queen," Alex stated. He almost sounded proud of the fact. "Evil? I don't recall her being evil in the movie," Bella interjected. "Oh, hush, Bella. Don't ruin their creativity," Kate countered with a grin. "I think I could get to like an evil queen." Bella snorting. Bella settled in her chair before sitting rigid on her throne. "Then, proceed my subjects." At that, the scene unfolded before Bella's eyes. In a way, the skit taking place was poorly recited and acted out. But it left everyone in smiles as the 5 vampires fought each other once the warriors had found the rebels. Once the rebels were defeated, with each woman sprawled out on the floor in one weird angle or another. The twins round them up and marched them off to their evil queen. Holding back a laugh, Bella watched as each blonde shuffled on their respective knees across the room to delay the process. It wasn't until the 3 women knelt at Bella's feet that the amusement stopped. Instead, Bella squirmed unconsciously in her seat from the sudden change in position as her mind wandered in the wrong direction. Clearing her throat as she sat straighter on the cushion, Bella contemplated what she would do as their punishment. By the looks in their blue orbs, she could probably order them to do about anything. Shaking her head, she finally settled for something safe as her imagination began to scare her. "Your punishment shall be 30 seconds of pain," Bella declared in a royal tone while glancing at Jane. Happy to be able to use her powers, Jane set forth bouncing from blonde to blonde at sporadic intervals to cause them pain via an onslaught of tickles. In the end, each blonde pretended to flail about as the girl poked their sides in an attempt to tickle them. After the play ended, Tanya tried sending the twins off to bed, but after a small fit, she easily caved and allowed the twins to curl up in the fort with the 4 women. By the time Phil and Renee returned home after their impromptu date, Felix in tow, they were still in a cuddled heap on the floor. Stopping in the doorway, the couple stared on, smiles gracing their face as they saw all 3 of their kids cuddling on the floor, or more so, the twins laying on top of Bella. What surprised them the most was that Bella was snuggled between 2 of the blondes while her head rested on the 3rd sister's lap. Smiling as they approached, they whispered quietly to the women, helping them stand up. As they glanced between their 4 children trying to figure out how to proceed, Kate offered to carry Alec while Tanya carried Jane and Irina carried Bella. Once standing, Irina picked Bella up and carried her in a bridal fashion up the stairs. Bypassing the first few doors the others turned into, Irina carried Bella to her bedroom with Renee in tow. By the time the covers were drawn back and Bella was tucked in, Kate and Tanya had found their sister. Ushering the women out of the room, Renee turned off the light after kissing her daughter on the forehead. "Thank you," Renee stated as she closed the door behind her. "For what?" Tanya asked what all 3 sisters were thinking. "For taking care of my Isabella. It has been such a long time since I've seen her so peaceful and happy," Renee admitted. "All we want is her happiness," Tanya replied as the other 2 quickly nodded in confirmation. "Then you have nothing to worry about, for you certainly are the source. I'm glad that you were able to join us." Renee smiled as she addressed each woman in the hall. "I'll see you in the morning." With that, Renee disappeared to tuck her other 3 children in before retiring. Getting ready for bed, the 3 women climbed quietly into the covers, careful not to wake the brunette. As they arranged themselves in the covers, cuddling close to one another, they each watched the girl sleeping. "I'm afraid that I want more than just her happiness," Kate quietly admitted into the darkness. "We all do," Tanya sighed. "Do you think she will mind?" Irina voiced their concerns out loud. "Only time will tell," was the quiet response. "Only time will tell." By the time the sisters woke, they realized they were alone in Bella's bed, but the owner was missing. One by one, the three blondes led out of bed and made their way to the bathroom. As one finished up, another entered, and the cycle repeated until all three were freshened up for the morning, or as much so as possible considering it was barely past dawn. Clomping down the stairs in their pajamas, or in Kate's case, Bella's pajamas, since she didn't have anything decent of her own, the three women followed their noses into the kitchen. Sure enough, as they rounded the corner, they spotted Bella flitting about handling what appeared to be 10 projects at once. Pausing in admiration, the women watched for a few moments in awe. That the girl was able to maintain so many tasks without either injuring herself or burning the food. It was a shock to see the brunette managing a single activity, but it appeared that the girl truly was in her element. What surprised them more, however, was to discover the light singing was coming from the chef. Dancing about with careful precision, the brunette sang quietly to a song playing silently in her skull. It wasn't until the girl in question turned about, pausing in both action and song, that the women snapped out of their daze. Grinning, they surrounded the brunette to investigate what she was working on. "I thought you weren't going to spend the entire day playing housemaid," Tanya muttered through a yawn as she gave the girl a sleepy kiss on her cheek. "Not that we mind you dressing up as our maid," Kate added while kissing Bella's cheek in turn. "Especially if you'll sing more often while you're working," Irina finished, placing the final kiss on Bella's cheek as well. Blushing, Bella shifted uncomfortably in the early morning light. "I'm not going to spend the entire day playing maid. It's Thanksgiving and we usually have a large dinner. However, someone has to cook the food, and that someone is me. Unfortunately, it usually takes a majority of the day," Bella admitted. "But, I'm only making one meal as promised." Shaking their heads, each blonde could only smile at how energetic the girl was. "Perhaps we can be of assistance," Irina offered. "Yes, then you won't have to slave away by yourself," Tanya mused while finding the extra aprons. "I don't mind Bella being my slave," Kate chirped as she pushed lithe frame up of the floor to perch on the countertop. "Ow," rubbing her thigh where Bella had smacked it with the backside of her spatula, Kate huffed and dropped back down. "I don't need your ass to dirty my cooking space. There are benches to occupy for that," Bella reprimanded while smiling at the blonde's pout. "Well, my ass can, the rest of Cat." E's reply was muffled as Bella placed her hand over the blonde's mouth. "I don't want to know about your ass this early in the morning," Bella admitted while blushing. "I need to focus on the food or else I'll burn it." Licking Bella's hand, Kate grinned as the girl squeaked and wiped her palm on the apron. "You don't like my ass." Kate pouted again, this time turning around to show Bella the object of discussion. Rolling her eyes, Bella grinned as she finally noticed Kate was wearing her clothes. In a way, she was happy about it. Even so, she couldn't encourage the woman or she'd never make it through the day alive. "I'm not answering that, so you don't," sniffled Kate. Shaking her head, Bella patted Kate's bottom lightly. "There, is that better?" "Yes," chirped Kate while wiggling her bottom in delight before skipping off to find something to make for breakfast. Thanks to Kate's foresight, they all had a light breakfast to hold them over while they prepared for the day ahead. As the morning stretched on, the four women fell into a comfortable rhythm, each one dancing about the others as they worked on their own projects. Similarly, the four women would catch each other humming quietly to a song, and if they knew it, they would join in. By mid-morning, they had multiple desserts prepped to go into the oven, along with a wide assortment of side dishes to complement the turkey already roasting outside in the smoker. "It smells wonderful in here, girls," Renee complimented the women as she walked sleepily into the kitchen, a bubbly Felix at her hip. Smiling, Tanya offered to take the baby from Renee so the woman could help herself to a fresh cup of coffee. "How long have you been cooking, Bella?" Renee inquired as she leaned back carefully against one of the cluttered counters. For a while, Mom." She was up before dawn, Irina supplied, having woken up when the girl crawled out of her embrace earlier that morning. Bella's bed might have been a decent size, but the mattress ensured that the three women ended up snuggled close together. As comfortable as it was in the northern part of the country this time of the year, the southern temperatures caused each men to wear the bare minimal to bed to refrain from overheating. "Bella, you'll have to nap later today," Renee frowned. Smiling, Bella ignored her mother's remark as she brought her some breakfast to the table. "Sure, Mom," Bella promised without intending to keep it. It was the same argument they had every year, minus a few tweaks, here and there. In all honesty, Bella felt very well rested of late. She wasn't sure if it was because she was so exhausted by the time she crawled into bed, or if it was because she was so comfortable and felt so secure when she fell asleep with the 3 Denalis that was the cause. In either case, Bella wasn't complaining. On top of that, she had to do a fourth of the normal work and she was surprisingly ahead of schedule. Because of how much she usually made, she typically would spend up to the last minute in the kitchen, and still some after the food had been blessed. "Don't worry, Mrs. Dwyer, we'll make sure she naps later on," Tanya promised while distracted with bouncing Felix on her thigh. "Please, it's Renee." "Very well, Renee," Tanya smiled before returning the infant to his mother. For as much as she liked kids, she wasn't ready to have any of her own. However, after last night, she might be closer than she realized, the blonde mused. "Do you girls have any plans besides cooking today?" Renee inquired as the silence stretched on. "What time did you say we were eating, again?" Irina replied with a question of her own. "About 3 if we keep this pace up. That way the guys will have food to eat while the game's going," Bella answered. "Then, yes, we do," Irina finally answered. "You do?" Bella asked, deflating slightly. "I said, we," Irina corrected. "We do," Bella repeated, feeling more like a parrot as the conversation continued. "Yes, what? You'll just have to wait," Kate grinned, causing Bella to hesitate. The last time Kate had a plan up her sleeve it involved shopping and pranking everyone in the hotel room. But, perhaps she didn't have to worry. Not if Irina and Tanya were involved. XXX. By the time the food was done cooking and devoured, Bella found herself half asleep on the couch, leaning against Tanya's shoulder. The game was on in the other room and people were flitting about. Phil had invited some of his closer friends from his team over and Renee was entertaining their wives or current flings outside. In the back as the children played in the yard. This left all 4 women to lounge quietly by themselves, enjoying the moment of rest. The Denalis had been introduced by their first names and when Nay guessed or the other would ask if they were the famous singers, each blonde would smile without actually confirming or denying the statement. They were there on vacation, not to sign autographs and have their privacy invaded by fans. Bella had been nervous at first, but quickly relaxed as the time progressed. "Care for a nap, Bella?" Irina asked as she shifted Bella's legs to lay over her lap, allowing Kate to play with the brunette's toes. Wiggling her feet, Bella tried not to giggle as Kate began to go on about a piggy in some market. "No," Bella replied, half asleep. If only Kate would leave her feet alone. She could just doze for a few minutes. "Then perhaps we can start our plans," Irina offered. That caught Bella's attention. Opening her eyes, she propped herself up against Tanya. "And that would be, all I will tell you is to put your swimsuit on," Irina smiled before dumping the girl's legs off her feet. "Go on," huffing, pretended to sulk off, even as she retained the excited bounce in her step. By the time she had made it back downstairs all 3 women were waiting by the door for her with sun hats and glasses in place. "Ready?" "Yes, but aren't you all going to put your suits on?" Grinning, Kate leaned in to whisper conspiringly into Bella's ear. "Where we're going, we won't need them." With that, Kate slipped out the door giggling as she left a blushing Bella standing in the doorway. XXX. By the time the women reached their destination, she had discovered that their plans consisted of an afternoon at the beach. Each woman insisted that it was the only way to get the brunette to leave the house and her pseudo-responsibilities behind. Not really minding, Bella was simply surprised. "Why the expression, Malaku?" Irina inquired as she helped the girl out of the car. "I'm just surprised to not be playing hostess for once," Bella admitted. "Are you usually the hostess when you're at your mother's?" Tanya inquired, closing the trunk to the car as she pulled out the supplies they would need. "Well, at both Renee's and Charlie's, actually. Don't they help?" Kate asked as they finished distributing the items and began heading to the beach. "Well, they try. It's just, I've always taken care of Renee, even when I was little. Not that I've minded," Bella hurriedly added as 3 sets of brows furrowed slightly at the admission. Continuing on, Bella read the women beside her as she finally shared a bit of her past. When I was little, I remember my parents getting divorced. I don't remember much of the reason behind it, just that I was really sad. When Renee and I left Charlie and Forks to head south to live and grow up in Phoenix. As for my mother, well, she just wasn't much of a domesticated mother, you know. She was always there for the fun stuff that needed attending to. Especially when it came to school trips. But, as far as the house, well, that fell to me. As soon as I was old enough to efficiently learn and take on a responsibility, it became my chore to uphold. About the age of 16, Renee met Phil. They were a good match at the time, still are, actually. Phil was young enough to keep up with Renee's energy and naive enough at the time to slip into my position. Now that I look back on it, I guess some people just like being providers like that for their spouse, Bella mused, her thoughts taking her off topic. Anyways, when it became obvious that Renee and Phil were growing closer and that Renee was starting to want to travel with Phil, for at the time he was a minor league baseball player. At this, Bella paused, nibbling on her lip. "What is it?" Irina asked, glancing at the girl as they set up their own little area on the sand. "Well, can I be honest?" Bella asked. She knew it was rhetorical. The women had never made her feel like she couldn't share anything. She just needed the confirmation since she had never admitted the real reason she moved to Forks. Of course, 3 voices responded in unison. Smiling faintly at that, Bella still delayed for a few more seconds as she thought of what to say. With a sigh, she decided to just be blunt. "When they married, I had turned 17. I could tell that Renee would be happier if I wasn't around so she would be free to travel. That's why I moved to Forks to live with Charlie, not because I wanted to spend more time with him. Although, if I was asked now if I would change things, I would say no. I'm glad I made the decision, even if it was for the wrong reasons." Bella finished her confession. Suddenly she felt herself enveloped in 3 strong sets of arms. Letting her body relax, she clung on to whoever was in front of her without really checking. It didn't matter. For the first time in a long time she felt wanted and loved, and she was going to be selfish and just bask in the warmth. Sometimes, Malaku, we do things for others that make us sad. But there are still bright points to every decision and adventure, Irina counseled, murmuring her words into the dark locks. We just have to remember to be strong enough to look for them, like you did with bonding with Charlie. Smiling, Bella hugged the body in her arms all the tighter, even if it wasn't Irina's. The 3 women would still feel her movements and get the gesture. "Thank you. I don't think I would have changed anything because then I wouldn't have met you 3, Bella whispered quietly. So quietly that the women almost didn't catch her words. But they did. The coos of delight that followed, as well as Bella being rapidly spun in all directions to receive a volley of hugs, proved it. Giggling, Bella allowed herself to be maneuvered at will before she finally ended up in Tanya's arms. Feeling her head tilted up, she unconsciously leaned her head into Tanya's palm as chocolate orbs locked with electric blue. "We are very happy we met you, too," Tanya responded, the smile that graced her face lighting up her features better than any ray of sun. "Come, enough mushy feelings. Let's go play in the surf." Kate cheered before grabbing Bella by the hand. The sudden tug on her arm caused the 2 women's gaze to break. It was then that Bella realized how close their bodies had moved towards each other. If Bella didn't know better, she could see fire hiding behind those blue orbs. Whether from passion or from anger, Bella didn't want to know. Allowing her thoughts to close on the subject, the brunette stumbled her way through the choppy sand at a run, her giggles filling the air as Kate spurred the woman to keep up. It was as her body first hit the rolling waves, ashing and sinking beneath the salty water, that Bella truly realized how blessed she was. To go from being lonely at the beginning of the year, to acquiring a boyfriend, to meeting 3 wonderful women, she couldn't ask for more. "I'm thankful," Bella thought as she floated in the water before pulled under by a pair of strong arms, "to be so loved and accepted." The next day, Bella woke up stiff and sore. After waking up so early in the morning to bake for her family, friends, and guests, Bella had then spent the next handful of hours on the beach with the Denalis. It was not restful of any sorts. To keep Bella awake, they took her from one activity to the next. On a spur decision, the 3 women also decided to try and teach an uncoordinated Bella wakeboarding. Granted, she loved the tender Loving care she received after each body crash into the waves, but it was not worth it in the end. By the time the four women returned to the house, they were waterlogged and had the tingling signs of being burnt. Since no one remembered to bring any sunscreen, instead of getting to change and relax, Bella was assaulted by two pouting twins who demanded where they disappeared to. After discovering that they had been at the beach, their pouts increased. Feeling guilty, the women offered to take them to the beach the next day, but that just wouldn't do. Easily swayed as fake tears turned into puppy eyes, the women practically did a 180 and headed back out the door. In the end, they didn't get home until very late. Having realized there were bonfires to enjoy, Bella had 5 sets of pleading eyes turned towards her. She couldn't help but smile as she rolled her eyes and agreed that her children could stay up for a few more hours as long as everyone promised to sleep in the next day so she could catch some much-needed rest. Shouts of joy echoed into the night air as Kate and Jane disappeared to go buy some more items, along with a bundle of wood and fire starter while the rest claimed one of the pits. Now that she was awake, however, Bella was regretting the decision. Stretching her body out on the bed, Bella felt her muscles tense beneath the strain. She needed to start working out or something. She hurt in places that she didn't even know existed. As her back arched in the air during the stretch, Bella felt her movements restricted and pulled back into the mattress. It was then that Bella realized how she had ended up during the night. Somehow she had once again ended up between all 3 sisters, this time on her back. What surprised her more was that each woman was snuggled against her in one fashion or other. While Irina and Tanya were tucked into her sides, their heads on her shoulder or chest, Kate had somehow managed to curl up on top of her like a little cat. Smiling at the comparison, Bella collapsed back into the pillows. At least I know why I can't move, Bella thought. Wrapping her arms around the women beside her, Bella shifted to get more comfo. Our table as she realized she wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. Feeling the sleep tug at her once more, Bella thought she could hear the faint sounds of purring escape from the 3 women as they nuzzled closer into her warm frame. The next time Bella woke it was to the sensation of light nibbling at her torso. At first Bella simply squirmed away from the sensation. It wasn't until her brain finally connected 2 and 2 that her eyes flew open, taking in the fact that she had 3 sets of lips roaming her skin. From there, it took another few moments of staring doe-eyed at the blondes that she realized her shirt was missing. Realizing Bella was finally awake, 3 sets of darkened blue hues glanced up at the brunette. "You have salt on you," Irina stated as if it was the most common response to give a person waking up to the feeling of being licked and nibbled. Blushing, Bella tried to squirm away but was efficiently pinned beneath 3 half-dressed women. In order to distract her mind from the sensations occurring below, Bella racked her brain trying to figure out why Irina would say such a thing. Finally, the memories clicked into place. When they arrived home early in the morning, they had carried the sleeping twins to their bed before retiring themselves. Too exhausted to shower and change, Bella had just climbed into her bed as well. Apparently they all had the same thought process based on their apparel. It would explain where Bella's shirt had gone and why they were still in their swimsuits. Jerking as Tanya's tongue grazed right below her swim top, Bella why shot up out of bed as her thoughts were brought back to the current predicament. Her movements in turn effectively dumped Kate off her lap. The blonde didn't seem to mind however, as she simply rolled over with a smug grin on her face. For lack of better explanation, Bella's mind concluded that Kate looked like she had just swallowed an entire cage full of canaries. It was then Bella realized she was blushing well into the bra line. Taking pity on the girl, Tanya slid out of the bed to allow Bella the opportunity to crawl out as well. This gave both Irina and Kate a lovely view from behind as they both flopped into Bella's evacuated spot. Shuffling self-consciously about her room, Bella collected a few things for a shower. By the time she was heading to the door, she heard her bed squeak as Irina and Kate finally got up. That didn't faze her. It was when she felt an arm catch her from either side as Tanya led the way to the bathroom that Bella blanched and dug her feet into the carpeted floor. What are you doing?" Quote, "Why, we're going to shower," Tanya stated while turning around to face Bella. "Or would you prefer to stay covered in sand and salt?" the blonde inquired, an eyebrow quirking into her disheveled hair. "Well, Yes, I mean no. I don't want to stay covered in sand and salt. I do want a shower, Bella stuttered as her eyes glanced over Tanya's form on their own accord. For some reason she looked better in her red bikini standing in her bedroom than she did at the beach. Clearing her thoughts, she quickly continued with her response. I meant, why are you all coming with me? Silly, Bella, Kate cooed while pretending to pinch one cheek, which earned a slight slap to the woman's hand. We're covered in sand and salt, too. Why should 3 of us have to wait while one person showers? I'm sure we can all wash up together. That caused Bella's face to turn beet red as she came up with various excuses why that would be a bad idea. In the end, Bella managed to escape and snuck into her parents' bathroom while the 3 women took turns using Bella's shower or the one for the twins. By the time Bella managed to make it downstairs and make a quick breakfast for the 3 women, she was still flustered over what had almost occurred. However, as the women entered the kitchen together they acted like they did every morning. Morning, Malaku, Irina greeted with a kiss to Bella's cheek. Morning, Mila, Tanya swooped in at the same time, catching Bella's other cheek. Good morning, beautiful, Kate purred as she snuck in between the 2 blondes' tea. Oh, kiss Bella's chin rather closely to the girl's lower lip. Bella thought her blush from earlier was wretched. However, under the women's affectionate greeting, the brunette barely managed to sputter out a reply of her own. Despite her reaction, the Denalis all took up their plates of food like nothing happened and after thanking Bella for the food, dug in. Instead of joining them, Bella lingered at the sink. Deciding she needed to calm down, she focused on washing the dishes and cleaning the counters, her mind awhirl. Why was she so flustered this morning by their greetings? It was actually a normal occurrence. Granted, the first time they had greeted her in such a manner, she had spaced in a similar fashion, actually to the point where she had dropped the dish she was holding. Since then, she had grown accustomed to their morning ritual once they explained to her it was a normal custom of their culture. Bella decided to never look it up to see if they were telling the truth or not. Shish, honestly didn't know how to react if it wasn't. On one hand, she should probably stop them. On the other, she began to realize she didn't want them to. So why did it bother her so much this morning? Sighing, Bella put the last dish away and decided to bite the bullet. Ignoring the increase of questions based on the women's behaviors, Bella gathered her own plate and sat down at the table. She decided she would just go with the flow, and if the situation escalated again, she would address the matter then. Since the women were acting normal, perhaps she was just overreacting. Clearing her throat, Bella decided to distract her thoughts by talking. So, what do you 3 have planned for the day? Bella inquired, more so to break the silence than anything. We are going to the spa, Irina replied. Have you ever been? Tanya inquired. Shaking her head, Bella swallowed her mouthful before replying. No, the most I've ever had is a pedicure and manicure at Jessica's insistence for my high school prom or whatever Alice has roped me into. Ah, so this will be your first time? Kate stated more than asked. That threw Bella for a loop. First time? What do you wait? I thought you 3 were going. Bella asked, completely confused by the turn of events. We are. So are you, Irina answered. I am. Yes. We noticed how stiff you were when you got up this morning, so we figured a day of pampering would help. It's okay. Really. I'm not big on random people touching me, Bella quickly explained as she tried to backpedal herself out of the situation. You don't mind when we do, Kate practically purred. Blushing, Bella was uncertain how to respond to the woman's observation. It was true, she was rather comfortable with the 3 women. It surprised her how much she was willing to let the Denalis invade her personal space time and time again. Perhaps all of Alice's clingy menstruations were paying off. Even so, the more comfortable she was getting with the sisters, she still saw no improvement with Edward. At times he could be as clingy as his sister, but instead of finding it adorably obnoxious, she found it obnoxiously suffocating. It's okay, really, I'll just stretch or take a hot bath later, Bella offered instead. Oh, you can do those at the spa, Mila. We'll even help you if you need with the stretching, Tanya countered. We know how tender your muscles can get if they're not used regularly. You slaved away all day yesterday, you deserve a break, Irina added before Bella could contemplate Tanya's response. Yeah, we also want to thank you for letting As be a part of your family and inviting us here for the holidays. We realize we kind of pushed it on you, so we wanted to do something nice in return, Kate added. Bella really couldn't argue with Irina's or Kate's logic. She had planned on relaxing today and they did force their way into her home. Honestly, she didn't mind and was actually delighted that they wanted to come spend time with her. She had similarly noticed that Renee hadn't harassed her once about her social and dating life, which was a nice reprieve in itself. Well, at least you're not making me go Black Friday shopping, Bella caved as she slouched in her seat. Oh, that will be after, Tanya assured, causing the girl to groan into her arms, much to the women's amusement. Bella was relatively surprised at how much she had enjoyed the spa. The Denalis had booked a private session for the 4 women, both for Bella's sake of mind since it was her first time and because they preferred to actually be able to relax and not be swarmed by pestering humans. Initially she was rather shy, but upon realizing it would be just them, Bella allowed the staff to take charge and guide her through the various treatment services provided. Beginning with a facial, Bella then experienced both a manicure and pedicure, along with undergoing microdermabrasion and, to her embarrassment and the women's insistence, waxing. Afterwards, Bella was able to relax in the fresh spring water, the heat easing the tension out of her muscles before finally ending with a full-body massage. In the end, she opted to wander in the gardens, denying the hair and makeup services provided to the other 3 women. At first, Bella was reluctant with the entire outing, but as she wandered about in the garden, she was actually glad she let the women convince her to go. She felt relatively peaceful and relaxed, a perfect way to end the mini vacation. That efforts were in vain and went quickly out the window, however. When they returned home, her siblings demanded attention before the women disappeared for dinner on the waterfront. Since the women would be heading out in the morning to get back to the tour, and for Bella, her studies, they complied. Resting her head on the pane of glass, Bella allowed a sleepy smile to appear on her face as she gazed out the window of the airplane as she thought about the night prior. Over dinner she had discovered that she wouldn't be flying alone. Somehow the women had managed to exchange their flights around to catch it back with Bella, much to her delight. She didn't like flying by herself and being stuck next to random strangers with horrible body hygiene. However, when they had first gathered their seats, she had wondered if it would have been a better option when Kate was the one who flopped down beside her. Much to her surprise, Kate was a rather docile flyer. Apparently, for as much of an adventure junkie as she proved to be, she had a secret phobia of flying. Bella couldn't help but feel her heart go out to the woman and let the blonde use her as a pillow. That's how they had been for the past hour. With the armrest up between the 2 seats, Kate had snuggled into her side, practically curled up in her lap. Pulling her gaze away from the clouds outside the window, Bella studied the blonde. If only she was so calm when she was awake, Bella mused, a smile slipping free as she ised her hand to brush the locks back from the woman's face. Feeling the slight shift, Kate groggily opened her eyes. "We thar," the woman slurred, much to Bella's delight, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "No, go back to sleep. We still have a while yet," Bella whispered quietly as she tugged her jacket into a better position around Kate's shoulders. Muttering incoherently under her breath, Kate did just that, nuzzling gratefully into Bella even more. It was odd for Bella. The day at the spa had done wonders for allowing the 4 women to bond. Initially, Bella had been embarrassed to she had to walk around from area to area naked. When offered the option to cover up with a towel for a majority of the events, Bella had relaxed, but she couldn't help the potential nosebleeds as the 3 blondes opted to wander around in all their glory. She now understood why they pressed to have the place to themselves, minus the few employees. In all retrospect, Bella was surprised she hadn't been more flustered during the ordeal. It probably helped that the women and workers had been so laid back about the whole ordeal, acting like the activities were as commonplace as the next. What really made Bella feel better was when she discovered that she could still retain her privacy and the others didn't say a word. She had relaxed considerably, especially during the waxing, and even or so when she was informed she could wear the towel while in the water, and that her privates would be covered during the massage. Over the course of the morning and afternoon, the 4 women had done their own things. Occasionally they would meet up and interact, especially when they took a break to have a light lunch and tea together in the garden. It was during this time that Bella had the opportunity to learn more about the women. Already learning about Irina's past and that the girls were essentially adopted by the same woman, Bella was surprised to discover that that woman had been a distant aunt of Tanya's. Apparently Sasha had been doing some research into her family history, and while tracing the lines back to their great ancestors, she had discovered what happened to Tanya and the girls' parents. Longing to bring their family back together, and having no children of her own, Sasha went from orphanage to foster home until she found her niece. It was only when she had found Tanya that she learned about Kate and Irina. After observing how close the three blondes had become and hearing the stories shared by the governess and the staff, Sasha didn't have it in her heart to break the girls apart. Despite not being of blood relation, the three looked and acted like sisters in Sasha's mind. In the end, the woman had adopted all three girls. Since then, they had bonded like sisters. But with a stronger and closer connection, the three admitted. When Bella had asked if she could ever meet Sasha, she felt her heart break at the sorrow that came to each woman. Having to excuse herself from the table, Tanya quickly left the room. Shocked at the sudden change of smiles to tears, Bella got up to follow Tanya, only to be stopped by the other two blondes. Irina and Kate then explained to Bella what happened to their adoptive mother. Skimming over the details, Bella learned that Sasha had passed away after giving birth to her own child. The doctors said that because of her age, her body couldn't withstand the trauma and strain the body required. Although the two youngest Denalis were very protective and loved the deceased woman dearly, Tanya had been affected the most. By being the oldest and of direct blood relation, the afternoon had passed by quietly after that, with none of the women mentioning the matters. Eventually Tanya returned and they decided to call the night short. By the time they got home, the women, especially Tanya, had been pulled out of their sorrowful recollections as the twins demanded another skit before bed. Happy for the distraction, the four women pretended to be man-eating werewolves. Chasing the twins about the house, the women tried to bite them and turn the children into a wild beast. The twins, in turn, defended themselves with the spoons stolen from the kitchen. Claiming that the silver would kill the beast and return the women back into humans each time they managed to tap their captive's heart with the utensil. In the end, each woman was converted and bitten by each other numerous times in an attempt to turn them feral again. Bella still had the teeth marks to prove where she had been caught by all three blondes on more than one occasion. At first she had thought they were only going to pretend to bite the humans, but when Alec complained that it didn't make it real enough, with Jane seconding her brother, the women happily complied. Much to Bella's horror, she had the sinking feeling by the third time the women had gained up on her when she had been turned human again that they took more pleasure in tackling her to the ground and sinking their teeth into her skin than was necessary. Bella, lifting her head, Bella blinked as her eyes focused on the speaker, her mind pulled from her thoughts. Yes, Irina, we are about to land. Do you want to wake Kate, or shall I? Glancing down at the blonde, Bella debated for only a heartbeat. I'll let her sleep until we've landed, so she doesn't worry about the descent. Then I'll wake her, Bella offered. Smiling, Irina nodded in satisfaction and settled back into her seat to resume her conversation with her sister. Glancing back down at Kate, Bella gently ran her fingers through the loose platinum locks. Kate had freaked out as the plane began pulling away from the gate, and it took all of Bella's attention to distract the girl as they went down the runway and into the air. By the death grip on her hand, Bella had wondered if the woman broke a few bones. It wasn't until she agreed to cuddle and sing to the blonde that she finally calmed down. It was why she opted to just let the woman sleep through the landing. There would be plenty of time to wake her once they were taxiing to the gate. As planned, Kate didn't wake during the descent, or even under Bella's persistent attempts. It took Tanya's suggestion of biting Kate's ear for the blonde to actually wake up. Skeptical, Bella finally gave it a try. She didn't want to yell at the woman while there was a plane full of people around her. Much to her surprise, the blonde jolted up, a blush gracing the rim of her ears. Bella, that was mean, Kate pouted, rubbing the bitten appendage. I hardly touched you. Bella defended herself. She hadn't even closed her teeth over the rim of Kate's ear before she had to jerk back to avoid the headbutt as Kate sat up. Exactly. Next time don't blow. in my ear unless you plan to do something about it, Kate huffed, but her annoyance was ineffective as a yawn escaped. About what? Bella asked, baffled by the blonde's statement. Grinning, Kate and whispered something into the brunette's ear. By the time she pulled back, Bella was beet red to the point she could feel the heat radiating off her face. Smirking at the reaction, Kate stretched before glancing around. Are we on the ground? Yes, Bella let you sleep through the landing, Irina explained. You should be nicer to your pillow. I know I would find better ways to thank Bella if she was my pillow than tormenting her. Sticking her tongue out at her sister, Kate clung to Bella, much to the brunette's surprise at the change in attitude. She's mine, Kate claimed. Only until we get out of the plane. Sister dear, Tanya corrected. Bella, let's stay in the plane forever, Kate declared. Blinking, Bella shook her head while smiling, oblivious to making the actual connection between the women's references. I don't think I could live on a plane. Oh, I'm sure we can work out a way, Kate purred, causing Bella to blush again, this time at the promising sound behind the words. Remember, play nice, Kate, Irina reminded the older girl. You're just jealous that you didn't have such a comfortable flight back, Kate countered, nuzzling her head against Bella's shoulder. I'm not that comfortable, Bella muttered, wondering if she could get up while the plane was taxiing to the gate. Yes you are, all three chimed in at the same time. Rolling her eyes, Bella settled into her chair. She knew she couldn't win an argument when all three sisters decided to take one side against hers. Instead, Bella allowed Kate to continue nuzzling her as they waited to get off the plane. Thankfully it didn't take much longer. By the time they stopped and unloaded, the women had escaped the plane much quicker than Bella had expected. Being bumped to first class had its perks, Bella admitted. After waiting for their luggage, the three women left the terminal to catch a taxi back to the hotel Carmen and Eliezer were staying at. While standing at the curb, they all turned. As Bella's name was shouted across the way, turning around, the woman in question blinked before she caught sight of bronze hair blowing in the breeze as a smile graced the man's features. It wasn't you, Ntil. The man pulled away from the crowd that she saw the bouquet of red roses in one hand. Gulping, she pulled away from the three women and stepped into the open arms of her boyfriend. Bella, I missed you, Edward sighed as he pulled the shorter girl against his chest. Allowing for a tight smile to adorn her features, Bella returned the hug. I missed you, too, Bella replied, self-conscious as tea. The auburn-haired man buried his nose into her hair, inhaling her scent. Pulling back, Edward wrinkled his nose as if in disgust. Something wrong? Bella asked while trying to sniff herself discreetly. She didn't smell bad, she thought. Sure, she smelled like she had been traveling for the better part of the morning, but she thought she actually smelt good all considering. It probably helped that she smelt more like the three women. Especially Kate, since the woman had clung to her for the past 4 hours, then the other passengers from the plane. You don't smell like you, Edward complained. Leaning in again, he filled his lungs with her scent, only to pull away with the same expression. Come on, let's get out of here. You can wash up before our date. Date, Bella thought, trying to rack her mind for when she and Edward had made plans. As far as she remembered, Edward wasn't due back until the next day. Walking towards his car, Edward opened the door for Bella before turning around. Your chariot awaits, my lady, Edward proclaimed. A charming smile replaced the previous look of disgust during his momentary act of chivalry. Instead of following behind, or even moving closer towards the car now that the door was opened, Bella hesitated. Lingering where she stood between the women and Edward, Bella was uncertain about what to do. She had already made plans that afternoon to help the three blondes out with their upcoming practice, something about wanting feedback about a new song they were working on. During the flight back, Bella had also realized that she had neglected her studies while in Florida. Enjoying her time with the Denalis and her family, the brunette became overly distracted and lost track of her other obligations. In the end, she hadn't spent a single moment preparing for her finals coming up in a little under 3 weeks. Because of it, Bella planned on spending the remainder of the evening being a good student while she had a moment of peace since the boys weren't scheduled to be back until the following day. Bella, Realizing that she still hadn't moved or responded to the fact that Edward was still holding the door open for her, Bella quickly grabbed her bags. Making her way over to the car, she decided to hold off on commenting about the unexpected change to her schedule just yet. She didn't like arguing with Edward in front of people, especially those that knew either party. The matter wasn't pressing, so she could just pull the lad aside when they got to the hotel. Bypassing the open door, Bella opted to put her bags in the trunk ends. Instead of allowing Edward to do it for her. It was one of her pet peeves. If a person was capable of doing a task for themselves, then they should. Yes, she allowed Renee and Charlie to get away with things, but they were her parents. As for herself, however, she wasn't raised that way. Granted, it was nice to be pampered at times and treated like royalty, but there was a fine line between that and being thought of as weak and unable to function independently. Unfortunately, Edward leaned towards the latter. Thankfully Edward took the hint and popped the trunk for her. After her stuff was loaded, Bella turned towards the other women. "Aren't you three coming?" Bella inquired when they still hadn't moved. "It's okay, Bella. We'll meet you back at the hotel," Tanya replied, smiling at the girl. "But why can't all of us go together? It's silly to use a taxi when Edward's here to give us a ride," Bella reasoned, even as the lad shifted his stance. Due to standing out of the brunette's peripheral vision, the action went unnoticed by her, but not the blondes. Turning around, Bella addressed her boyfriend since the blondes didn't answer her question. "Edward." "Yes, dear, can you please convince these three silly blondes that it's okay for all of us to go in a car together? I think the sun's gone to their head or something. There's really no need to take two separate vehicles when there's plenty of room in yours." "She's right. There is plenty of room to accommodate five comfortably," Edward reluctantly agreed. With a strained smile on his face, Edward stepped back and opened the back door while gesturing inside the car once again. "It'd be my pleasure to escort you back to the hotel. Ladies." Slowly, each blonde loaded their bags into the back of Edward's vehicle before climbing in as Bella took the front seat. The drive to the hotel was silent and awkward at first as the four passengers sat in silence while Edward drove quietly. His firm grip on the wheel was the only clue that betrayed his candid feelings regarding the extra, unwanted company. As they merged onto the highway, Edward slid a hand off of the steering wheel and moved the appendage to rest it on Bella's thigh. As if a trigger had been switched, the women in the back finally spoke up, breaking the uncomfortable silence. "So, did you enjoy the holidays?" Irina inquired, more to break the silence than curious about the actual response. Similarly, she did it as a reminder to Edward that he had guests in the back seat, much to Bella's relief. The girl was never one for public displays of affection. Had Edward sought out her hand, she would have allowed it as a step towards that point in their relationship. However, Bella knew that Edward only touched her in specific areas when he personally wanted more contact. Typically, he would touch her in the hopes of guiding Bella into doing something more than first base. Similarly, since the tour began, she had also noticed he did it when he felt the need to stake a claim to Bella while others were around, especially at the concerts or after parties. In either case, Bella didn't want to be touched in such a manner. She refused to do anything in front of an audience, and she felt a bit put off by Edward's strange behavior since first seeing him at the airport. They all knew the three blonde women in the back seat, so there was no reason for him to act that way. Shifting slightly in the seat, Bella moved closer to the door as an obvious signal for Edward to keep his hands to himself. Jerking his hand back as if he had been slapped while being caught with his hand in the cookie jar, Edward gripped the steering wheel even tighter, his knuckles white against the dark leather. "I did, and yourselves," Edward bit out, his mood turning sour by Bella's response to his act of affection. "Oh, it was delightful. Bella was a wonderful hostess and very generous in allowing the three of us to use her room during our stay," Tanya replied, a smile tugging at the corner of her lips. "Her room," Edward repeated with a faint growl while arching an eyebrow at the women through the rearview mirror. "Oh, yes," Kate answered this time. "Renee insisted that we stay the entire trip with them. Since there were no empty rooms to sleep in, all four of us bunked together in Bella's room." "I see. Have you seen her room, Edward? It's rather adorable, Kat." He continued as if Edward had never spoken. Did you know that Bella has a secret obsession for vampires? No, I was unaware of that fact. But, I'm sure that, given the time, I would have found out. Have you ever been to the house in Florida, Edward? Irina asked, inquiring the next question as well. No. Have you met her parents? Tanya questioned almost immediately after. Just Charlie. He happens to live in Forks with my parents, and I met him at a fundraiser banquet for one of the injured officers. Oh, that's right. That was before I moved back to Forks, Bella murmured, more to herself than to the other passengers. She had forgotten that Edward knew who her father was. Bella, Irina spoke, directing her next question at the girl, is it not customary to bring home your signif? I can't other to introduce them to your parents. Well, yes, why haven't you? Tanya questioned, actually curious. Well, I'm not sure. Edward's been the first boy I've actually ever dated, and it just hasn't reached that point, I suppose. Bella admitted after thinking about the question. It will be soon, however. After all, Bella's spent countless time with my family, Edward added to Bella's remark. Besides, Charlie and Bella have already been invited to spend Christmas with me and my family this year. Tilting her head, Bella glanced at Edward but decided to not question her boyfriend's remark. No one had told her of those plans. Theories, yes, but actual plans, no. Edward had mentioned before she left for Florida about wanting to spend the Christmas break together. But, that her father had been invited, or that there was an event already set with a date and time. That was news to her. Perhaps information had been swapped while he had gone back home for Thanksgiving, and the Cull-NS were simply waiting for Edward to inform Bella. Catching on to Bella's reaction, the Denalis sisters also opted to not comment beyond a simple hum of acknowledgement that the driver had spoken. Settling back in the passenger seat, Bella glanced out the window. Clearly she had more to talk about with Edward than she had originally anticipated. His attitude needed to be addressed, as well as the Den assumption that he could set her schedule. He had done it in the past when they first started dating, which she had quickly shut down. Yes, she found it sweet that he was trying to surprise her play the role of a gentleman, as he had once explained it to her, but she also found it inconsiderate of the pianist considering that he knew how much she loathed surprises. Biting back a sigh, Belle mentally prepared herself for a long night of no sleep. She would more than likely end up having to do her homework while everyone was sleeping. With this thought in mind, Bella closed her eyes in a frugal attempt to nap on the way to the hotel, figuring that this would be the normality of her sleeping pattern until the semester was over. After all, because of Edward's unexpected arrival and impromptu plans, the brunette was uncertain as to when she would have another free moment for herself. XXX. Arriving at the hotel, Edward helped the Denalis sisters to unload their bags, but when Bella moved to follow, he caught her about the wrist. Hey Bella, can we take a walk? Hesitating, Bella glanced between Edward and the hotel. She wanted nothing more than to go drop off her belongings and get settled in. However, after the long flight and then drive, stretching her legs did sound like a good idea. Also, a walk would give them the privacy Bella preferred, considering the conversation they needed to have. Nodding her acceptance, Bella allowed Edward to lead them both away from the hotel's entrance. Stuffing her hands into her pockets, both for warmth and because she was still a bit put off by her boyfriend, Bella walked silently beside Edward. As the silence stretched on, Bella debated on whether she was supposed to start the conversation or if Edward had something he wanted to address first. Deciding she would start, considering her ever-increasing list of topics to be discussed, Bella contemplated which matter to address first. Before she could choose, she felt a hand on her forearm, pulling her to a halt. Glancing from the hand to the owner, Chocolate Hughes stared up into Edward's green. Bella, letting the girl's arm go, Edward ran his hand through his hair, causing the messy strands to become even more ruffled as the boy struggled for words. Yes, Edward, Bella gently pushed. She knew what it was to be like to be at a loss of words. Sometimes it just took a bit of encouragement from the opposite party to give the tongue a kickstart. Getting frustrated at trying to devise a nice way to phrase his words, Edward huffed and blurted everything out. I don't like you spending so much time with the Denalis. Out of everything Bella had expected, it wasn't that. Since her mind was not processing an emotion to go with the words, a simple response tumbled out of her opened mouth. Why? Because they're meddling with your head. Excuse me. At this, Bella quirked an eyebrow, her brain snapping to attention. You're so different than when the tour first began, Edward complained. You used to enjoy spending time with me, we would always do stuff together, you looked at me as if we were starstruck lovers. Now you're always shoving me off, eyeing that you need to study or you're spending time with someone else. What happened to the other Bella? Am I not good enough for you? What happened, Edward, is nothing. I have simply made a few friends, who I believe to have a positive influence on me. I still enjoy spending time with you and then why didn't you want to spend the holidays with me? Edward shouted, interrupting the brunette. You said you had to go be with family, Edward sneered. But what do I discover when I pick you up from the airport? You had spent the entire trip with them. Why them? Did I do something? Tell me, Edward demanded as Bella remained quiet. It wasn't as if she didn't want to respond, Edward was simply not giving her the opportunity. Try as she might, Bella couldn't get a word in to explain what had happened, let alone answer the onslaught of accusations and questions. In the end, Bella had to shout Edward's name to get him to stop his ranting, despite his pleas for a response. His breathing ragged, Edward stared at Bella as if he forgot she was there, he had become so distraught over the situation. Will you just relax, please? Bella exclaimed in a hushed voice as she shifted uncomfortably. She didn't like the fact that people had stopped to stare at them as if they were some sideshow. Look, I can explain things, but you need to calm down and actually let me talk. Also, stop jumping to conclusions, Bella stated firmly while glaring at the man. Conclusions. Bella, you had their scent all over you when you came out of that bloody airport. Edward hollered, going right back into his rant, causing more people to stop and stare at the couple arguing. And you never asked me why, Edward. You just freaked out, Bella stated, crossing her arms as she stopped on the sidewalk. She refused to walk any further away from the populated streets with how upset her boyfriend was becoming. And another thing, Edward, that was very rude of you. Rude? I'm rude, Edward exclaimed at the notion while overlooking the first part of Bella's response. I didn't even do anything. Yes you did. Not only did you insult me and them with the remark about me needing to wash up, it was also embarrassing. Furthermore, what was with you being so against driving all four of us back to the hotel? Bella inquired, arching an eyebrow at the frustrated man as Edward began to pace in the short space between the grass and curb. We were supposed to go on a date, Bella. Not have 3 extra wheels attached to us. And what date was that, Edward? Our date. The date you never told me about. The date you never asked me about. The date I hadn't had a clue about until you magically appeared, a day early mind you, to order me around. I did tell you, and I wasn't ordering you anywhere. I was just trying to be romantic. Edward huffed in defense. You told me, when? Right before pulling me away from our friends and your co-workers. Bella was tired from the trip. Usually she would be able to remain calm. But the longer the conversation went on, the more upset she became. She had not expected a yelling match when she agreed to go for the walk. She hadn't even expected to see her boyfriend first thing when returning to reality. But that's the exact cards reality decided to deal her. Her idealistic notions had gone out the window when she had heard her name shouted at the terminal, and here she was. Look, Bella sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. I didn't agree to come out here just to argue with you. I came out here with you to talk. You know, communicate. It's what people do when they want to discuss something that's on their mind. I know that. I'm not stupid. No, you are far from it, Bella agreed. However, you are acting out of line and I do not appreciate the accusations that have been thrown my way when there is no evidence, solid or fabricated. Evidence, Bella. You want evidence. Okay. How about this for starters? My girlfriend went on a vacation with 3 women instead of her boyfriend. My girlfriend slept with 3 women when she won't even let us round second base after months of dating. My girlfriend reeked of another person's scent as if they had been hanging off her like some common whore. And who knows what else went on while over there. My girlfriend is clearly not being faithful and now she's getting defensive when all I try to do is voice no. Wait, communicate my concerns. Staring at Edward, Bella could only blink. Her, unfaithful. She hadn't done anything though, especially nothing that Edward was making assumptions about. She hadn't invited the women, they were going there on their own accord and the timing just worked out. She would have invited Edward, but he had been brooding since finding out about her going to Florida instead. It also hadn't helped that he was such a daddy's and mommy's boy that he wouldn't skip out on a family event even if it killed him. Furthermore, she hadn't misbehaved with anyone, let alone kiss anyone. Besides Edward, if anyone had been unfaithful during their relationship, it had been Edward with that redheaded singer. However, Bella refused to bring up the past. What's done was done. As far as Bella considered things, there was no point opening up old wounds. She had a hard enough time getting past it the first round. But, it was evident she had missed something. Sighing, Bella pinched the bridge of her nose harder as she closed her eyes. Counting to 20, she finally opened them. Edward, look, clearly an incorrect wrench got tossed into the event. Somewhere along the way and has muddled everything up. Will you please calm down and I can explain things to you? If you still feel the same way, then we can discuss things further at that point, Bella offered. However, you need to actually listen and let me share my end of the story. It'll help clear some things up, I'm sure. Rolling his eyes, Edward crossed his arms along his torso as he indicated with a hand for Bella to continue. Let me start with the fact that I didn't go to Florida with them. They were vacationing there and had wanted to hang out. We even had separate flights down there. Bella added more for his benefit than to make an actual argument with the useless information. Since I didn't want to just sit and play house the entire time I was down there, I agreed. It was my mother's idea to invite the women to stay with us, not mine, which made the sleeping arrangements fall as they did, Bella explained as Edward sniffed in disbelief. Ignoring the interruption, Bella continued. Nothing happened, Edward. We were just 4 female friends having a platonic vacation together. No one was unfaithful, no one cheated. As for your remark earlier about my odor, which was still rude, by the way. I smell like Kate because she's petrified of flying and I was sitting next to her the entire flight trying to keep her calm. Instead of responding, Edward just stood on the curb, arms crossed and his brows furrowed. Frustrated, Bella ran her hand through her hair. She could only state the facts as they were. Edward would either accept them or, as he was appearing to now, ignore them. Finally, just wanting to be done with the entire ordeal, Bella caved and moved closer to Edward. She really didn't like arguing, especially when she was genuinely happy to see her boyfriend again, minus the attitude. Resting a hand on his forearms, Bella offered a meek smile. Edward, Bella whispered, causing the boy to finally look at her. Nothing happened. Why won't you believe me? I have given you no reason to be so full of doubt. I thought you trusted me. Sighing, Edward took Bella's hand in his own before capturing the other as well. I do, dear, I do. I was just afraid. I didn't mean to yell at you. Afraid of what? Afraid that I was losing you. I thought things had been going well over these past couple of months and then you just upped and disappeared on me between finals and then to Florida. Edward, just because I have responsibilities to attend to, doesn't mean I'm leaving you, Bella stated, exasperated, despite her best attempt to remain calm. I had to get back to take my tests. You know that. School's been challenging enough as is with the distance. As for Florida, well, I wanted to see my new sibling. I know you get excited when getting the chance to see Alice since everyone graduated from high school. Smiling at the mention of his sister, Edward's expression quickly went sour again at the mention of school. Do you regret coming on tour with me? I thought we had both agreed that it would be good for our relationship, you know, to spend time together. I don't regret it, Edward. I've been having a lot of fun and it's been an eye-opening experience being able to see new places, Bella smiled. She had definitely been exposed to new ideas and concepts since meeting and touring with the 3 sisters. I just have to remember that it's not all fun and games. While this is helping you towards your career, I need to focus on mine as well. Bella, you really don't have to worry about a career or working, Edward assured. I will always support and take care of you. Edward, For as much as I appreciate the gesture, this isn't the 1920s. Even if Charlie wouldn't strangle me over the notion of being at the whim of some boy. I'm not some boy, Edward huffed, feeling his hackles rise at both the comparison and the idea of his Bella with someone else. I would want to do this for myself. So, if you truly want the best for me, Edward, you will support my decision to further my education instead of telling me to stop or that it's pointless. It honestly hurts when I'm constantly berated as if I'm doing something wrong, when I know I'm making the right decisions. I'm sorry, dear. I promise to be more supportive in the future. Thank you, Edward. I really appreciate it. Bella sighed in relief, happy that the situation had finally been diffused. You're welcome, Edward replied while pulling Bella closer to kiss her on the lips. Standing still, Bella allowed Edward the kiss, but kept it short as reality sunk in. That they were still standing outside with people walking around them. Pulling away, Edward smiled. How about we go in so you can freshen up? I'm sure you'd like to get the smell of the plane off you. Then we can go for our date, Edward offered. Biting back a groan, Bella forced a smile onto her face. Apparently he hadn't forgotten about the unplanned date in the heat of the moment. Okay, Edward, Bella agreed. Perhaps if she went out with him for a few hours instead of helping the Denalis, as promised, she could come back relatively early and still have time to work on her assignments. After all, she could give her feedback to the women tomorrow. Unfortunately, Bella's plans went out the window. Much to the brunette's dismay, the talk with Edward left much to desire. Instead of taking her concerns into consideration, Edward brushed off almost every point Bella had made by the time they arrived at their destination. As her door swung open by the valet, Bella took the man's hand and stepped out of the car. Smiling at the man dressed in black slacks, a crisp, white-collared shirt, and a black vest, Bella muttered thank you, before stepping away from the car. Waiting patiently for Edward to circle the car, Bella adjusted her attire as she shifted uncomfortably in the low-cut evening gown. She was unused to wearing dresses, especially such a formal one. The material was too light to offer much protection from the blistering wind that went unblocked by the tall buildings surrounding her, and the deep purple wouldn't have been her first preference. Thankfully Edward had given her his coat to wear when she realized she couldn't wear her winter one with the dress. It would have been way too tacky. As Edward offered his arm, Bella slipped hers through his and allowed him to guide her into the building. Sneaking a glance out the corner of her eye, she noticed that Edward had cleaned up rather nicely that evening. Similar to the valet, Edward had dark slacks on, but instead of a white top. Edward had decided to go for a darker look with a slate gray shirt. Instead of rolling his sleeves up to their customary position on his forearms, he left them down and cuffed. It made sense, considering the classy restaurant Edward had made reservations for. As they approached their table, Edward glared at the waiter when he tried holding the chair out for Bella. Taking the obvious hint, the man backed away from the chair, allowing Edward to hold it out for his blushing date. Bella was unaccustomed to having such actions directed towards her. Similarly, she was uncomfortable with Edward making a scene over a task she was rather capable of doing herself. However, playing the part, Bella smiled at both men while taking her seat. In a matter of moments, their food had been ordered. Or rather, Bella's food had been ordered. As they sat back, quietly discussing minute topics, mainly about Edward's upcoming performances and anything new the band was working on, Bella's curiosity finally got the best of her. Edward, Bella spoke after a short lull in the conversation occurred. Yes, dear, why did you only order food for me and not yourself? Bella inquired. When they had sat down, the waiters presented them both a menu, but without looking at it, Edward had ordered an unknown dish for Bella and a bottle of wine to go with it. I'm on a diet. Diet? Bella arched an eyebrow. The man was in fine shape, better than she had seen in months. Well, maybe not better, she amended as she noticed the faint rings around the man's green eyes. But he was nowhere close to needing to be put on a diet. If anything, it looked like the man had been toning up since the beginning of the tour. Yes, I started a new exercise regimen and diet with James. It happened to decrease my appetite. Oh, well, we don't have to eat here, especially since you're not eating. Bella suddenly felt bad for being the only one to enjoy their date by being able to appreciate the food. "It's quite all right, dear. I wanted to do this for you," Edward assured, his lopsided smile appearing. "Well, thank you, but I still think it is a bit much." "Never too much for you, Bella." Lifting one of her hands, Edward placed a small kiss on the back of it. Blushing, Bella decided to not press on either matter and simply enjoy her time with her boyfriend. Initially, Bella had been unresponsive to Edward's courting when they had left the hotel. He had slipped numerous subliminal remarks about members of both bands on their ride over, causing Bella to feel guilty about the time she spent with the Denalis and the boys in Edward's band. In the end, she felt horrible for not putting forth more effort in her relationship to make Edward feel the way he did about his friends and the 3 Slovakians. By the time her meal arrived, Bella wondered if she really didn't want the relationship as badly as she had thought. After all, if she did, why would she make her boyfriend suffer based off her actions and decisions? Edward had been, minus their conversations, behaving nothing below a gentleman towards her since she had returned from Florida. Even their date was delightful, minus the minimal kinks to it. After dinner, Edward had made arrangements for them to attend a show that would be performed downtown. Granted, Bella wasn't into opera, not like Edward was, but it made sense that EY would both be able to enjoy an event tonight. While Bella's apparently was a high-end establishment, Edward's would be music. Opting to not drink the wine, Bella finished her meal in relative silence, allowing Edward to talk while she enjoyed the food and their surroundings. Similar to their entrance, the pair left arm in arm and made their way downtown. By the time they reached their destination, Bella had decided that she would actually try and commit herself to their relationship. She would be a better girlfriend by focusing on Edward more, instead of those around them. After all, wasn't that what you were supposed to do in a relationship? Put your significant other before yourself. By the time the couple made their way into the auditorium and found their seats, Bella was freezing. The establishment was too cold for the open-toed heels Edward had given her with the dress, and even with Edward's coat, Bella felt numb to the bone. Because of how the seats were set up, she couldn't even cuddle into her boyfriend for warmth. Not that Edward would, for as much as he pushed for public displays, tonight he seemed rather aloof in that regard by acting the perfect gentleman and keeping his hands to himself. As the show went into intermittence, Bella shifted uncomfortably in her seat. She needed to get up and move about or be frozen to the seat by the time the show ended. Excusing herself to Edward, the auburn head hardly nodded in acknowledgement, his attention on the woman beside him that had drawn him into a discussion about other shows they both had or had not seen. Stepping outside, Bella pulled her coat closer around her shoulders. It wasn't warmer out here, but in Bella's mind it was much better than the artificial and stuffy air circulating inside the building. Lost in her thoughts, Bella leaned back against the side of the building, her eyes closing. It wasn't until she glanced at her phone that Bella realized how long she had been standing outside. When she made her way back to her seats, the play had already resumed, but Edward was nowhere to be seen. Curious, she sat back down, deciding he had simply slipped out to use the bathroom. However, when the time continued to pass and Edward didn't return, Bella began to feel uncertain about the situation. Slipping out of her seat, she wandered about the entire establishment. Unable to find Edward, she ventured back to their seats. Still, there was no auburn-haired boy. Curious, Bella decided to go out into the parking lot. His car was still there, but when she did another search of the building, there was still no Edward. It wasn't until the show was just about over that Edward returned and found her. His attire was slightly rumpled, but beyond that, the boy smiled. Excusing his absence, Edward explained that his system was upset that night and asked Bella if she would like to go. Eager to be warm again, Bella practically dragged Edward to the car in the heat it could offer while sneaking glances at the man. Periodically she would watch Edward as they drove back to the hotel. After the 4th time, Edward finally asked if he had something on him, growing rather defensive and almost panicked. It wasn't until Bella assured him that he didn't, that he deflated. Relaxed, he held Bella's hand in her own, much to her distaste. Her hand had finally been thawing out and Edward's was just as bad. Instead of pulling away, Bella allowed him to lace their fingers together. XXX. Instead of backing off, Edward became more insistent and clingy after their date. This caused Bella's studies to be placed on the back burner, as well as her time spent with the others. Doing her best to not remark on this change, Bella just reminded herself of the promise she had made herself that night at dinner. Relationships were not a walk in the park. People simply didn't fall in love and live happily ever after. If she wanted their relationship to work, she needed to work at it. Besides, it was why she had followed on the tour. She reminded herself. Over the majority of the next few weeks, Bella spent her time as Edward's shadow as she tried to pacify the man's worries and demands by assuring him that she wanted to make it work between the two of them. Oftentimes she would be woken at dawn and dragged down to the hotel's continental breakfast or, given enough time with the morning's agenda, Edward would allow her a few minutes to freshen up before taking Bella out for a light breakfast. From there, Edward would often convince his girlfriend to attend the Hellraiser's practices throughout the morning. This would typically then be followed up by joining her for lunch. The routine that had developed wasn't too horrible, all considering. It gave Bella the opportunity to see the rest of the boys. And Emmett always made it worth her while. When the band would take a few minutes for break, Emmett would come over to say hi, completely ignoring Edward's glares and obvious signs to leave them alone. There had even been a few occasions when Emmett had literally plucked the brunette right out of Edward's grasp. Complaining that his Bella Bear didn't love him anymore, he would steal the girl and force her to spend time with him. Much to Bella's delight, it was usually just across the room to his prized drum set where he would then proceed to teach her how to play the instrument. Since the band had put their foot down on practicing all day, Edward typically had the afternoons and evenings free. It grew to the point that Bella would even bet Alice that she would be found gallivanting off somewhere with Edward since he took every opportunity to spend time with her. Depending on the town they were in, they would visiting the more populated tourist locations, or simply go out for a night on the town. If Bella wasn't busy due to her school responsibilities. When this occurred, Edward would remain at the hotel and sit nearby, keeping her company while she studied or completed the never-ending mound of assignments. As much as she appreciated the gesture, she also disliked the distraction. She was much quicker when she didn't have someone hovering over her shoulder or constantly interrupting her with nonsense. In the end, Bella figured out a compromise setup that appeased both parties. Convincing Edward that she could study better if he would play the piano for her, the boy happily complied. Always eager to show off his latest pieces. This provided Bella a background noise that wouldn't consist of Edward talking, which enabled her to zone out extended periods of time as long as she praised Edward at the end of each piece performed. On the days they had a concert, the band flat out refused to get up early to practice. This gave Edward even more time to dote on Bella, much to her dismay. Instead of getting to sleep in like the others, she was oftentimes woken up even earlier for a longer day of Edward-Bella time. These days proved to be almost as bad as the days spent driving to the next town. On one hand, Bella had to stay up late into the next morning, since Edward insisted his girlfriend accompany him to the after-parties as his date. On the other hand, she was trapped in a confined space with Edward for hours on end when sitting in the bus, and unless Edward was sleeping, she wasn't able to go far from him at any point. After the first week, Bella's favorite time became bedtime. It was only then that she could escape from Edward and have complete silence. The problem was, she didn't want silence. She missed the blondes during her time spent with Edward, which made her feel guiltier. She should be enjoying her time with Edward, especially considering her boyfriend was being so affectionate to make up for the time they had spent apart during Thanksgiving. And for his attitude right afterwards. However, behind closed doors was the only time that Bella was able to relax and act normal in front of the other occupants in the room. Thankfully, none of the women commented about Bella's bipolar behavior towards them, and they kept up the same routine they had started at the beginning of the tour. Along with the playful banter that would be exchanged between Bella and the Slovakians. The four women would end up complied in the same bed by the time Bella's alarm went off in the morning. That same alarm became the devil himself by the end of the second week. Originally it reminded Bella of being back in high school when she had to get up at the crack of dawn. Now it reminded Bella that Edward time began yet again. Not only did it disturb the brunette's rest, but the blonde's, as well. Unfortunately, Bella discovered the hard way that she would rather have the alarm wake her than Edward. Fed up with the alarm, Kate had gotten up during the night during the first week and hid the entire radio before rejoining the cuddle fest. Waking due to pressure on her bladder from having 3 legs draped over her body, Bella had been forced out of bed before the alarm went off. It took walking out of the bathroom to find Edward standing in the entrance with the door open, breakfast in hand, to completely snap Bella out of her sleep-induced haze. Backpedaling into the bathroom to grab her bathrobe due to her state of dress, Bella came back into the bedroom fuming and kicked Edward out of the room. They had discussed more than once that Edward wasn't allowed in the room. And after the mini heart attack she just had, she was in no fashion amused at being startled in such a method. After making sure the door was locked, Bella then glanced at the clock on the wall. That's when Bella realized that she had slept past dawn and into their usual breakfast time. Based on the concerned expression on her boyfriend's face before it had turned tea. Oh, surprise at seeing her in boxer briefs and a thin tank, Bella concluded that Edward had hunted her down thinking something was wrong. Upon that realization, Bella felt guilty for how she had overreacted. Even so, she was tired and, no matter how bad she felt for being so rude, Edward knew the rules. How he gained access to her room, she didn't know at the time. But, she was too exhausted to figure it out. Instead, she filed the matter away to be discussed at a later point. Debating between the bed and breakfast, Bella climbed back into the tangled mess of half-dressed blondes. She would deal with Edward later. For now she just wanted to relax after her mini heart attack of finding the auburn-haired boy in her room. Grabbing hold of the covers, she shifted them to cover each woman before snuggling back into their warm embrace. It wasn't until she had woken again and showered that Bella realized how lucky she had been. Because the 4 women always divide the bed up 2 and 2 at the start of the night. When Edward had come into the room it looked like the sisters had shared one bed while Bella had her own. This left Bella amused for more reasons than she wanted to admit. Similarly, Bella was relieved that she wouldn't have to add that onto her list of topics to be discussed with Edward. Besides sleeping, Bella quickly discovered that the only way she had a moment to herself during the daytime was when she locked herself in the hotel or bus room or made it very blunt that she wanted to be alone, especially was in a public or common area. Elsewise, Edward was constantly hovering around her. By the end of the second week, Bella was just about fed up with her boyfriend's behaviors, despite her best efforts to make things work. It had reached the point that his behavior bordered that of being possessive and controlling when other people were around, especially the Denalis. Idly, Bella wondered if it was because both of the bands appeared to tease her boyfriend or flirt with the brunette every chance they had. Once the rest of the guys returned from their vacation they had noticed Edward's increased antics and had taken full advantage of the situation to play with the pianist's head. At points, their teasing mirrored that of the Denalis. Already accustomed to the men's belief that crude and perverted remarks were breakfast conversation, Bella ignored them unless it got out of hand. Similarly, Bella had grown accustomed to the Denalis' playful banter and harmless remarks. Because of this, Bella assumed that the sisters were just being, well, them. "This cow," said Bella to barely give a second thought to their antics as the tour progressed. Instead, her bond with the Slovakian artists grew as Bella began to give back almost on par to what she received, even if her confident behaviors were marred by her persistent blush. Granted, this was mostly done behind closed doors where Edward couldn't see or overhear. At first the method worked, but after Edward's obvious glare at the women, Bella realized that Edward could still tell. The heated arguments that followed convinced the brunette as such. In the end, Bella put back up her shield around both band members and grew distant and unresponsive to a majority of their banter. When Edward came about, Bella toned down her playful side to the point she became a shell of the outgoing personality the sisters brought out. She couldn't help it. Edward's reactions and remarks during their argument made her feel self-conscious once again. Originally, Bella felt as if the playful exchanges between her and the others were just that. Now, she felt as if she was partaking in something that was wrong and improper. It also didn't help that Edward became increasingly defensive, almost to the point of irritable at times. when in the blonde's presence. Because of this, Bella began to avoid the women simply to avoid setting off Edward. She was tired of the rants he would go into. By the time Bella finals rolled around, the brunette was actually excited. She would be heading back to campus for a few days and be able to finally relax, despite the fact that she was going back to take exams. This would give her long enough to take her finals and finish up her Christmas shopping in a town that had a better selection than the messily shops that Forks had to offer. From there, she would fly to home for the holidays. She had already called and confirmed with her father about the flight. He said he would pick her up since the weather was supposed to be iffy for the couple of weeks surrounding Christmas. Bella was okay with that. Since she didn't have her trusted rust bucket of a truck anymore, she actually felt safer having someone else drive her around. It wasn't as if she planned to go anywhere. All she wanted was a week of sleep and cuddling on the couch in her pajamas with a mug of hot chocolate in hand. At this point she would even watch whatever sports game Charlie had on and happily listen to his fishing stories. The only outing she had planned for the entire trip was swinging by the Cullens some point Christmas Day. This was simply set up so she could wish Carlisle and Esme a happy days and give her gifts to Alice and Rose. Although she would see the girls after her finals, Alice convinced everyone to wait and come over for Christmas Day. Seeing no reason to disagree, Bella had packed their gifts along with the gifts for her father, Jake, and Angela. That was when she had discovered that Emmett and Jasper would be going to Forks as well for the winter break. Apparently the boys and Rose had been invited to stay at the Cullens since they had more rooms than they would ever occupy between just the four of them. Besides the single visit, Bella hoped to avoid any plans that Edward may have made. Yes, it would be nice to spend the holidays with him, but after being practically glued to his hip, she needed a break, as sad as it was to say. If only his attitude had been better during the entire ordeal, she might have reconsidered. As for the Denalis, she wouldn't see them until the new year. Granted, it would only be a few weeks, but Bella would miss the blonde women. Their gifts already wrapped and packed. Bella figured she could just mail them, along with the ones Florida bound, when she got to Forks. She had never asked if they actually celebrated Christmas, so she had selected generic gifts. And included a card that with the words, "Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's, and Happy Holidays," scribbled inside. One of them had to be accurate, right? Overall, Ella was looking forward to returning to Forks. The short trip home would allow Bella to have a few days of peace from the world, especially since Charlie was so quiet. Perhaps that's all she needed. Bella hoped that was all she needed. Moaning, Bella stretched out on her bed, glad to finally be back in Forks. Finals had been a bit rougher than she would have preferred, but not as horrid as she anticipated considering the lack of time she had to study. She was finally done with classes and wouldn't be starting back up until the summertime. She decided to forego the spring semester and just enjoy a little break while the tour finished. It would make it much easier than having to find internet spots to submit her assignments along the way or stay up late, cramming because she had no time to herself. When her father discovered that she wasn't returning to school after the winter break, he hadn't been happy with her decision. He didn't understand why she had to skip an entire semester to spend it with Edward. She could only imagine what Charlie's reaction would have been to know she hadn't been to any of her lectures and only done the assignments during the fall. Granted, she had managed to ace all her classes, so it really wasn't a big deal. It was just a bigger hassle than she wanted to deal with. If she did start up in the spring, she could always opt out on returning with the band. She could stay on campus and would have time to focus on her studies. Similarly, without having a boyfriend around, she would actually have time to earn a bit of cash on the side. Unfortunately, she would have to find a new job in order to do that. Because of her extended absence, she had lost her job. In the end, Bella decided there was no point lingering about during the spring semester unless she wanted to job hunt over the break, for it was too late to sign up for classes now. Thanks whatever forethought I had to not tell Charlie about losing my job, too, Bella mused while rolling on the bed. If she could, she would purr, it was so comfortable. She missed her bed. Over the years her room had hardly changed, but the bed was relatively new, all considering. When Bella had Saint left Forks and moved to Phoenix with her mother, Charlie left her room as it was over the years. The only time it would change is when Bella came to visit and something needed updating. One vacation it would be the dresser, another the paint, the next would be the decorations. Charlie didn't neglect her room, he simply didn't go into it while she was away. When Bella stopped coming to visit, he stopped changing her room. He said it was too painful of a reminder of what he had lost. That all changed when Bella moved back in with Charlie during the last of her high school years. As a surprise, Bella received old Rusty in a larger bed, since the previous was made for a little kid. While she lived with Charlie, she updated her room to match her shy, bookworm personality. However, upon moving to college, she and Charlie hadn't touched the room since. In a way, it was like stepping back into time. The only thing that was altered was the addition of a new bed, dresser, and desk to replace the ones she had taken with her to college. "Bella, there's someone at the door." Charlie's voice hollered up the stairs, cutting into Bella's moment of making love to her bed. Curious, Bella glanced at her calendar. It was still a week away from Christmas, and Edward wouldn't be there for another 2 days. All of her high school friends were off with their own families, still finishing up finals, or out of state. Similarly, Alice and Rose wouldn't be stateside for a few more hours since they had opted to drive rather than fly home for the holidays. Her curiosity getting the best of her, Bella rolled out of bed and made her way down the stairs. When she opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of 3 blonde women decked out in winter gear, matching grins plastered on each woman's face. Instead of greeting the women, Bella simply stared, speechless. "You know, it is not very polite to leave your guests standing out in the cold and the snow," Irina commented, her grin turning into a smirk. Blinking at the comment, it took another moment to actually process the words. Squeaking, Bella jumped aside and ushered the women into the corridor and out of the storm. Before Bella could ask what the Denalis were doing at her father's place, Charlie poked his head through the door, a smile on his face. "Ah, you made it. Wait, what?" Turning to her father, Bella stared at him with a confused expression on her face. "How do you know them?" "Well, technically I don't, so why don't you introduce us?" Charlie grinned. Still baffled over the events taking place, Bella did as told and introduced the Denalis to her father. "Charlie, this is Kate, Irina, and Tanya, and vice versa," Bella stated while indicating each woman with her respectful name as her brain tried to catch up to what was taking place. "Now, can someone explain to me why you're here?" "Ah, Bella, I thought you'd be happy to see us." Kate whined while latching onto Bella like a koala, much to Bella's embarrassment as Irina and Tanya chuckled. I'm just surprised." Bella got out, still flustered as she tried to push the unrelenting Kate off her. If she didn't know Kate's real age, she would never have guessed she was older than both Irina and herself based off her antics sometimes. "Well, we had called your father a while back and asked if we could steal you for a day to celebrate Christmas with you," Tanya admitted. "We don't have family besides the 3 of us, and you have become family to us. We were hoping to surprise you, but perhaps we should have double-checked with you first. When we called and explained everything, your father invited us to stay with you 2 during the holidays. Something about bad weather in Forks and a lack of hotels in the area," Irina added to her sister's explanation. Surprised, Bella turned to Charlie for confirmation of their story. "It's true, Bells," Charlie confessed, a sheepish grin on his face. "The girls called me up and explained how you made them feel at a new campus this past semester, and since they couldn't go home for the holidays, asked if I would mind giving you up for one of the days. I figured it'd be nice to invite him here since I have to work every day you'll be in town. It will give you some company," Charlie admitted. He had tried to get the holiday off, but because of the increase of crime over the couple of weeks along with other vacations or officers being sick, they needed all the manpower they could get. "Besides, it sounds like the 4 of you have grown real close from what I can tell," Charlie added. Dead while looking at the blonde still clinging to his daughter. Holding back a snort, Bella glanced at Kate as well before tickling the woman to get her to let go. Bella knew it was cheating, but she had discovered it was an effective method to use when needing to escape Kate's death grip. Once free, Bella stepped to the side to keep Kate from reattaching herself. It was one thing to be clung to behind closed doors, but definitely not in front of her father. However, when Bella glanced at Charlie, she was happy to see he had an amused expression on his face instead of disgust or anger. "Well, I don't know what to say." Bella finally spoke. "How about a thank you to your father?" Irina offered. "Or, I'm so ecstatic that you came all the way to see Lil, ol' me," Kate added while inching closer. Snorting this time, Bella rolled her eyes. "I do not say, Lil, ol' me. Besides, you're older than I am," Bella retorted, causing Kate to stick her tongue out in return. "But you are ecstatic," Tanya pushed, her eyes dancing with amusement. "I'm not answering that," Bella replied before turning to her father. She was beyond ecstatic, but didn't want the others to know. Caught off guard, Bella's next words out of her mouth stayed on her tongue. Standing there watching the four women, Charlie was struggling to hide his grin. Usually the quiet, one-liner man was actually beaming behind his hand. For as much as it confused Bella at the change in her father's usual stoic persona, she was happy to see him come alive with the women around. Clearing her throat, Bella quirked an eyebrow at her father. "So," Bella started, "yes, Bells, where are they staying exactly?" At this, her father returned to his usual self. Much to Bella's amusement, she watched as he rubbed the back of his neck while shifting awkwardly. "Well, I didn't really think that far. I suppose I have a couple air mattresses from camping they could sleep on," Charlie offered. "Perhaps you'll want to move around your furniture for the time and set them up in your room. Right, because setting them up on the sofa couch downstairs wouldn't interrupt your late-night games," Bella teased before hugging her father. "Thank you, Dad," Bella whispered for only him to hear. However, his bashful grin was seen by everyone in the room. "You're welcome, Bells. Now, why don't you get them settled in while I go order us some dinner?" "Pizza, okay. Sure, Dad," Bella smiled. Watching him walk away, she finally turned to see three amused-looking blondes lingering behind her. "So, care to share the real reason the three of you are here, oh college buddies of mine?" Bella inquired, her hands settling on her hips as a single eyebrow arched. "Well, we didn't think your father would like knowing you were touring the countryside with famous artists." Tanya began by addressing the cover for their story. "And, we really do see you as family," Irina added, bringing the topic back to Bella's actual question. "And," Bella pushed, "and, can't we just want to spend time with our favorite girl over the holidays?" Kate countered while grinning. "Favorite girl," Bella repeated, her eyebrow arching even higher at this remark. "Yep, the one and only," Kate declared while hooking her arm through Bella's. "Now, why don't you show us our actual bed? I'm not bunking on an air mattress if I can help it." With that, Kate dragged Bella down the hall as if she was the owner and Bella the guest. It took a firm tug on Kate's arm to convince the girl to go up the stairs rather than past. Grinning childishly at her mistake, Kate wed Bella to lead the way as Irina and Tanya followed behind them. "Well, so much for my peaceful getaway," Bella mused. But, as she opened the door and let the women pass, Bella couldn't help but admit. She was excited that they had magically wormed their way into her home yet again. "Do we really have to go through all this trouble?" Irina asked as she helped Bella move the last bit of furniture. "Yes, I don't want my dad asking me why I have three women sharing my bed," Bella stated, yet again. They had gone over this argument multiple times while rearranging her room. Initially, the women argued that the furniture didn't need to be moved. Tanya tried to convince Bella that it was because they didn't want to inconvenience their hostess. However, Kate and Irina let it slip that they thought her old decorations and interests were adorable and didn't want to mar a single memory. Embarrassed that the three women were able to catch a glimpse of her childhood, especially since she hadn't really decorated much back in high school, Bella was more than eager to have a reason to distract the three blondes by putting them to work. It took multiple reminders and literally dragging the women from her belongings to get them to actually help. In a fashion, it reminded Bella of how the Slovaks had scrutinized her room in Florida. At least that room she only visited on occasion and had never really personalized much beyond the collection of books she kept there for pure distraction during her extended stays and the odd trinket or two she found over the years. This room, however, held or personal artifacts that Bella had no intentions of allowing the women to explore. Why not? Tanya inquired, walking back into the room with Kate. While Bella and Irina moved the furniture around, Tanya had offered to blow up the air mattresses with Kate. Leaving the cumbersome contraptions in the hall, they sat on Bella's bed instead of bringing the temporary beds into the rearranged room to set them up. Yeah, just tell him that we get scared at night and need bad Bella to protect us, Kate encouraged, wiggling her eyebrows as she snuggled into her sister. Right, although I have no issues with creatures of the night visiting me in my bedroom while I'm asleep, I highly doubt Charlie will believe me when I say all three of you are petrified of the dark. You never know, Irina began while sneaking up behind Bella. Slipping her arms about the woman's waist, she pulled her back into a surprise hug. Could be hereditary. You three are ridiculous, Bella concluded, not resisting the hug. She had been surprised by how unaffectionate the women had been, minus Kate's hug, while they were downstairs. However, once they entered Bella's room, it was like a flip had switched every moment she was hugged or touched in one fashion or another by the three blondes. Initially, Bella became as flustered as she had been when the Denalis sisters first began to show such affection towards the brunette at the beginning of the tour. However, as the night wore on, Bella relaxed back into their old banter and contact. She hadn't realized it at the time, distracted and caught off guard by the surprise visit. But now that she stopped to consider it, she actually was sad that they hadn't hugged her upon first seeing her. She had missed the contact while she was away taking her finals. Alice had supplied her with more hugs and cuddles than she could recollect, but it was different than what she had with the Denalis. Be that as it may, I'm positively certain that we can come with a valid excuse to not use those inflatable beds, Tanya remarked, almost with a look of disdain. Why bother putting our brains through such an effort? We all know we'll end up in the same bed anyways. Bella commented offhandedly without thinking about her response. Oh, you want us in the same bed as you? Irina purred into Bella's ear. Feeling her blush reach her hair roots, Bella squirmed while trying to give a nonchalant shrug. Unfortunately, when she opened her mouth to speak, her voice cracked instead of holding strong. Closing her mouth, she cleared her throat before trying again. And no, that's not what it's not that I just know that you know what. I'm not answering that either, Bella decided as she couldn't refrain from stuttering, especially as Irina's hot breath cascaded down the side of her neck as the woman laughed quietly. Jerk, Bella muttered, causing the all three women to grin. I am, Irina admitted. Are you going to punish me for being so mean to you? The blonde inquired, a mischievous glint in her eye. Girls, pizza's here. Jumping at the sound of her father's voice, Bella quickly pulled herself out of Irina's grasp. Thankful that she didn't have to respond to the woman's question, Bella raced down the stairs as if her clothes were on fire. If the look Charlie gave her as she slid into the kitchen was any indication, he had thought the same. Hungry, Bells, Charlie chuckled as his daughter tripped on the kitchen floor and stumbled her way to the counter. Famished, Bella lied. Pausing for a moment, Bella struggled to get her blush under control before her father could ask her about it. Inhaling deeply, Bella focused her thoughts on gathering the dishes out of the cupboard instead of allowing her thoughts to play with Irina's question. Unfortunately, as she turned, Bella caught Irina winking at her while the three women entered the kitchen with a grace Bella clearly lacked. Feeling her blush return, Bella set the plates and cups on the edge of the counter. Instead of setting up the table like usual, she moved over to the fridge and took her time raiding it for something to drink. Need some help jumping? Bella felt herself bump into a firm body standing behind her before she slipped. Instead of crashing into the fridge or landing on the floor, a pair of strong arms pulled her flush against that same body. My, you are jumpy tonight, Mila. Something wrong? Tanya asked in concern, but the chuckle that graced the shell of Bella's ear stated elsewise. Feeling her blush grow to cover her entire upper torso as well. Brown locks shook back and forth since Bella knew her voice wouldn't work. Are you sure? I'd be more than happy to help you, Mila, Tanya practically purred into her ear. Here, let me get this for you. Reaching into the fridge, Tanya allowed her left arm to tighten its hold about Bella to keep her close. Molding her bustier figure against Bella's back, the blonde grabbed hold of a bottle of juice before pulling back. Usually the actions wouldn't faze Bella, but after Irina's remarks in her bedroom, her mind was anywhere but behaving. It wasn't until she felt Tanya's body step back, and the heat disappear that Bella could finally breathe. Even so, she was afraid to turn about. However, as she heard her father's voice in the background, Bella remembered that they had company and if she stood at the fridge too much longer, her father might notice her odd behavior. That is, if he hadn't already noticed since she first entered the kitchen. With this thought in mind, Bella finally forced her feet to move. Glancing over at the table, Bella bit back a sigh of relief. Besides the smirk that Irina threw at them, Bella was relieved to notice that her father was grossly engaged in a conversation with Kate. It wasn't until Tanya's backside blocked her view of the table that Bella remembered she was supposed to move. However, before she could step forward, her eyes caught sight of Tanya's hips. Swaying more than she remembered in the past, literally shaking her head, Bella clenched her eyes shut for a moment before forcing herself to follow after the blonde. Her mind in a jumble, Bella sat at the table. Thankfully, her father was accustomed to her silence while they ate and didn't engage her in conversation. If he had, she wouldn't have noticed. Bella silently blessed and cursed whoever was watching out for her. She had no idea what was wrong with her and her thoughts tonight. Perhaps she just missed the women and after being gone so long had reverted to her shy self when they teased her. That had to be it. Whether it was or not, Bella pushed the thought from her mind and focused on her food. Distracted with her thoughts, Bella didn't hear the question finally directed at her. Feeling the foot nudge her shin, Bella looked up. What? Bella asked with a blank expression. Instead of listening or allowing her mind to wander, Bella had simply shut down her brain altogether. I had asked what your plans were for the next couple of days, Charlie repeated. But, I think you were falling asleep at the table. It is late, perhaps you should head to bed, Charlie offered, eyeing his daughter in concern. Ducking her head, Bella quickly cleared her throat as she blushed for the umpteenth time that evening. No, I'm okay. I was just spacing. I'm sorry about that, Bella quickly assured her father. I'm not sure. I wasn't planning anything more than lounging around and being a bum all day. Why? Did you need something? Charlie studied his daughter for a moment before shrugging. No, I was just checking. I have work in the morning, remember. I won't be free until the evening. I was just going to see if you needed to do any Christmas shopping still. If so, I can take you tomorrow night after work. It'll be hectic with the last-minute shopping, but, Charlie offered, trailing off. Oh, I'm good, Bella quickly assured. I finished everything before coming home. All I need to do is drop off the boxes at the post office for Renee, Phil, and the kids. Well, I could try getting out at lunch to take you, Charlie considered, wondering if he would have out time during his lunch break to get through the long line at the post office. It was a small town, sure, but Forks had a tendency, like the rest of the world, to ship things out the last minute. It's okay, Dad, I can just walk or something. You will not, Tanya interrupted. If it's okay with you, Charlie, we have a rental car. We would be more than happy to drive Bella wherever she needed to go. You don't need to worry. I know you work hard, being the police chief, and all. Enjoy your break. Smiling in appreciation, Charlie accepted. That would be great. Thank you, Tanya. You're quite welcome, Charlie. We're all more than happy to help out anytime that you may need, Tanya replied, gracing her father with a brilliant smile. Glancing between Tanya and her father, Bella felt her stomach knot up as Charlie's blush rivaled her own from previously. Was Tanya flirting with her father? Feeling herself somber up, Bella pushed away from the table, and busied herself with cleaning up the kitchen. With Irina's help, the dishes were cleaned, counters wiped down, and the pizza stowed away in the fridge quicker than Bella anticipated. Having nothing else to do, she excused herself to go shower. Standing under the water, Bella racked her brain continuously as to why she reacted in such a fashion to seeing Charlie and Tanya interact. Perhaps it was imagining her father with another woman. But, didn't he mention he was seeing someone else? Someone from the reservation. It hadn't bothered her then. So, why did it now? Shutting off the water, Bella took her time drying off and getting dressed. She wouldn't worry about it. If something did develop between Tanya and her father, then she would be supportive. She liked Tanya and wouldn't mind her being a part of her family in more than just theory. Turning off the bathroom light, Bella walked into her room with a towel draped over her shoulder, slowly drying her dark locks. It wasn't until she opened her door that she stopped in her tracks, surprised at the sight. Sitting on her bed, a brush in her lap, was the woman of her thoughts. "Come here, I'll help you dry and brush your hair," Tanya offered, already changed into her pajamas of silk pants and a tank top. Allowing the door to close behind her, Bella moved to the bed as directed and climbed on top of the soft mattress. Shifting about, she eventually settled into Anya's lap as the mattress dipped from the additional weight, causing the brunette to tumble back into the blonde's hold. Sitting up, Bella scooted forward a bit to put enough space between their two forms. Allowing the brush to pass through her hair unhindered. "You left dinner quickly. Is everything okay, Mila?" Tanya inquired as the silence stretched on, the brush running through her hair creating the only sound in the room. "Yes," Bella answered quickly, too quickly. Sighing, Bella shrugged. "Yeah, everything's fine." Setting the brush down, Tanya slipped her arms about Bella's waist. After a slight amount of resistance, Bella finally allowed Tanya to drag her back and settle her completely into the blonde's lap. "What's wrong, Mila?" "I'm not sure," Bella answered truthfully. She had tried to figure it out in the shower, but couldn't understand why she became upset at the end. "Is it something I did or said?" Tanya asked softly, trying to probe Bella's thoughts into action. "No, yes, I don't know." Bella sighed, rubbing at her face. "I'm sorry, Tanya, I didn't mean to disappear on everyone." "It's okay, Mila, no one minds. We just want to make sure you're okay. That is all," Tanya reassured, rubbing gentle circles against Bella's back. Feeling herself curl up into Tanya's embrace, Bella allowed her head to rest on Tanya's shoulder. It wasn't until her eyes began close as her back pressed into the hand, that she remembered where she was. "Tanya." "Yes, Bella, where's Kate and Irina?" "They're downstairs keeping your father company. I believe watching some game or other on the television." "Why, are they upset?" "No, dear, can we just stay here? Would you like to lay down with me and we can cuddle?" Tanya offered. Nodding, Bella slouched into Tanya's form even more instead of verbally replying. Taking that as an affirmative response, Tanya shifted the pair of them to lay down before dragging the comforter over them both. Wrapping Bella up in her strong embrace, Tanya held Bella close as the younger woman curled up into her. With her back exposed, Tanya resumed running her hand, fingers, and nails along Bella's back, changing up the touch at sporadic whims. It wasn't until she felt Bella's breaths even out, alerting her that the girl had fallen asleep, that Tanya allowed her lips to descend upon Bella's forehead. "My darling, silly, Bella. Who knew you would get so jealous?" "My Mila," Tanya chuckled. She would have to play with it a bit more in the future to see if the emotion was triggered because of her father or because of her. Either way, Tanya decided she would have some fun with the events to come. "Sweet dreams, dear," Tanya whispered into the dark locks. Yawning, Bella stretched out the kinks in her back, her arms rising above her head only to smack into the headboard. Wincing, Bella quickly curled in on herself, cradling her injured hands against her chest. The movements and sounds woke the other occupants in her bed, causing 3 murmurs of concern to escape before the owner of the voices returned to the thralls of slumber. Blinking at the echoes surrounding her, Bella opened her eyes before chocolate orbs rolled in their sockets at what they confirmed. Sure enough, Bella's bed was occupied with that of 3 blonde heads. To further confirm her suspicions, she could feel more than one set of softly shaven legs rub against her own beneath the covers. Panicking, Bella quickly glanced at the door. Noting with relief, the door was shut and locked. Relaxing into the covers, Bella settled back down as she snuggled into Tanya's warm embrace. Allowing her mind to replay the night before, Bella vaguely recalled Kate and Irina climbing into bed at some point during the night. What time the women came upstairs, Bella didn't remember. All she did remember was that she had felt a sudden draft and pressed herself closer to Tanya's warm body as a frigid form snuggled against her backside. It had taken a little bit from there to adjust to the drastic temperature change, especially when one of them thought it'd be funny to put her frozen feet on Bella's warm calf. Curious as a sudden idea filtered through her memories. Bella opened her eyes once more. Shifting, she sat up to peek over the edge of the bed. Leaning across Irina's curled-up form, Bella noted with amusement that instead of actually making and using the air mattress, it had been shoved under her bed at a weird angle, causing part of it to stick out. "I'll have to be careful when I get up. If you want to lay on me, do it correctly," Irina murmured, half asleep. Rolling over, the blonde sprawled out on her back while dragging Bella's body with hers. Squeaking at the sudden shift in position, Bella felt herself go from laying sideways on Irina's hip to laying parallel with the woman's form. "Better," Irina murmured. Running her fingers through Bella's hair, she allowed her arm to go limp as sleep claimed her once more. Chuckling at her zombie-like friend, Bella struggled to break free of the woman's grasp. The most Bella was able to manage was a slight wiggle. Locked in a death grip, Bella was forced to change positions once more as Irina rolled over onto her side, effectively latching onto Bella in her sleep. Trapped between both Irina's legs and arms, Bella gave up trying to move and focused on trying to breathe as her was suddenly mashed into the blonde's bust. Her continuous squirming elicited a faint moan to escape from Irina's throat. Freezing upon hearing the sound, Bella blushed profusely and stopped her struggle. Whatever the blonde was dreaming about, Bella wanted no hand in the matter. Resisting the urge to pull away and start the weird noises again, Bella laid in the bed as Irina's captive until she heard her father stomping into the bathroom. Pretending to be asleep, even though the door was locked, Bella listened as the shower was turned on. "It's now or never, Bella." The brunette mentally had herself to break free of Irina's hold before squirming once more. Instead of accomplishing anything productive, Bella simply managed to roll both bodies out of the bed to land with a soft thud on the air mattress. Opening her eyes after the wince, Bella's breath hitched in the morning light. While toppling out of the bed, their positions had swapped. Instead of laying on their sides facing each other, or even their previous position with Bella on top, Bella was pinned beneath a sleepy blonde, the faint light catching the pale locks of framing Irina's face. Groaning, Irina pushed herself up, enough to barely hover over the body beneath her. Shifting her legs, she unconsciously straddled Bella's lap while propping herself up with one hand. It wasn't until she tucked platinum locks behind her ear that blue eyes opened and locked onto the brown staring up at her. "Well, morning, Malaku," Irina whispered, her voice husky from sleep. "Morning, Irina," Bella blushed. "Why are we down here?" Irina inquired, tilting her head to the side as she continued to study the woman beneath her. "We fell off the bed," Bella offered in a sheepish tone. "We fell," Irina repeated, her curiosity piqued. "And, do tell, Malaku, why did we fall?" I was trying to get up. And, you wouldn't let go. And, well, gravity decided to greet me, early." I like gravity," Irina decided as she shifted to stretch out. Laying back down, Irina sprawled out on top of Bella, much to the brunette's surprise. Tucking her arms into Bella's sides, Irina nuzzled her head against the girl's shoulder before finding a comfortable position, ending with her face tucked into the crook of Bella's neck. "Now, no trying to get up this time, Anyo," Irina murmured before falling back asleep, effectively turning the human into her personal body pillow. With a sigh, Bella realized she wasn't getting up anytime soon. Instead, she laid there on the floor, grateful that the air mattress was somewhat comfortable. To pass the time, Bella studied the sleeping woman above her. Barely a year older than Kate, Irina was beautiful in Bella's opinion. Each of the blondes they just were beautiful in their own fashion, Bella had concluded once getting to know them. Whereas Kate was adorable and Irina regal in their appearances, Bella always found Irina to be sexy in her defiant and confident manner. She was extremely loyal and protective of her sisters, Bella had noticed, and much to her delight, was protective over Bella as well. It was Irina who had found and entertained Bella, keeping the girl company at each event the bands went to. Similarly, it was Irina who kept the drunk boys at bay, and made sure Bella was always escorted after dark if Bella wanted to escape the hotel after a late night of studying. After discovering where Bella had disappeared to the first night, Irina had requested that Bella take someone with her. Since that discussion, Bella always found the blonde to be waiting for her. As if she knew exactly when Bella needed a break. The woman would never complain. She would simply go along with wherever Bella's feet took her. Lost in her thoughts, Bella hardly noticed the time pass as she continued to study Irina's features, noting how peaceful she appeared to be while asleep. It wasn't until she heard a complaint from above that she finally tore her gaze away. Before she could process what had been said, both Irina and Bella yelped as a solid form rolled off the bed to land on top of them. "That's not fair. Why does Irina get to hog Bella down here?" Kate pouted. Sitting up, the woman rubbed sleep from her eyes while struggling to hide a yawn. Perhaps they wanted a private moment, Kate, Tanya offered while lazily glancing over the edge of the bed as she smiled down at the three younger women. HMPH. If Irina gets to hog Bella while she sleeps, then I get to hog Bella while we bathe. Kate declared, energy bubbling out of every pore. Kate acted as if a switch was flipped and that she hadn't been asleep moments ago. Bouncing up off the air bed, Kate hopped up onto the floor as Irina and Bella swayed from the movements. "Come Bella, we're off to bathe," Kate shouted with glee while trying to drag Bella's limp form out from under her sisters. Wait, Kate, we can't," Bella rambled. Her father was in the bathroom. If they went in there, especially with Kate dragging her, she didn't know what she would say. Furthermore, she didn't want to see her father naked. Feeling her body literally pop out from beneath eerie naws and scooped up into Kate's awaiting arms, Bella began to struggle. "Kate," Bella protested, trying to dig her feet into the floor. But Kate wouldn't listen. Before Bella knew it, her bedroom door was unlocked and thrown open before she was dragged across the hall and into the open bathroom. It took Bella a bit to process the fact that not only was the door unlocked and opened, but that the lights had been previously off. Her flailing put on a pause. Bella strained her hearing but couldn't hear anything besides the shower turning on and movements in her bedroom. Dashing out of the bathroom, much to Kate's surprise, Bella burst into her father's room, only to find it empty. Going to his bedroom window, Bella noticed that the driveway only held one car in it as well. Baffled, "It wasn't you." Until Bella looked at the clock that she realized how long she had been laying under Irina. It was well into the morning and her father had left over an hour ago for work. Groaning in relief, Bella pled backwards onto her father's messy bed. Ignoring the calls, Bella buried herself in her father's blankets as her heart finally began to calm down. "Bella, Malaku, your sister's going to be the death of me," Bella mumbled through the covers. Chuckling, Irina pulled back the covers to expose the brunette, messy locks strewn on end. "Why do you say that? And you, too," Bella pouted, ignoring Irina's question. "I promise you that I, at least, will not be the death of you." "Kate, now, even Tanya and I are incapable of controlling her at times." "But, why do you say that?" Irina read once more as she remained hovering next to the bed, uncomfortable to climb into it as Bella had. "Because," Bella exclaimed, a bit overly dramatic. Chuckling again, Irina tugged on Bella until she was able to slide her out of the bed and onto the floor. Leaning down, Irina helped Bella to stand. "Come, Malaku, perhaps some breakfast will help." Grumbling, Bella finally caved and walked out of the door, only because her stomach growled at the mention of food. "Fine, but this isn't over." "Yes, Malaku," Irina confirmed, amusement coloring her voice. Wandering down the stairs with Irina in tow, Bella ignored the bathroom altogether, despite that the door had been left wide open and she could hear Kate singing in the shower. Entering the kitchen, Bella felt her breath hitch for a second time that morning. Standing over the stove was none other than Tanya, wearing the tank from last night, her pajama bottoms missing. Instead, she had on what looked like a pair of Bella's boxers and he apron Bella sometimes wore when making one of the messier dishes. Deciding not to comment, Bella quickly pulled her eyes away from Tanya's backside and made her way to the fridge. Pulling out the orange juice, Bella shuffled her way over to the counter where an empty glass awaited her. It wasn't until after she had downed 2 glasses that she finally felt she was able to function. Keeping her eyes away from the bare-legged Tanya, Bella moved about the kitchen to help the woman prepare breakfast. Prepping the coffee while Tanya manned the stove, the 2 women produced a breakfast of pancakes, eggs, and a fruit salad by the time Kate made her way into the kitchen. Already there, Irina helped by setting the table. Once everyone was served, the kitchen fell into a comfortable silence, each woman lost in her own thoughts. It wasn't until Tanya cleared her throat that Bella finally looked up from the mug of coffee cradled in between both hands. "Yes?" Bella inquired as she noticed Tanya watching her. "About last night," Tanya began. Her thoughts going into overdrive, Bella quickly recapped on the night before. Tanya flirting with her father appearing to enjoy it, Bella's abrupt departure. And then the two of them falling asleep without actually addressing the matter. Pushing her plate away, Bella no longer felt hungry. She really didn't want to discuss last night, either. "Anywhere?" Tanya finished asking. "Wait, what?" Blinking, Bella realized she had missed everything Tanya had just said. Could you repeat that?" Bella asked, blushing when the blonde quirked an eyebrow. "I had asked if there was actually somewhere you needed to go, since it had been brought up last night but not actually resolved," Tanya recapped. Oh, why was I worried?" Tanya was hinking about her interactions with my father. Relieved that it was something entirely different, Bella forced her racing heart to calm down as she swallowed the swarm in her stomach, begging the knots to go away. Realizing that she still hadn't replied, Bella cleared her throat while scrambling her brain. "Just the post office, I think," Bella finally concluded. "Well, why don't you get dressed and we'll go ahead and get that out of the way. After we get back, you may be, as you elegantly phrased it last night, a bum," Tanya teased, smiling over her own mug of coffee. Smiling at the thought of lounging in her pajamas for the rest of the day, Bella bounced up quickly and moved to take her dishes to the sink. Intercepted by Kate, the woman ushered Bella out of the kitchen. "Go on, I'm already dressed. I'll clean up while you three get ready to go," Kate offered since she hadn't helped prep or cook. "Thank you, Kate." Hugging Kate quickly, Bella disappeared up the stairs with the other two women following in her wake. Climbing back into the rental car, Bella sighed in relief as the door slammed shut behind her. The wind had picked up over the night, but the storm had finally blown through. Throughout the town and countryside, there was a fresh layer of snow covering the ground and the buildings alike. It had turned the entire countryside into a winter wonderland. When Bella had first agreed to go to the post office with the three blondes, Bella hadn't realized how much snow had fallen. However, once she opened the front door, the brunette had balked and would have backpedaled her way into the warm confines of her house if she hadn't ran into a wall of solid bodies standing behind her. After a bit of coaxing, Bella was wrangled into the car and they made their way slowly into town. On average, the trip would have taken 10 minutes, if that, on a sun-filled day. Today, the ride took almost an hour at the pace they had to go. The plows had been out moving the snow throughout the storm, but even with working diligently, the wind continued to blow the mounds back into the road before the spirals danced back into the trees. Bella concluded from the first gust of wind that if it had been left up to her to deliver the packages, her family in Florida could wait until spring. Even if she had her trusty old truck with its snow tires, chains, and all, she would have never made it out of the driveway. Let alone down the road and into town. Thankfully, Kate had opted to drive. Well, on second thought, maybe not thankfully, Bella reconsidered as she buckled herself back in, wishing that she had access to more seatbelts or other safety devices. For lack of better words, Kate's driving was scary. Although she had gotten them to their destination, the trip had mad Bella want to curl up in a little ball and promise to whoever was watching from above, or below at this point, that she would be good for the rest of eternity and beyond. The woman was impossibly psychotic when it came to driving, and she thought Rose and Alice had given her gray hairs in the past. "Bella, are you all right?" Tanya inquired. Reaching a hand over, she cupped Bella's cheek, her brows furrowing in concern. Bella responded. Swallowing, Bella tried to calm the contents in her stomach at what was to come. She was not looking forward to the trip home. During the drive to the post office, Kate had practically turned their rental car into an instrument of winter with how she skidded across the ice-encrusted ground and practically plowed through the freshly fallen snow. Instead of heeding Bella's whimpering warnings, Kate decided to accelerate up a hill, not taking into the fact that she then had to go down it. Magically, Despite sliding off the road, Kate managed to get the car back on track without clipping a single tree. To make it worse, Kate had the most delightful smile on her face. That, over everything, was what scared Bella into climbing back into the car. "Would you prefer if I drove?" Irina inquired from the passenger seat, having turned about to study Bella as well. Bella repeated, turning pleading eyes towards the blonde. If she could, he would kiss the woman for offering such a thing. Chuckling, Irina kicked a pouting Kate out of the driver's seat. With more grace than a single person should be endowed with, Bella watched as Irina limped from one side of the car and into the other as she made her sister get out into the blistering wind and go around. Sighing in relief, Bella closed her eyes and slouched as the car began to move out of the parking lot. Irina's driving was crazy, but nowhere near Kate's. Bella should have known not to allow Kate behind the wheel, not after driving in the Celine S7 with the Slovak to go shopping for prank items. Even so, she'd rather not bear witness to their drive home. "Take a right up here, Irina," Kate mentioned, causing Bella to open her eyes a while later. Curious, Bella glanced around at their surroundings. The wind was making it difficult to identify where they were exactly, especially through the dancing drifts. Even so, Bella could clearly tell that they were no longer in town. And they were definitely not heading towards Charlie's house. Guys, I think you're lost," Bella ventured, still trying to identify some landmark, any landmark. "No, we are not," Irina assured. Yes, I think you are. The house is definitely not this way." "We are not going to the house," Irina explained, glancing in the rearview mirror to wink at Bella. "We're not. No, Malaku, we're not. Where are we going then?" "It's a surprise, Mila," Tanya smiled. Reaching over a hand, she tucked a few strands of hair behind Bella's ear, causing the girl to blush faintly at the gesture. "You know I don't like surprises," Bella complained, trying not to whine. The last time they had a surprise she had been convinced to learn belly dancing with the three women before one of the concerts. He really didn't want to go dancing in the snow. "We'll just have to keep surprising you until you like them then," Kate stated. Her impish grin caused Bella to shrink into Tanya's touch. "Tanya," Bella whined this time. "Don't fret, Mila, it will be a good surprise," Tanya reassured. Sliding over, the woman wrapped Bella up in her arms. Despite wanting to protest, Bella couldn't help but lean into the secure embrace. As long as she wasn't going anywhere alone with Kate, she should be safe. After all, it's the middle of winter, the women don't know their way around forks, and there wasn't anything to do for a few towns over. Certainly they were just going sightseeing or something, since it was too dangerous to go far from town. Right, by the time the car stopped, Bella realized how unrealistic her hopeful wishing was. Staring at the frozen body of water in front of them, Bella hunkered down in her seat, especially as the women climbed out and retrieved 4 sets of ice skates from the trunk of the car. Refusing to climb out of the seat, it took multiple pleadings, threats, and promises from the women to get the brunette out of the safety of the vehicle. "You promise if I Saints skate 1 lap around the lake that we can then go home and I don't have to leave the house the rest of the trip?" Bella asked again, still not believing the 3 sisters. "We promise, Malaku," Irina chuckled. "Yes, you may even lounge around in your pajamas, Mila," Tanya offered. "We won't even make you change." "Right," Kate agreed. "However, if you begin to stink, we have the right to throw you into the bath, clothes and all," Kate threatened, her impish smile back in place. She had been disheartened when she discovered Bella didn't like her idea of winter fun. Bella felt bad when Kate's shoulders had drooped. But it was when her face fell as well, Bella felt her resolve crumble. It wasn't until she watched the usually energetic woman shuffle slowly back to the trunk that Bella completely caved and practically launched herself out of the car. She couldn't stand to see the blonde so depressed. It was one thing, almost amusing on most occasions, to witness Kate pouting, but Bella discovered she disliked seeing her friend so sad. "You will do no such thing, Kate," Bella huffed. "Then I will personally change you," Kate grinned. Bouncing up, she twirled awkwardly in her skates before making her way to the water's edge. "First one around the lake gets to drive back," Kate decreed before taking off along the ice. "She's not serious, is she?" Bella freaked, looking frantically between the two remaining women. Chuckling, Tanya and Irina shook their heads as they helped Bella stand up. No, although, if she drove, Irina and I could cuddle with you in the back and keep you distracted so you won't notice her driving. Tanya offered. The implications her brain decided to add to Tanya's suggestion left Bella flustered as she wobbled unsteadily on the skates. Instead of replying, or even focusing on the ideas forcing their way to the forefront of her brain, Bella decided she'd best focus on where to put her feet. It took a few minutes of slow shuffling to make it to the water from the stump she had used to sit on. As she eyed the frozen liquid, Bella unconsciously gripped tighter to both women's arms, having used them as a walking crutch to get this far. I don't think this is a good idea, Bella stuttered, wondering how fast she could make it back to the car in her skates or if it'd be faster to sit in the snow and take them off before walking barefoot to the car. Sure it is, Mila. Irina and I will help you the entire time, Tanya promised. Without waiting for a response, she tugged Bella onto the ice with the help of her sister. Before Bella could process what was happening, the pair eased her further away from the safety of the snow-covered ground. Clutching onto both forearms, Bella locked her knees as she felt her legs wobble beneath her. Relax, Malaku, Irina coaxed. Bend your knees and glide. We have you. Inhaling deeply, Bella felt the icy wind bite at her lungs while her eyes closed momentarily. Reopening her eyes, Bella's face contorted into determination. Nodding, she tried to relax as directed. There you go, Tanya purred. Instead of smiling, Bella suddenly screamed as she was propelled across the ice at a much faster pace. Already lapping the women once, Kate had decided to get the procession rolling. Sneaking up behind Bella, Kate used the brunette's distraction to close the distance. As she closed in, Kate caught Bella from behind and sped off with her in her arms. Altering her steps to move with Bella in front of her, Kate effectively stole the brunette from her sisters. Between Bella's fearful screams and her sister's cries of complaints, Kate practically cackled in glee. Now I've got you, my precious, Kate growled playfully into Bella's ear. Kate wasn't sure if Bella shuddered in her arms out of fear over the circumstance or for another reason. But Kate didn't have time to linger on the woman's reaction to being trapped in her arms. Instead, she had to focus on her steps, trying not to trip on Bella's legs as she moved her own. Especially as her sisters sped after her. She's mine, Kate called over her shoulder as she felt her sisters close in. Never, Tanya and Irina echoed each other as they both swooped in from either side. Cutting Kate off, Irina caught a hold of her sister while Tanya dived to catch Bella as she was finally released from her captor's grasp. Stumbling, Bella tried to maintain her balance now that she no longer had Kate holding onto her. Arms flailing, Bella screamed as the ice grew closer to her face. Before she could fall completely, she felt another set of strong arms pull her back upright. To Bella's relief, Tanya practically lifted the girl into her arms and skated away as she was chased by Kate and Irina. She's mine, Tanya claimed, tightening her grip about Bella. Blushing at being passed around like a prized toy, Bella couldn't help but giggle at the sisters' antics. When Edward made such claims, she would correct him or at least try to calm her boyfriend down. With the Denalis, Bella felt a small flutter in the pit of her stomach. Perhaps it was because of the speed the two were picking up as Tanya tried to outskate her sisters, but the longer the sensation lingered, the less Bella connected it to the chase. Tanya, she is mine, Kate growled, pouncing on her sister. The force of the tackle caused Bella to pop out of Tanya's grasp and into Irina's waiting arms. With a laugh, the blonde raced to the other side of the pond as Bella clung on for dear life. Although the odd game of tag was causing Bella to adjust to her skates, she couldn't help but latch onto Irina. She felt safe in the woman's arms. Besides, every time she tried to let go, her notorious feature kicked in as she managed to trip over the smooth patches of ice. By the time the three sisters agreed to share Bella, the woman was out of breath, laying on the ice in a heap of panting bodies. Her sides ached from the laughter and her lungs burned from the intake of the frigid air. Her limbs were numb and she could feel a faint tingling in her extremities, warning her of the sore muscles to come. She wasn't out of shape, per se, but she definitely discovered some muscles she never knew existed. With the help of all three blondes, Bella was practically carried off the frozen lake into the car. Once rid of the skates, she cuddled up between Tanya and Irina, too exhausted to argue when Kate claimed the driver's seat. Within a matter of minutes, Bella was fast asleep, her head tucked under Tanya's chin while her legs were cradled in Irina's lap. The last Bella recalled was the content piece she felt as she fell asleep, watching the snow spiral in a lazy design outside the windows. By the time the four women returned to the house, the storm had picked up again. As agreed upon, Bella scuttled up the stairs and changed directly into the warmest set of pajamas she could find as the others dispersed throughout the house to get settled themselves. Making her way back downstairs, with a blanket in tow, Bella took over the couch and refused to move once her body made contact with the deliciously comfortable cushions. It was Bella's favorite place to lay since they got the new couch. When Bella had first moved in with her father back in high school, hardly a thing had changed within the house. It had still looked similar to her bedroom, the same as when she had lived there as a child. Honestly, she didn't mind in a nostalgic sort of way. But some things needed updated, especially in the kitchen and the den. Although she was able to make some minor adjustments over the years, it wasn't until after she went away to college that Charlie finally caved and made a few major ones. One being the couch. Older than her, Charlie's previous sofa had finally given away. When Bella returned home over her first spring break, the couch had literally collapsed beneath her. Initially, Charlie had argued about patching the couch, but Bella put her foot down about the matter. She had seen some inventive ideas on fixing furniture, such as placing a kitchen chair in place of the missing couch section, and she wasn't too enthusiastic to see what Charlie would come up with to save his beloved furniture. Instead, Bella dragged her father to the store. She wasn't much for shopping herself, so she honestly couldn't blame her father, but she also realized he wouldn't go to the store on his own. By the time they had returned home from their excursion, they were both happy with the investment. Along with a new couch, Charlie found a lazyboy recliner to go along with it as well. Since then, along with her being away at school, Bella discovered that Charlie spent even more time watching his favorite sports in front of the TV. However, with her father still at work, Bella had the den to herself. And the silence was divine after listening to the howling storm outside. Stretching out, a moan slipped between Bella's lips as she felt her muscles tense from the movement. Before finally unlocking and molding to where she desired. The burn hurt and she knew she'd be feeling it in the morning, but the exhaustion of her muscles was overly pleasant for the time being. Rolling onto her back, she took over the entire couch, stretching out as much as her limbs permitted. If we didn't know better, we'd assume we were interrupting something, Tanya teased as her and her sisters came down the stairs and into the den. Blushing, Bella pulled a pillow over her face. Hiding behind the fabric, she muttered her response. It wasn't until they asked another question that Bella peeked her head back out. "What was that?" we asked. "Are you going to share the couch?" Irina repeated, blue eyes dancing in amusement. "Never," Bella declared, flipping over to cling to the cushions. "Then we'll just have to sit on you, too," Kate practically sung before pouncing. Forcing the air out of the brunette's lungs, Irina and Tanya followed suit, causing Bella to struggle as she mpted to maintain her claim to her lover. "I saw it first." Bella giggled only to squeak as she felt a set of hands begin to wander in a fluttering tickle down her sides. "But we are the guests, Mila. It is polite to share," Tanya lectured, trying not to chuckle as her fingers joined in with Irina's. First my bed," Bella argued through staggered breaths, and now the sea couch." "Then what? Your heart, soul, body, blood," Kate offered. With her face buried into the cushions, Bella missed the feral grin that snaked its way onto the blonde's face. Snorting, Bella was unable to reply as Kate's fingers joined in, turning the stifled giggles into a roaring laughter. By the time Bella escaped, she found herself to be sprawled out on the floor with three blondes grinning smugly down at her from their perch on her couch. "Jerks," Bella muttered. Too exhausted, Bella curled up in a ball at their feet while clutching her sides. She could finally breathe, but just the thought of their fingers sent tingles down her sides. "I believe that is jerkets, thank you very much," Kate corrected. Sticking her tongue out at Bella, Kate slid off the couch. Leaning down, she hoisted Bella up into her arms before settling back onto the couch. With a bit of maneuvering, Bella found herself settled between the three sisters, her blanket shared between them all. "You could have just laid on me," Bella remarked even as she snuggled into their warm embraces. "You are much too bony to be a comfortable sofa replacement, Malaku. It is better this way. Now we will not crush you beneath us," Irina countered. "You're not heavy. I wouldn't have minded," Bella argued even as she snuggled into their warm embraces. She would have been warm with three bodies laying on top of her, however, she was unable to formulate a convincing argument against the alternative positions. "Then, tonight when we go to bed, you may be on the bottom," Irina offered. Opening her mouth to reply, Bella quickly closed an and it thrice more before deciding she'd be better off changing the topic. "So, what do we have planned for tonight since you dictated my day?" Bella inquired. "Well, we were planning on going out, with the storm rolling in an hour previous promise, we figured you would prefer to stay in. Perhaps dinner and a movie," Tanya offered. "That sounds good," Bella mused. She had no quarrels to cuddling with the Denalis all night. Even with the nap, she knew she wouldn't stay awake throughout the night after how long they had spent skating. "Fantastic. But, we're still going out later," Kate corrected Tanya while breaking free of their blanket huddle. "Now, on our list for movies tonight we have, drum roll, please, Hot Tub Time Machine, Super Troopers, Spaceballs, American Pie, Anchorman, Wayne's World, Year One, Freddy Got Fin." "Kate, I think that's enough," Tanya interrupted as Kate continued to rattle off her selections without taking a breath. "Why must it always be a comedy that destroys brain cells?" Irina complained. "Why not a horror?" "Because the chicks always run around for the first third of the movie screaming before getting knocked," Kate explained, crossing her arms over her chest. "Also, the blondes give us a bad name. I might be fun, but I'm not ditzy like them and go outside where the monster's obviously waiting for me. And you say comedies are brain-killing. The last thing you need is more fuel," Irina countered. "At least you have suspense with the horrors. With the comedies you always pick we can tell the jokes and end before they're even made." "Ladies, how about a romance then?" Tanya offered, a glint in her eye. "No," Irina and Kate yelled in unison. They might not agree on their preferences for movies, but the last thing they wanted was a romance option of Tanya's. "How about an action-adventure then?" Bella offered, rubbing her ear where Irina had hollered in. "But those aren't good to cuddle to." Kate pouted, "Which is why I suggested a horror. But I don't know." "Oh, horror it is," Kate agreed before running upstairs. "Horror. But," Bella blinked, unable to finish her statement as Kate disappeared. "Are you afraid, Malaku?" Irina inquired. "No, it's not that." Cupping Bella's chin with her fingers, Irina turned the brunette's head so she could see her better. "Then, well, Kate's right in a sense. A lot of it's very unrealistic and the gore doesn't bother me. I just don't care for the suspense all that much. I mean, I know it's coming, but, well, it still gets me," Bella admitted sheepishly. "I'm fine with that, though, but afterwards I sometimes can't sleep." "Don't worry, Malaku, you have us to protect you," Irina promised. Leaning in, she pressed a soft kiss to the tip of Bella's nose, breaking it as Kate tumbled back into the room. A stack of movies in her arms. "What are those?" Bella inquired, noticing the large pile of movies in her grasp. "Movies, silly, horror movies. So, preferences?" Kate questioned while settling temporarily in front of the TV. Sorting the movies, Kate slipped a disc into the player before reclaiming her position next to Tanya. "We could just have a movie marathon since you'll be too afraid to sleep. Or, we can help tucker you out afterwards, Bella," Kate offered while wiggling her eyebrows at Bella. Wishing she had kept her mouth shut, Bella declined both options. She wasn't afraid of horror movies per se. Her imagination just got the best of her at times. Averting her gaze from Kate's cerulean hues, Bella turned her attention to the screen as the title appeared. Much to Bella's surprise, the selected film was a horror classic. "Really, Kate? Dracula?" Irina arched an eyebrow at her sister. "What? Bella has a twisted fascination with them. Have you not seen her book collection?" Kate defended her selection. "You'd swear she would be in love with one of them if they were alive." "I would not," Bella muttered. Kate and Irina continued to argue through the previews about a variety of topics. From Bella's vampire obsession to if classical or the newer horror films were better. It wasn't until the film actually started that Tanya interrupted the debate, causing both sisters to go silent and focus on the film. Settling into Irina, Bella relaxed as well. She was happy with the selection, especially since the other three didn't appear to mind the movie either. About halfway through the film, Bella excused herself to answer the phone after assuring the Denalis it was okay to keep it playing before stepping into another room. "Hello, Bells. Charlie. Good, I'm glad you're home. Are your friends there, too?" "Yes, we're all home. Why, I just wanted to make sure you were safe," Charlie admitted. "Look, the storm's grown worse and some of the boys weren't able to make it into work. I'm going to stay to cover and wait out the storm. Listen, I don't want any of you going anywhere tonight." "Don't worry, Dad, we won't," Bella promised. Good, well, be safe. You, too, Dad. Eat the pizza if you get hungry." "Yes, Charlie, I love you, stay safe." "You, too, Bells." Rolling her eyes, Bella smiled. As much as she loved her father and that he had opened up a bit more over the years, she felt as if he was making up for all the time he missed being a protective father. Even so, Charlie was still as awkward when it came to verbally expressing emotions. Hanging up the phone, Bella debated on going back into the room or making food for everyone since she was already up. Deciding on the second option, Bella made her way into the kitchen. While stirring the broth, Bella jumped as she felt a pair of arms wrap around her from behind a while later. "You never came back, Mila. Everything okay?" Tanya questioned in concern while resting her chin on the girl's shoulder. "Yes, everything's fine. Charlie called to let me know that he won't be home until the storm's passed, so we're on our own for dinner. I figured that while I was up I would make some stew. Unless you three want pizza again," Bella teased while settling into Tanya's grasp. "That would have been fine. Do you need help?" "No, I've got it. It's all prepped now. Just needs to sit for a time and actually cook now." "Good. Then come back and watch the movie with us. We paused it when you first left so you haven't missed much." Without giving room for debate, Tanya tightened her grip on Bella and guided her out of the room, only pausing long enough to leave the spatula on the counter. Settling back onto the couch, Bella quickly became trapped between Irina and Kate until the movie was over. Deciding that they had all night, and plenty of time to kill as the food cooked, the girls opted for a classic marathon. After Dracula ended, the haunting was put into its place. Watching Kate's fingers instead of the film, Bella listened to the dialogue as slender digits dipped in and out of Tanya's strawberry blonde locks. It wasn't until her own hair was touched that Bella's concentration was broken. "May I?" Irina whispered apologetically for causing Bella to jump. She hadn't wanted to interrupt the movie by asking originally. Nodding in consent, Bella melted beneath the woman's touch. Closing her eyes, she concentrated as cool fingertips raked their way through her dark locks, filed nails dragging across her scalp. The sensation almost coaxed Bella into a second nap. If she wasn't for Kate insisting the same treatment, Bella probably would have missed dinner entirely. The end for today. Thanks for watching. Do let me know your reviews and new story ideas in comment box. And don't forget to check out products I've added in comment box.